to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Star Radio with Jacqueline Close. Live from soulstar.media.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Star Radio
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the show. This is Soul Star Radio. I'm Jacqueline Close. We're coming to you live from the Mind, Body, Spirit Festival in Melbourne, Australia. And I'm joined today by a very special guest, wonderful Francis Bevan, who is a psychic medium, astrologer and author. So welcome to the show, Francis.
Thank you very much. Awesome to be back.
Absolutely. So now, tell us a little bit about your journey. You went through it in the police force.
That's right. I first began doing clairvoyant readings at the age of 10. Then when I turned 18, I joined the Australian Federal Police Force. I left the Australian Federal Police Force in 1984, and then I became a psychic.
Yep. And did you ever find that when you're on the police force that you would get visions or anything like that? I mean, obviously you're working with evidence and you're being professional on that level, but did you find that your instinct was sort of really picking up on things as well then?
Yes, that was definitely the case. And the whole thing is that, you know, you would know automatically whether somebody was in the wrong, whether they were right, whether they were hiding things from you. That comes up to your sixth sense. We all have a very strong intuition. But see, I believe that anybody who works in the services, particularly anybody who works with health, healing, you know, aged care nursing, ICU nurse, anything along that, tend to have a sixth sense.
Yeah.
They sort of tend to know things that, you know, other people don't. And just not backed up just on the medical side of things, it's the intuition that's at work.
Yeah.
That's, you know, so it goes into that, exactly the same category.
Yeah, because it's like, I think the thing is that the more intuitive the person who's working with health or working in services, working in forces, the more they're going to go, I've got the evidence here, but I also feel it's this. Let's explore that angle too. So I'm still working as a professional, but it's like getting down to following that feeling. And it's like in corporate, when I work in corporate, you'd have CEOs regularly say to you, well, I had these two contracts, I looked at that saying, but that one felt right, so I went with it. And that's that whole listening to the guidance and the instinct. Now, you were showing us a book before that you've written. So tell us a bit more.
Okay, I first started my clairvoyant, my psychic business in 1984. If you're reading the cards, it's based purely on the ordinary, everyday playing cards. It was published by Angus & Robertson Publishers, and it's actually sold internationally. It's amazing. Actually sold in Singapore, the UK, America, New Zealand. It teaches people how to use the everyday, ordinary playing cards. See, people don't realise that playing cards are related directly to the minor arcana of tarot.
Yeah.
I put histories in here, I put threads in here to make it extremely easy to read. Come 1990, the handbook of psychic development was published actually sort of by HarperCollins. HarperCollins at that stage had taken over and published. But this one breaks into 6 different sections covering the playing card. It's more information in this one about the playing card, the tarot, showing you how to combine the card, how to use them in group readings, how to use them in various spreads, both simple and complex. I go into numerology, I go into astrology. On the astrology side of things, what I do is I actually sort of show how to use sort of even astrology and the tarot together. Because every major tarot card links directly with one of the astrology either signs or planets. Section 3, though, covers how to become psychic. You know, how to trust your intuition, how to do things like psychometry, which is jewelry reading, you know, how to do mediumship. And Section 6 of this book teaches you how to be your own psychic, how to establish yourself in business.
I love it. That's really good because a lot of the time people teach psychology, they don't actually teach you how to cope out in these bad world, how to deal with the public because you get all kinds.
You definitely do.
And some of them are more frilly and lacy than others, and others are more interesting. Now, actually, we've got our first caller on the line.
Okay,
We've got Amy in, sorry, my gosh, I'm doing a Mercury retrograde, mate. We've got Cheryl in Amherst in Massachusetts. Are you there, Cheryl?
Yeah.
Yes, she's there.
Yes, hello, Cheryl. How are you? It's Francis.
I'm good.
Cheryl, how is it that I can help you today?
Excuse me?
Is there a particular question that you'd like to ask, Cheryl?
Do I have a question?
Yes, please.
Yes, I think so. I'm in a relationship with somebody, but it's becoming very difficult because he has to go renew his visa every 6 months and he has to leave for 4 months every time. And I don't know if it's going to work out.
Cheryl, what's your date of birth?
Excuse me?
What is your date of birth?
3/23/79.
Cheryl, what's sort of happening? And the fact I get a very deep sense that you're going to walk away from this relationship. What I feel as though, even though you're investing a great deal of emotional energy into it, that's not going to give you what you need. It's not going to give you that deep satisfaction. And whilst you're disappointed, you're going to realise you've done absolutely everything you possibly can to make this relationship work. You're going to realise you have to aim for something much higher, much better sort of thing here. And I believe in walking away, you're actually going to find somebody very special who's just right for you. That's what I believe is up ahead here. You know, I don't believe he intentionally wants to hurt you. I just don't think he's capable of giving you what you need. And that's the reason that you're going to aim for something much higher. It will be you, Sean, who will walk away there from the life. And I do believe you're the one who finds happiness and contentment, and not somebody who has to get a visa on.
This is what I thought, anyways.
He's very grounded, very down to earth, already has his life established, and is just the right man for you. I don't believe this current one is.
Like, I feel like I'm ready for love, but I just don't feel like this was right.
Yes, no, you're spot on. This one is not right for you. He's not able to give you what you need. And the thing is that, you know, it's time to move on.
Right. Thank you.
I'm really getting that sense too, Francis. I feel like that next guy is actually quite local to her. Is that the same thing you're getting as well? Yeah. I actually feel like it's got kind of almost like a businessy, professional kind of energy as well in the type of work he's doing. And I totally get saying it's just the guy you've got right now. We don't intend to hurt her, but it does feel like he's just not able to give her what she's looking for. So, yeah, really, I'm putting the cards too. So, we hope that helps you, Cheryl, with everything. Now, I've also got someone who's grouped men. Now, this lady's from, thank you so much for writing in. Everyone, you can write in to Soulstar Radio. Just go on to soulstar.media, or you can go on to Facebook and type in Soulstar Radio with Jacqueline, you'll find me. And I've got Donna. She's in United Kingdom in Neath, and she's born 11th of May, 1990. And her question is, my brother's funeral was on my birthday. Is he around, please? And I'm just going to pull up the photo of him there. That's him there.
What's the first time again, please?
Donna.
Hi, Donna. I do believe your brother's very much there around you. There's a very strong tie between the two of you. With your brother, I do get the feeling that there's ongoing health out here. That's what I get the sense of. I do get a struggle with breathing there as well. But I get the feeling that he's much more happier there on the other side. He's also mentioning children. You know, he's passing his love on to his family and onto the younger members there of the family. So whether this is his own direct children and also sort of nephews, nieces, he was very much family orientated. You know, he was certainly a very educated man too. I get the feeling that before he got ill, he was very educated and getting all these books seem to be associated there with him. You know, he was a man who sort of, you know, certainly was sort of highly intelligent. He's somebody who would have taught people, you know, either through his working life or his day-to-day life. I just get that energy directly there from him. You know, he's certainly very much there with you. You and him had a soulmate relationship. You had a sister-brother soulmate relationship, you know, and that's always going to be there. He's wanting you to become fired up about new projects. There's something about writing here as well. So I don't know whether you or your brother were involved in writing or you're looking at doing something on a written basis here. But he's wanting you to go forward with that. He's saying move forward there with your written projects, move forward there with your work projects, because you're certainly going to achieve great there for yourself. Thank you very much, Mama.
Also, that's really good, Francis. I also got there, it's like she's quite hard on herself in some way.
Yeah.
And it's like just to highlight, you know, you are worthy, you're doing a really good job. It's really important for you to press ahead. So I really like that picking up on that new project and all that sorts of things. Now, we're currently at the Mind Body Spirit Festival in the Melbourne Convention Centre in Melbourne, just up the lovely Yarra River, which that's women. It's there. Behind us is actually the entry to the Mind Body Spirit Festival. So you're going to be there today, and how long's it going until? Yeah?
It's going to run from today. It starts and the whole of the weekend. We've got the Saturday and the Sunday here. It starts at 10 a.m. finishes at 7 p.m. each night. So I'm located stand C36. I also have my team with me today. Yep. I have my team of readers. You know, they're at B10. We've got sort of several different people. We have Paulus Verstappen, who sort of specialises with rooms. They're all fascinating all by themselves. Ron Kelly specialises there with the psychometry and the medical intuitive side of things. We've got Leon at my stand, who's sort of she's also one of our colleagues in Psychic TV, so she's quite amazing. You know, with her experience. Doreen Boxtel, she's actually sort of highly spiritual, excellent giving people psychic counsel, psychic guidance. So there's myself and my team here, and Jackman's with him as well.
I'm actually going to be at my shop and office in CBD in Collins Street for the weekend. I tend to at times come along to the MBS and do the talks here and do the reading demonstrations rather than stand. So I go and out again.
Yep.
You know, sometimes I'll be in my office and they'll be having a reading on the Friday. And they go, oh, so Jacqueline, are you going to be at the MBS with the stand this weekend? And I go, you've had your reading here, haven't you? And they go, oh, yeah, okay, gotcha. But still, I have done here before. It's a wonderful festival. There's a lot to come and see. And we've actually got time for one more caller, I think. We've got Danielle in Boston, Massachusetts, in the US. Hello, Danielle, are you there? She's there somewhere. Can't quite hear it, can we?
No, can't quite hear you, Danielle. Just waiting to hear from you.
See if you can come in. Otherwise, I do have another written reading.
Yep, that's fine.
We might go to that. We've got Celine in Melbourne, Australia. Her date of birth is the 22nd of March, 95. And she's saying, I've had the closest people die to me in the worst ways, getting married soon and want to know if they are around me, how they feel about it, and want to know if they're with me, if they're okay, safe, and if I'm making the right decisions in life. So I've just got a photo of her coming up now.
Selena, I most definitely believe you're making the right decisions. I do believe this man very much loves you. You've got several people with you. You've got a mother figure on the other side there who's watching over you and is very happy for you. There's a woman here who sort of would have either passed some cancer as well, something connected either with the breast or the chest. That's what I'm picking up on very strongly that's there. You know, but she's certainly there watching over you, that's for sure. And we also have a male figure that's there as well. You've got a few people that's there around you as well. but most definitely you are making the right decision. It is time to go forward, that's for sure. And the good thing about your man is that he's not going to only just wipe your tears, he's going to give you the power to go forward there with things. He's a very strong-minded man. You know, he will give you that wise advice, that strength when you need it. It shows us here on his working front that he's extremely professional at whatever he may do. He's very well known here for his mind, whether he works in law, medicine, or some kind of professional basis. He's known for his mind. He's highly intelligent, highly respected. But the thing is, he's drawn to you because you're opposite to him in a way. Because you complement him, this sort of thing. That you're more, you know, that thing that goes to that game, that Juliet that goes with Romeo sort of thing. You've got that strong connection. It's always going to be there. Sure, you two may not always see everything the same. But Celine, I don't believe you want a yes man. I believe you want somebody who's going to be himself. And that's definitely what you're getting with this man, and it's genuine and positive. So go ahead with it, sweetheart. You're doing the right thing. Just learn to trust yourself.
Does feel that way, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now, we might try Danielle again in Boston. Are you there, Danielle?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
I'm feeling her. I'm just not hearing her. Yep, she's there.
Hello?
Okay, we still can't quite hear her. Did you want to try picking up the pen, even though we can't hear it? And see where...
Danielle, you've got some awesome things coming up ahead career-wise. Things are really going to go forward for you in a good way. You've learned to be very independent. You've achieved a lot for your life through your independence. It does look as though, in a way, that your financial side of things is certainly going to be very secure. In a way, it's like creating like a new home environment around you, which may mean either a move, new furniture, new furnishings. You know, I feel like you're really going to get enjoyment out of your life. I get a strong connection with the bush, with animals, and nature there around you as well. That's what stands out very strongly. But you're very much on the right path. And Danielle, there's an older female who watches over you very much. I get the feeling you're sort of like a grandmother sort of feeling coming through here. And I'd say this is on your mother's side of the family as well. She's somebody who loved nature, so that she really had a way with animals sort of thing. I see this quite compassionate side of things of that. And she's one of your guides, standing out there very much watching you and guiding you and directing you in the right way. What you've got to learn to do, though, is trust yourself and drop any fear and replace that with faith. You've got to drop the anxieties, have faith, and just go forward. Thank you very much. Awesome to read you, Danielle.
Beautiful. I was actually saying
Thank you so much.
Part and he's sort of wavy and held back in a bit of a bun there. It's pretty beautiful, that lady. Hopefully that helps Danielle. And Danielle, if you need to, you can always contact the show directly through soulstar.media or go on Facebook, Soulstar Radio, and I can sort of, when any gaps that might be there, if you haven't quite heard you, haven't heard us. Also listen to the podcast later. It's been wonderful having you on the show. But let's talk about briefly as well with psychic protection for just a few minutes. For those who are sort of new to it or feeling a bit bogged down with heavy energy, how can they sort of shift that, would you say?
See, Jacqueline, what I'm doing is come 2020, I'm actually focusing on 2023, my teaching year.
Yep.
Okay, so therefore going to be workshop and courses. Those are listed there on my actual website on francisbevan.com. So they're sort of going to be here for all over Australia. Plus I'm travelling actually to Malaysia. I've been here as well. And that's going to be part of what I'm going to be teaching Malaysian people. One of the easiest things to do with psychic protection is, whilst I'm not religious, I do believe in the Bible. I do believe that it's certainly to help you the strength. But it's also the fact is having that faith in yourself, a full faith in the universe. And if you need that help, you need that protection, ask for it from the universe, ask for it from your guides, ask for it from God himself sort of thing. Because it is going to be there. And the whole thing is, negative energy very easily invades when you get anxious, when you get worried, when you get stressed. So you need to make sure that you're doing your best to take care of your health, your general state of health, you're meditating, relaxing, going to connecting again with nature sort of thing. That's what it tells us. You know, so if you can focus on that and focus on sort of just creating that positive space, that positive energy, that will block out all that negativity.
So negativity as well, for people who don't think about, like, I just think that good, bad. Sometimes people can be focused on that other person is just all bad and I'm just all good and I am just a victim and they are the perpetrator. It can be that we need to look at our own actions as well and take responsibility for that and kind of take ownership of that. And look at how perhaps we might have annoyed that person if we put ourselves in their shoes. So sometimes that thing of not invalidating others and not getting stuck in judgment, and that's part of that holding of grudges and judgment. That's sort of all the negativity as well, isn't it?
Most definitely.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is focus on sort of improving ourselves, to step back from judgment. See, this is where a lot of the Christian people get it wrong.
Yes.
The fact is that Christ never believed in converting others. Christ believed in his life being an example for others.
And to lead by example.
And to lead by example. You know, so it's always coming from that higher source sort of thing, not that judgmental space, not that you must be doing it my way, but simply showing that this is what works for me, perhaps it could work for you as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think that kind of works. It's like when Mahatma Gandhi said, I do like your Christ, I don't like your Christians. And you sort of think about that, and there's a lot of fantastic Christians out there, I would say. But when you get people who are very, blindsided, it's only this way, it can't be any other way, and everyone else is a sinner, and you're bad. I think that's where we get into trouble. It's really about creating that openness and tolerance. Because if you have that openness and tolerance, acceptance, without just allowing everything in, you have your own filters still. But if there's an openness and an acceptance of other people and other people's way of being, then you're kind of freeing of any of those abilities for people to hook into you or you to hook into them. And it's really that lack of hooks that stops that energy from sticking like that.
And if you can focus on being detached.
Yeah.
And trying to be objective and standing back, not allowing your emotions to control you.
Yeah.
That's where people go wrong. They allow their emotions to control you.
Yep.
And sort of with business is not emotional.
Yep.
You have to look at a business as business and take that separate sort of stance. That's what you've got to use. You have to sort of detach. And when you detach, you can see things much more clearly. And you can choose whether you want to be negative or whether you want to be positive. So you create that positive.
That's it.
And you go around.
It's been beautiful having you on again, and lovely to this time be doing a show side by side. And I'm really hoping you have a wonderful weekend at the MBS here.
Thank you, Jack. It's always awesome to work with you, always awesome to see you, and it's been to connect with you as well.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for everyone who's written in, who's called in. We're sorry we can't get to all callers and everyone who writes in every time. We do our best. And so we'll be back, same bat time, same bat channel next week on Soulstar Radio. In the meantime, we've got a lot of shows coming up tonight on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Stay tuned for more. In the meantime, I'm going to send lots of love. Bye!
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sapphire Souls with Amber Price. Amber Price. Live from amber-price.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Sapphire Soul
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. I'm Amber Price from Sapphire Souls here on Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I'm so happy to be back this week and ready to go. I hope everybody had a refreshing week full of mindfulness and maybe time to reset. And so today we're going to be talking about some interesting things about the energy in the universe today. This week has been absolutely crazy for the energy that's been just kind of boiling around everybody. And so as I'm doing my light work and I'm seeing clients this week and I'm navigating through my own personal life and all of the things that are going along with it, it is just more obvious that we're in a shift. So last time we met, we talked about how the fall changes things and how we, the trees remind us that as the fall's the leaves lose, oh my goodness, the trees lose their leaves, that we have a time for change. And so basically, this is reminding us that we have to really start to let go of some things. And so when we do let go of these things, what happens? Well, it creates more openness and more opportunity to feel lost or disconnected. And that's necessary. You have to be able to feel something. And what we want to remember is that when we do feel something that might sound negative, it doesn't mean that it's bad or that you shouldn't be actually feeling those ways. And so when you feel disconnected, it really just does remind us to be able to make room for something, see what it is that's knocking on our door, and allow it to come on in. And so when we talk about the spiritual energy of this week's universal energies, there seems to have brought a lot of anxiety for people, a lot of tension, a lot of feelings down. And so when we talk about how we're supposed to navigate through that and really feel like you can still get up and go every single day, it's really just time to self-reflect. And when we are able to reflect, we're able to kind of get a little bit more of a grasp on what it is that the universe is trying to say to us. So today, we're going to talk about our higher self. And our higher self is really just that inner voice that gives you that gut feeling that, oh, I knew I shouldn't have done that, or I was right. And that's kind of the idea that, you follow your gut instinct. It's like when, you were in school, maybe some of you are still in school, which is amazing. It's always great to be a lifetime learner. And your teacher always said, don't change your answer. If you have multiple choice, you pick and go with your first gut instinct. And so this is what we're guided by. Our spiritual higher self is giving us that, compass to guide us. And so when you have time to actually sit in silence or to allow yourself to really spend time doing something that you really like to do, it gives you that time to really reflect on what it is that you might be lacking in your life or what you want more of, and to really set the goals and really achieve them. And so this week we found that the energies were really talking about self-doubt. And so the ego or the mind is really supposed to create a very safe environment for ourselves. And so the brain is doing what it's supposed to do, and the ego is doing what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to say, wait a minute, this is way too risky and I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to put myself out there. And so the brain is doing what it's supposed to do. But through that energy, the dense energy of our mind and of our ego, you have the spiritual soul, the higher self that's really trying to get through. And it actually isn't that difficult to hear it. We just have to choose to hear it. And so when we do, we are often faced with more doors that are opening, or windows that are opening you get to crawl through. The more you say yes to opportunities, the more opportunities that you're going to get. So the more that you're open to abundance, the more abundance you're going to get. And so it really is a choice. And that choice is really important, because you can choose a whole bunch of different things that your life is going to be made up of. And so it may be a mix of choosing to deny yourself of something that you really do deserve. And so how I'm seeing it, and the universe is kind of reminding this week that the only way you're going to achieve the goals that your higher self needs to achieve here in the physical world, in this human experience, is if you actually take the time to be able to adjust your plan and say, I am no longer going to fear taking a risk, because every single person here on this planet is here doing the exact same thing. And so what happens is, other people might be in our ear and saying like, oh, you shouldn't do that, or, you can't make a living out of something like that. I was speaking to a few people this week in my life coaching, and it's an often said thing to people that, oh, you can't make a living being an artist. You can't do photography. Oh my goodness, what are you thinking? You can't switch your career halfway through your work life. And so basically, challenge yourself to say, why can't I? What's the biggest thing that I'm going to lose in trying? Because I guarantee the only thing that you're going to lose is that dread every day of going through the same cycle, the same routine, the same everything. And so when you actually take a leap of faith and put your whole heart and soul into something, you can never lose, because your soul is guiding you. But you can hear that self-doubt, right? So you've got, well, you know what? I make enough money, so I should just be happy with what I have. At least I have a job, or at least my relationship is not that bad, and I should just be grateful for, what I have. So it doesn't matter what it is in your life you're trying to change. If it's deciding to go back to school, you can talk yourself out of it. If it's deciding to change careers, you can talk yourself out of that too. But I can tell you something, and this is from our spiritual team, so our guides, our angels, those that are wise and trying to share this information with us. It is as easy to talk yourself into it and to really follow your life's purpose and your plan. So really try to manifest what it is that you want to achieve. Now, when we're talking about how does our higher self help us? So Amber, how does it help me to understand how I'm supposed to connect to my loved ones more by just deciding to change my job or to make a change in my life in any capacity? And the answer has been given to me. And so after asking the same question, because of course, I've always had these same questions that you guys will have. The answer is, if your energy is consumed with a negative vibe, whether it's worry or fear or concern, any of those things cause a very, very dense energy. And so you can't communicate with your higher self. You can't hear from your angels and guides. You can't hear from your loved ones in spirit as easily and as fluidly if you were to actually be living on your authentic path. And so this is getting the fulfillment, the satisfaction, being an inspiration and a leader, and really taking control of your life. And so it's really reminding us this week that if you're feeling uncomfortable in any area of your life, you need to make a change. And so this is just kind of like putting those voices in your head aside. Maybe it's not, just the voices in your head. Maybe it's actually friends and family, or other people that you've talked to about your goals, that they're just like, this is maybe scary or risky. And so the only way that you're going to figure this out is if you actually give it a shot. So we've got today, fall is reminding us to change. So how we would understand if we're supposed to be changing right now is if we're feeling uncomfortable, if we're really, really getting anxious feelings, or sadness, or feeling of disconnect. And so more and more, we're feeling like this is something that I have to choose to live with. And that is not necessarily the case either. And so when you actually look at what it is that you want to change, then it's easy. You've got, what is my timeline? How do I get there? And you're not alone, because you shouldn't ever feel like you need to do something alone. Whether you can depend on someone that is already in your life, or whether you find a mentor in your area that you're actually able to depend upon to see how they did it, and to join forces with other like-minded people that are able to kind of build this up for you. And then you've got the action. So you've got your timelines, you've got your mentor, you've got your like-minded people, and now you actually need a plan of action. And so what steps are you taking, your personal accountability, in order to make those changes? Because when you're coming for a psychic reading or a medium reading, and you're looking for your loved ones or your spirit guides to give you guidance, they're only going to be able to give you insight into certain things, and all of it resolves around if you're able to make the commitment or take that first step. So they cannot deliver things to you that you're not willing to accept or you're ready to take on. So don't forget that when we're talking about what can you tell me about the future, and how can my family and friends or my spirit guides help me? Well, they can definitely show you different paths. They can light up different ways for you to kind of see things from a different perspective, and maybe have some great ideas and insight into this. But it's up to you in your human experience to take those actions. And so the other thing about action is that you really need to change your action in order to actually change how you're feeling. And so when we do get stuck in these ruts, and I'm talking about like getting into the monotonous, like, oh, I've got to go to my job every single day, or I wake up and I do the same thing and it's over and over and over, and I really just can't crack this. And, something must be wrong with me because it's just the same thing over and over, and everything is happening to me, and how come it's all about me, and I must have done something wrong in a previous life, or I'm being punished for something. Those are all ways that your ego is validating your feeling of safety in this rut, or in this safe zone that you've created for yourself, because you already know what that feels like. So we already know that it's comfortable here. We may not like it, but we already know what it does to us, and so we stay there. And so what happens is, if it looks like we have to change something, we might actually feel like it could be better for us, but what happens is we've never been there before. So our ego will say, whoa, I don't know how that's going to make me feel, and I already know that this is comfy, so I'm going to stay right here. So the only way to get through that, though, is to make the leap and to actually get yourself out of that situation and into a new situation in order to feel that feeling. And so it's going to take some time to reprogram yourselves, right? Because you've got already maybe days or weeks or years or decades of really having that same role in your life that this thing has provided you. So whether it is the job, or it's the relationship, or it's caring for sick family members, you already know what that role provides for you. And so now you need to trust, what does my life look like without having that in my life? Like, who am I now? And so it's not as simple as, your friends like, oh, well, quit your job. It's okay. Go ahead. You're going to have fun. It's going to be great. Just try. But the other aspects include, really, it's a new routine for you. It's new people. It's a new community, which brings new energy, which you have to adjust to. You have to learn, which takes energy and is very tiring, as you know. And so when you're adjusting or changing your plan and making your goals, make sure you allow time in order to really be able to adjust to to all of those things, because if you're not, you're setting yourself up to kind of get back into that comfort zone, and you might want to bail out and kind of be like, that sucked. I didn't have a good experience, and I really, really feel disappointed because you know what? Everybody was right. I didn't make it work, and so here I am again in the same thing, and nothing ever works for me. And so, so your spirit guides and your angels and your whole spiritual team are here today to remind you that this week in particular in the universe, it is really, really challenging you to take that leap into something new, or at least to start making the decisions that and you're self-aware of what is it that you're actually benefiting from in your current life, and what could you be doing to benefit even more. And so you could have everything already sorted out. You have already taken all these leaps and you're really into it. And you're like, Amber, I've had my goals. I've set my timelines. I've got my action. I'm in it. I'm doing it. I love it. But I don't know what now because I've been doing this. And now I'm like, I feel like something's lacking still. And so that's how you're ascending, because you can't stay in one thing for too long. So recently doing a meditation, I had asked, because one of the things that I find interesting is, here in Canada, in Ontario, some kids are about 17, 18 years old when they graduate grade 12 high school. And at that point, they're really supposed to know what it is that they want to do with the rest of their life career-wise. And in most cases, by grade 9 or 10, they're supposed to be at 14, 15 years old, really setting up what classes they're even taking in order to get to that goal in grade 12, to be able to be connected to post-secondary education to get to that goal. So if you're thinking about the fact that you don't even really know who you are at that point, and who you are at 17, 18, 19 years old is going to be very different than who you are at 27, 28, 29 years old. And so when this happens, you can't expect that you're going to be okay with the one career choice for the rest of your life. So this is something that during my meditation, they really helped enlighten, because what I've noticed in my career as a life coach and a psychic and a medium is that most people are not fulfilled with the job that they're doing because it's not what their soul's purpose is. And so if I know what my soul's purpose is, then I have fulfillment, which equals success. And so when I have a successful life, it doesn't matter how much money you're earning. It doesn't matter how many kids you have or how many cars you have parked in your driveway. You have the energy that's radiating out of you, and it screams satisfaction, fulfillment. It's just radiating like the sun from your energy. So it's really just deciding to know. You can pick your career out of high school, and you can do it for 5 to 10 years. And in 5 to 10 years, if you're starting to feel the itch and you really need to make the changes, you might just have to tweak your area that you're actually in. So if you're already in healthcare, maybe you're going from, one level of nursing to another. Or if you're in law, maybe you're going from, legal assistant to lawyer. It doesn't matter. You could completely switch. You could be a lawyer and then all of a sudden want to open a restaurant and completely abandon law and just completely go into a different field altogether. And this is okay. And so we really have to get rid of that notion that the disappointment is coming along with those changes. People feel like if I make a change in my career and I don't know what I'm doing, or I've been flip-flopping between careers or jobs, that it kind of puts off an energy that, I'm flighty or I'm indecisive or I really don't know what I'm doing. And there's a lot of time and energy and potentially resources that are wasted in going through these ventures. But what actually is being told and taught to us by this is that your soul is challenging you to put yourself first and to put your needs first. And when you do that, you can serve the community, the world, humans around you with much more intensity and like fulfillment and purpose. And so the meaningfulness behind the work that you're doing goes from here to way up here. And so when that happens, you become successful, because if you can get your role in life and really have the passion behind it, that's what gets you success. That's what gets you fulfillment. And so from there, that's when you get to navigate the map of your next part of your life, and it takes you in whatever direction that you want. And so right now is the time to really start crafting up a plan to decide. And I really feel that there are too many people right now that are really deciding to just play it safe and stay where they are and really not rock the boat and really put themselves out there because it's uncomfortable. And so what I say is, it's short-term discomfort. And so if I'm looking at, changing my job, I'm just using careers because this is actually the week in which people are being tested for this. So if I change my job, I might have 3 to 6 months of discomfort. But if I stay where I am guaranteed to have 15, 25, 35 years of discomfort. And so really just kind of weigh it out, because if it's really just a short-term commitment, you're going to get somewhere in the long run. The other thing is that when you want to communicate to figure out what it is that your life purpose is, you don't just have one. Like, people think that it's just one life purpose that you're here to achieve. And sometimes that is true for some souls, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes you might have multiple purposes. And so, for instance, I knew that from a very young age, probably 3 years old, I was meant to be a mom. And so that was just something that I knew. If I could have had 12 children, I probably would have. And so, I joke about that all the time, and I just say, I would have just kept going. And so, I also know that I'm supposed to be a light worker. And so this did take me some time to figure out along my career. And so when this comes up, it's not a choice. I don't have to choose to be a mom or a light worker, and I don't have to choose between those things. It's a mesh. It's what I'm supposed to be achieving. And so, so all of you might have this same situation in which you're like, I really love doing this, but I really love doing this, and I can't choose between the two. And your soul is not asking you to. It's not asking you to choose. It's asking you to make room for everything. So, how do you know what your life's purpose is? How do you hear it? How do you get to the point where you feel like you even know that what you're doing, even if you have passion for it, is true? And so this is a few pointers. If you can actually reflect on what makes you happy when you're not being paid, that's your number one purpose in life. So if you absolutely love to garden and you get joy and fulfillment out of it, and you're like, I could work outside every single day of my life. Maybe you're really meant to be in horticulture, landscaping, design, architecture. And so this is something that you kind of have to decide. It might not be the traditional sense of it. You might not be able to think that, maybe I physically can't handle doing this job every single day. Well, why are you thinking it has to be the same as what you're doing? All you have to get to is that industry, to that passion that you have, and create what makes you sing and what makes your soul sing. And so a lot of times the most successful people are the ones that are really taking something they enjoy doing or are very intuitively drawn to do to help other people, and they just started doing it, and it became their career, it became their passion and their life's purpose. And so you don't have to stick with tradition, is what I'm saying. You don't have to be a teacher, a lawyer, a veterinarian, a doctor, a financial advisor. All of those ones are the ones that, even when you do career counseling, those are the ones that keep popping up. There's not usually things outside of that. And when they are, there's a big gap between what it is. You've got the high professional levels of education, and then you might go right down to the very technical levels or lower. And so what we're missing is what's in between all of that, and what can I do to change the way that people see how work in the community is valuable. And so that's a lot of times where people have worked their whole entire life, and they've decided that all of a sudden, what actually makes me proud and fulfilled is by helping others in a very not profitable way. And so sometimes people will dedicate the rest of their retired life to volunteering, fundraising, and working with not-for-profits. And so this is what makes them sing, and they take that and they run with it and they become very successful for that cause. Okay, so you've got to look at what it is that you enjoy doing when you're not being paid. Number one. Number two, give yourself time. There's no rush. You've already been doing this for X number of days, weeks, years, months. And so there's no rush to get moving in order to like jump off a cliff that you don't know there's a net at the bottom. So you always should have a plan. And by saying this, you don't just make quick decisions. You have a plan, you make a choice, you do the thing and execute it successfully. And so when you're looking at this and you're making the plan and you're taking the time to do it, you also need the time to understand what it incorporates. And so you might have to do meditation, going for walks, quieting your brain. Some people love doing dishes or, having a bath. And those things will actually allow you to really successfully hear your higher self. Because when you're talking, you're not listening. And when you're not listening, you're missing cues that are extremely important. They might be giving you information like, okay, don't take this job, even though you're being offered it doesn't feel right. And the panic sets in. Oh man, I need any job, so I'm just going to take this, even though you knew right away, your soul was saying, this does not feel good to me. So number three, feel what you feel. Trust your instincts, trust your gut, go back to that, listen to yourself, listen to your higher self, because it knows exactly where you're supposed to be. And then you might have those feelings of deja vu. So all of a sudden you're sitting in this job you absolutely love and you took it and you're so happy, and you're maybe in a board meeting or something and you're like, whoa, I've had this happen before. This is deja vu. This is your soul's way of saying, you did it, you're on the right path, you got here, you did it. But not at all does it mean that in 6 months, you're actually not going to change this, that this is something that you're stuck in. You're always evolving, you're always changing, you're always moving. And you can attest to that because technology is always changing and moving and grooving, and we're always keeping up with technology. So trust yourself, trust the plan, really just think of yourself as, what is my higher self doing? Is it programmed like, a computer technology piece? And so so often we need to update this, and we need to really just kind of allow a download and an update. And so when you're doing all of these things, I want you just to trust in the process. Work with hearing your higher self this week. And so when you do that, you're going to be able to really hone in on what it is that your soul desires. And that's what life is. It's fulfillment and finding what you can do to contribute to the community. I am so excited to be able to bring this message to you. Thank you to Moonstruck TV. See you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone has had a great week. It's been another intense week, and depending on your situation, you may have been dealing with weird, high-pitched ringing sounds in your ears, maybe some moments of feeling really cold, so cold that you just can't get warm. And then all of a sudden, you're just so hot you can't get cool. So just fluctuating body temperatures and maybe some other body aches and ailments resurfacing. You may have had some fun and exciting things happening at home, in career, and with friendships and relationships of all sorts. And then maybe things went from everything being really great to everything falling apart. And maybe for some of you, I kind of feel like that possibly relationship dramas with high emotions, layers of purging traumas, integrating past timelines could have triggered all sorts of stuff to come up within relationships. And, you know, relationships, that's what they're designed for. They are there to purge things from you, right? Your relationships of all sorts are just a mirror reflection of all the good that exists inside of you, and all the things that you like about yourself, and all the things that you don't like about yourself, and the things that you see as a negative. So everything is always being mirrored back to you, and the purpose of relationships is for your highest growth, to move you into deeper levels of love. And along with that, relationships are designed in that way, but along with that is the intense Christ consciousness energy that's bathing our planet, which is also causing purging within. And everything is conspiring to move you along your path and raising your vibration through healing your trauma from the past and learning to love yourself, learning to love others. And so it could be an intense time period for many people. And some of you may have experienced financial fears coming up, and maybe uncertainties. Some of them feel connected to possibly job loss. Some just feel like other circumstances, maybe unexpected bills that popped up, or you got a flat tire, now you need a new you need a new tire. Maybe you broke your cell phone or something to that effect. So just unexpected financial type issues coming up. And then lastly, the other thing that you could have seen is possible changes in plans, right? So maybe you were planning on meeting up with a friend, and then something happened and you couldn't meet up, so then you reschedule, and then that ended up not working out, and then you end up meeting up when you were originally going to meet up. So just weird kind of things like that. And also, you could have been finding yourself having conversations with people or witness to things surrounding communication and movement. And movement in many ways, movement in physical movement, you moving your body, maybe moving locations, movement internally, externally, whatever. So you could have seen things coming up in that way. It's been a mixed week of energies, and lots of you have been feeling
really amazing and have had some wonderful experiences of feeling blissed out in this energy, just as much as maybe there's been challenges that have come up. And depending on how well you deal with challenges and change and where you are with the purging process and having dealt with any residual traumas, you know, you could have been having a really good, easy time of it, or you could have been having a really challenging time. Things I feel like are starting to fall into place for everyone, right? It's not perfect. Maybe it's not happening as quickly as you want, and we are in this weird ebb right now. But at the same time, you can start to see that things are falling into place with seeds that you planted in the past. And many of you may be having very unusual experiences, seeing and feeling things that could have you questioning your sanity. So you might be tapping into some of the other realities, or maybe you're experiencing ghosts, shadows, orbs, flashes of light, different energies. Maybe you're seeing things in the sky. Maybe you're seeing things in your dreams and you're having intense experiences. Maybe all of a sudden you just know stuff and you have no idea how you knew it, or you say something that the person in front of you, you know, was about to say. Just really, really unique experiences. And again, you know, everybody's moving into these natural abilities that we have that have been suppressed and have been hidden from us and have been made to be a negative thing, are starting to come online for everyone. So it's just a matter of time. So yeah, most of you are going through spiritual awakenings. Those of you that have been going through or have had a spiritual awakening, there's always a deeper layer to it. So you're not losing your mind. Everything is happening as it should. And if you're questioning anything, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. You are sane. So we just moved into the new 28-day moon cycle. It started on November 15th and it runs through to December 12th. And this cycle is called the overtone moon of radiance. Its tone is 5, the number 5, and it states empower, command, and radiance. And basically what this means is over the next 28 days, you'll be connecting with your truth and then radiating that knowing. And when you're in command of your knowing, that radiance expands out into your environment and empowers others to discover and shine their truths, right? You're paying it forward. The more work you do on yourself, the more your vibration affects others, and the more that you live your truth, the more comfortable others will feel doing the same. And a great quote that sums this up by, I'm probably going to butcher the name, but Plutarch says, what we achieve inwardly will change outer reality. So expect things to surface in your life that are keeping you from being empowered to command your truth and knowing in order to radiate it outwardly. And what that looks like will be different for everyone. It can show up as old wounds from the past that are holding you back. They're resurfacing to give you the opportunity and blessing to finally heal and to recognize how those wounds keep showing up over and over and over again through other people, just different people dressed up in different clothes, or the same people dressed up in different clothes, and similar situations. And what that presents itself as is because your inner reality creates your outer one. So if you haven't practiced forgiveness or allowed yourself to feel the pain, feel the trauma for a minute, let yourself go there. It's not going to be as bad when you first experience the trauma, but you have to move through it. Like, you have to go through it in order to move past it. Okay. I won't be taking a caller tonight, so I can do 2 weeks worth of intuitive messages for everyone, since next Thursday is Thanksgiving and I'm going to be spending time with my family, although Dave keeps trying to convince me to just do a live show, and yeah, that probably wouldn't be good. Maybe 1 year. We'll see. So, all right, let's get into what you can expect from tonight, November 21st through to December 5th, as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. So, general themes. These next 2 weeks, you'll have lots of opportunities to heal old wounds, like I mentioned, giving you a new perspective on them. There could be blessings in love, money, and meetings. So you might meet up with someone who completely changes your life, or maybe you meet up with the love of your life, or maybe you meet up with an amazing business partner, or your community, your tribe, whatever. You're going to meet people. There could also be unexpected negative surprises. Be sure to slow down and pay attention. You could see more light being shown in the dark shadows, with shock and awe effect, with truths coming out that have been hidden from the public. You could experience something great coming from something terrible. And lots of spiritual experiences and insights regarding angels, psychic expansion, and abilities, synchronicities, artistic expression, adventure, travel, languages and other cultures, support and protection. So there's all kinds of really awesome energies right now, along with some challenges. This next thing, you guys will have to just kind of see what exactly this means, because I'm not getting much clarity surrounding the vision that I'm seeing here. I'm just going to describe it to you. So visually, I'm seeing empty spaces and settings with a missing piece or something missing from the space. Something is supposed to occupy that space, and as of yet, nothing has, but then all of a sudden something does, right? There's also a connection to jewelry for some of you out there. And, you know, the way that I could see it is maybe you're replacing a diamond that's been lost and that fell out of your ring, or a necklace or a bracelet or something like that, and you decide to replace the stone. So that could be one way that it manifests, but I feel like it's really going to show up in unique ways for different people. Many of you may experience another period of expectancy and anticipation. On an intuitive level, you just know things are about to happen. You just know that there's some big changes that are coming, and I can tell you they are. And not only on a personal level for you, but on a planetary level for everyone. And to me, it all feels like something beautiful, something magical is going to come into your life. And you may also feel empowered to take some risks towards dreams and goals when necessary. Then we have some of the heavier, darker energies infiltrating our realities as well. And this energy is fighting for survival right now. It's nothing to fear, and you hold all the power. Just know and understand that you invite this energy into your life when you act from a place of selfishness, greed, bullying, name-calling, fear-mongering, manipulation, violence, and any other lower vibration of causing suffering onto others and yourself. And one false step could lead to disaster, meaning you will experience instant karma, because when you behave in this manner, you reveal your location to the dark. It's then allowed to balance the scales and cause suffering in your life. So make sure that you align yourself with trueness, love, forgiveness, compassion, understanding, integrity, peace, and joy, those higher vibrational frequencies. Then you'll always be cloaked from the dark by the light that surrounds you. And it's the only way to free yourself and this planet from the chains of darkness. So it can't exist without something to feed upon and strengthen its energy. And you just got to pull that judgment and hatred and, us against them and the separation. You've got to just stop feeding into that. Like, stop watching the news. Ugh. Okay. Anyway. Or at least detach from it. Don't believe everything you read and hear, and, just kind of detach and practice discernment. So since I'm not taking a caller, I've got to fill some time for you guys. So what I did before I get into work and love and all that stuff, I pulled an angels and ancestors card for everyone. And let me make sure. Okay, there you go. So you can see it. And this card is called Winter. And I'm going to read it to you straight from the book. And it says, take care of your needs. And the message is, do everything you need to be at your best, then move beyond your fears and limitations. For many of the animal realm, winter is a time of hibernation and retreat. You may wish to curl up in a ball too, but although you may not feel as bright as you'd like to be, a primal force within is encouraging you to continue. The winter card features a wolf, one of few animals that stay active all year round. Wolves know what it's like to work alone or thrive within a pack. So if you feel you need to go it alone at this time, know that wolf medicine will help you move beyond your insecurities and relax in your own space. You have an opportunity to move beyond your fears. Although you may feel in the dark, get comfortable with being in the unknown and trust that the light within you will sustain you through what may seem a challenging process. Ask yourself what you need to do to feel supported and alive. You may uncover something from your past that you have buried deep. Know that when you unearth it and shed light on it, you create space for miracles. You may feel like a lone wolf right now, but it's time for you to be the alpha. When the winter card arrives in the future position of a spread, and I didn't do a spread, so interpret this as you will, or as the last card in a reading, it can also indicate that the coming winter will usher in important energies with regards to your question or intentions. For me, my interpretation, intuitively, it's all of the above, and it kind of resonates with everything that I just talked about in what I feel like the energies will be for the next 2 weeks. So I feel like it's just kind of validating that. All right, so I pulled your animal spirit energy card for the week as well, and let me move my fat fingers. That card is the horse, and I'm going to read that to you too. It states, okay, the horse represents momentum, freedom, expansive energy, and force. The horse represents the most masterful form of earth energy within the deck. It provides us with momentum so reliable, so supportive that you can ride on its back toward any goal, no matter how difficult the terrain. A horse personality is fully awakened, fully alive, and cannot be defeated. The horse's freedom becomes available to us when we hone and collect our energy through daily practice. Physical stamina, exercise, and mental focus, meditation, are the secret weapons behind the horse's legacy. When you're in balance, you achieve anything and you never give up. When you're out of balance with this energy, you want to run away and you feel weak. To bring yourself back into balance, strength training. So exercise, y'all. Again, this card I feel is really in alignment with the energies that I'm picking up on that I feel like we'll be dealing with the next 2 weeks. It's that energy of where you want to pursue your dreams, you want to take some risks, you're not afraid, you're moving past all of that stuff, right? But once we set an intention, the universe will respond, and what happens is anything that is considered an obstacle and would get in the way of you actually achieving your goal, your dream, will be removed. And unfortunately, that's where people end up stopping because they think that's a sign that, oh, I'm not supposed to do this, or, oh, this is wrong. But when in reality, it's the universe testing you like, do you really want this? How badly do you want it? Are you just going to give up? You're going to try one time and that's it, right? So really think about that. Okay, let me move on because I've got 10 minutes. Work, for those of you that are employed, again, we have a positive and negative thing playing out here. Mostly things will be going well, and many of you could see positive improvements and potentially new opportunities headed your way. Some of you will be taking time off for the Thanksgiving holiday. So for you, it'll probably be a really good week because you're not working, or at least maybe a couple of days. The downside for some of you is there could be periods of high emotions at work, with potential arguments, disagreements, egos and tempers flaring, maybe the occasional outburst, maybe your boss just completely freaks she freaks out or whatever and yells at you or something like that, or somebody else. Don't take things personally, get to the root issue and do your best not to get sucked into being mean yourself, right? You don't want to generate any negative karma. But for the most part, I really kind of feel like everybody is going to be feeling pretty good for the week. And I feel like the drama will be minimal. Those of you that are looking for a job, I feel a few of you will get some news. I feel that you got hired. I just feel like some of you are getting jobs. I feel some of you will have interviews that are set up. Some of you, I feel like you've already done that part, but maybe you're just waiting on maybe background checks or, whatever processing paperwork that they have to do with the hiring process. So you're in the phases of being able to start. And I just kind of feel like you'll see some movement for that once Thanksgiving is over. Others, I feel like something is coming your way really soon. I feel plenty of you maybe getting some stuff in December and a lot more in the new year. So try not to freak out. I know that's tough. In the meantime, I do feel like figure out a side hustle to make some cash, right? There's so many alternatives out there now, from dog walking to, my gosh, Poshmark, to just, go through your closets and sell the stuff you haven't worn. I mean, there's just a number of different things. There's DoorDash, TaskRabbit, Care.com. I mean, there's just so many different things that you could really attempt to get into. Uber, Lyft, and I'm sure there's a million others that I haven't thought of. Love, those of you in committed relationships and dating seriously. Again, mixed energies. We've got lots of romance, love, connection, deeper levels of commitment, and just overall contentment within relationships. But then we also have an energy of needing space and being whiny and needy and clingy, annoying and frustrating. So it's going to be a really mixed energy. I mean, you could literally go from like one day you're totally blissed out and in love with your partner, and the next day you're just like, oh my God, I mean, if I hear this person chew one more time, I'm just going to lose my mind, right? So it could be little things like that. Those of you that are single and looking for love, I do feel some of you will have people coming into your life, and it feels so strong to me that I feel like who this will be happening for, the people that are coming into your life or the person coming into your life, it's so strong. Like, I just feel like this person is ready to give up everything to pursue their dream of love and happiness and a healthy relationship. So you could really meet some quality people for you, or person for you. I keep saying people, but for some of you who meet other people, I just feel like it could be a really, really good, strong connection and really kind of be a good deal for you. It could be a long-term relationship. Lots of potentials for new love connections. I just feel so much love and just so many people finding each other. It's just time, right? It's just time. So make sure that you are putting yourself out there, whether through online dating, meetups, social events, matchmakers, friends. Be open and just get out of your house and socialize. That is how it's going to happen. Or My recommendation is you do all of those things that I said, right? Do all of them, cover all your bases, but have fun with it. Don't be needy and desperate. Have fun. Overall finances feel to be going okay. For some, better than usual. A few could have some unexpected expenses. Since we have this energy of wanting to take risks, there's a possibility some of you are willing to risk everything to pursue a dream. That's great, and I say go for it. Just be sure that you have a solid plan, and be sure and know yourself well enough that you have a work ethic to bring it about, right? Because starting your own business, it's all you, baby. It's all you, and it takes work, okay? You have to do everything. So, make sure that before you just spend all your life savings, that you actually are prepared to invest in yourself and put the energy in. Don't take a risk like gambling your life savings away at the casino in hopes that you'll double your money to pursue a dream, or that your dream is a get rich quick scheme off of gambling. Don't do that. I just feel like that's going to have the opposite effect. Also, those of you who have been waiting on some sort of financial decision connected to pay raises, bonuses, or loans, not sure that it will actually come through within the next 2 weeks for everyone, but I do feel like some of you are going to get that good news, and the rest of you, I do feel like the outcome is positive for you, but maybe at a later time, and it feels like possibly not in the way that you assume that it's going to happen. Right? So maybe you needed a loan and you applied for the loan, but you get rejected for the loan, but then something else happens and maybe somebody's like, oh, hey, I'm going to let you borrow this money, right? Something to that effect. Health overall, I feel like everybody is going to be feeling energetic, physically feeling pretty good. The well-being is going to be at a high point. Some of you may be dealing with health issues, but I see you advocating for yourself. You're doing research and you're trusting your body. You're trusting the inner wisdom to help lead you to the best healing. And you are practicing self-discipline to make it happen, right? Spirituality, truth, beauty, joy, happiness, and high frequency energies are going to have some of you feeling blissed out. And some of you will be researching different modalities and spiritual practices to continue your journey of self-exploration and growth. And some of you need to be careful with blindly following a charismatic spiritual leader. There's just a caution there, right? Practice discernment. That's all the time that we have for tonight. I hope that everyone has a very happy and grateful Thanksgiving experience with family, friends, or on your own if you choose. I'm sending you lots of love. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Bye.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host tonight here on A1R Radio. I am doing readings tonight, just all readings, and I want to focus on intuition. And if you have had any spiritual experiences, first off, I just wanted to say that the number one question I get from people from a religious background, especially of the Christian faith, anybody who has read the Bible, follows the Bible, I got it again tonight when I was doing a reading, and that is, if the Bible says X, Y, Z, how is it that you justify still using Christ consciousness and being Christian and doing readings as a psychic medium? And the answer is very, very clear every single time. The answer is always that we all must use our discernment. We are all born with an innate, inherent discernment, which will tell us specifically what is good and what is bad. It is our job and our responsibility to be able to weed out good and bad people, whether it be at a church. And trust me, there are always good and evil people running and attending any religious place. Don't let anybody fool you. The most, how can I say this? The people who harm the most and the people who do the most damage are the ones that are usually the most manipulative, and they take advantage of people. They appear nice. They're not your ugly pirate in the corner, okay? They are outwardly usually very manipulative, very graceful, charming. They look clean. They look amazing. They usually are very attractive. And by the way, that is another way that they gain manipulation, is through their appearance, sexuality, and basically getting people's attention, either being attractive to them personally or sexually. That is a very big manipulating tool that these personality disordered people, or people who don't have your best interest at heart. So again, I go over it and I just go over it and go over it, that it's important to learn how to use our own innate, inherent, built-in compass. And that is building our own spirituality, and that is our responsibility. We can't leave it up to, like, let's say a pastor of your church every time you have communication with someone. If you go on the train, or you're out on the street, or you're at work, or you meet somebody new at a party or someone's house, can you call up your pastor throughout your life every single time you meet somebody and say, listen, I really need you to tell me if this person's okay or not? No, we don't do that. That's not realistic. So what we do is we use our own compass. We have to practice it. We have to all keep fine-tuning our compass. So I'm going to take a call now. Bridget in Tulsa, Oklahoma. She would like a reading tonight, so I'm going to do that now. Hi, Bridget. How are you tonight?
Hi, I'm wonderful. I got through.
Yes.
I've been trying for a while. Thank you so much.
Oh, yay, you got through. I'm happy to talk to you tonight. So what would you like to focus on?
I'd like a medium reading if you can. Do you do those?
Yeah, I do. I can see what I get.
Okay. That and maybe guidance or
guidance. Okay. Now, first of all, I'm getting the female. I'm kind of getting mom or grandma. First off, and I'm not sure if that is. I think she seems more like a grandma presence, and she's really sweet. She's got glasses on. I mean, most of them do, but she is. See, if she feels to me more like I would say, first of all, let me get your feedback. Is this ringing a bell?
Yeah, I have a couple of grandmas. I was pretty young when they passed.
Okay, and so
my mom's still living, so it's got to be my grandma.
It has to be your grandma. So sometimes when we go in for a medium reading, the person who you were hoping to hear from doesn't always come through. If you would like me to focus on a specific person, you can, but the people who have the strongest presence and usually the strongest spiritual strength will kind of pop in real quick because they like to make contact. So I'm getting grandma, and she's just basically, the reason why they do that is because they want you to know they're still with you, that they do watch you, that they do have concerns for you, that they are there to guide you. And it's good for us to know that. We forget about them. We go through our lives and we just don't think about them. So if you would like for me to focus on somebody specific, I can do that. I'm guessing that this was somebody who passed.
Can you? Do you need the name or?
If I don't do as well with names for some reason, that's never been my strong point. But I basically will tell you who, and I mean, I'm also getting a male presence, and it would be a younger son or brother. I mean, like younger than grandma.
My husband passed. That's who I'm trying to reach.
Oh, so you're trying to get to your husband. Was this pretty recently?
Yeah. Well, within the last 5 years.
So, husband didn't come through very, very strongly. I'm getting more of like, okay, so was his mother passed?
His mother? No.
Your husband's mother? She's still with us?
She's still here, yeah.
Because I'm getting that the grandmother may have been his grandma, and that he's with her. So sometimes these things come in and they don't make perfect sense at first, and then as we go through,
he does have his grandma that he was really close with her. She's passed.
Mm-hmm. So that makes more sense now. Now I got son or brother. I think it's because he is her son. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm feeling the son relationship with his mother, and I'm feeling that they're together and they're very close. So did you know his grandmother?
I did not know.
Okay. Because it's basically a feeling of my grandma has me now. She's, we're together, and she's also watching over you. It's like it's almost like she's mom to him. And maybe that's why I was getting mother too with his grandma, is just if she feels very, very mothering.
Yeah, I think they had a relationship like that she was more of another figure to him.
Okay. So that makes more sense, because sometimes people who will come through first are, there's a whole order of things that happen. And then other times when people come through, basically the people who have been passed the longest come through first. That tends to happen a lot. People who have passed more recently tend to not come through as strongly or as often. So sometimes the other family member that has passed prior to the person that you're trying to reach, they will help that person come through and relay some messages. It's a little hard to explain, in the amount of time that I have, but usually it's because they're still learning on the other side. They're still initiating into where they are. They're still adjusting, and it takes some time for them to really get used to it. Yeah, that's usually what it's about. So that actually does make a lot of sense. And so what I do is I bounce things off of you, and you help me make sense so that you know that this is what's accurate. And then it makes more sense to me, because I get it in a lot of pictures and symbols, and that's usually how they talk to me, because it's telepathy. So is there a specific question you have, or? something that's been on your mind about him, or is there a specific question you'd like me to ask?
Yeah, I just wonder, if he went in a pretty rough way. I just wondered if he's okay, and if he's advancing. And a couple of our kids are having a hard time with life, so I just want to know if he's there for them. And my daughter, I'm hoping she finds someone that she can connect with. She has a hard time finding my oldest daughter, and I'm just wondering when she's going to find the right one and be able to start her life.
Right. I really do feel that he has a strong presence. He is definitely doing his work. It's going to be about another 5 years around that before he can really start doing more of the work where he's connecting with your kids more and with you. Sometimes it just takes them different amounts of time here on the earth. It's very different there. The time frame is very different there compared to here. So
I guess I didn't realize how long it takes.
Yeah. And in the meantime, the way that they talk to us is through symbols. And I'm getting almost like a family crest, or I'm not sure if it's like it looks almost like beer, or like something that you'd see on a really nice liqueur bottle or something. It's kind of like silver. It's kind of hard to explain, but I feel like he's coming through with a sign, a symbol, and I'm not exactly sure what it would be called. Is it almost like a family crest, or is there something that he liked?
He was cremated, and me and our 4 children have silver crosses that we wear.
That's it, because it's very silver, and it looks like it looked to me like one of those old medieval crosses to me. For some reason, that's how it came through. So he's just basically telling you he knows you guys have those, and he's acknowledging that he can still see you. He's still there. And the message that I'm getting, and I'm getting goosebumps, so I know this is like super strong coming through. The message that I'm getting from him is that he wants you and the kids to know that life is meant to really test us, and that those trials, it's like he's saying, wow, I had it really hard sometimes in this life, here on the earth. And that he's saying, that's why he kind of went when he did, because it was like he was done and he didn't have a whole lot left in him. Yeah. It was his due time to go. And with the kids, his biggest message for them and for you is that life isn't meant to be really easy. We're supposed to have these really difficult trials that we go through, and that it's something we have to accept, that this is hard, and that it isn't always, exactly the way we had hoped. And usually that turns out for the better.
Yeah.
These things are going to strengthen.
Yeah, he had a super hard life, and I think me and the kids was probably the best thing that he had out of it.
Mm-hmm. I would say that's correct. He's doing a lot of work over there. From a young age, I feel like he had gone through trials, and so there were just a few things that he was still playing catch up on with his spiritual growth. And what he's doing now is, with the time that he has in the spirit world, he's really utilizing his time and being given the opportunity through his guides, angels, and the higher ascended masters, the ascended masters that he works with, to develop and grow these skill sets spiritually. And that's really why he doesn't have a whole lot of earth time to be like bouncing back and forth. But he does want you to know that when you see those silver crosses, that he's with you. He is absolutely aware of you. He feels your emotion. He understands your sadness. And that's really like what I want to get across to you right now, is that he really acknowledges your sadness. And it feels very deep to me. I understand, how much he meant to you, feeling it. And he's acknowledging you that for that. And he's saying, like, it's not, this life is very, very brief. And if you can just, try your best to look at all of the good things that he left you with and all of the good times that you guys had together, that you're going to be able to get through the grieving process easier. And he's saying, go ahead and talk to him. Like when you're feeling lonely or whatever, he can hear you. You can talk to him in your mind. You can talk to him out loud, when nobody's there. It's, it's very personal, but he's listening and he's still there. You can talk to him.
Yeah. I do talk to him, and I get frustrated with it. And my grieving has been hard. It's been off and on. I tried to learn, and I watch mediums and I watch all shows, and I'm trying to heal myself from it, but it's extremely hard.
Well, he's with you. He understands. He feels everything you feel. He knows the depth of it. He's there. He not only can see. I
don't want to make him sad.
You're not making him sad. He is watching you go through this process of grief, and he knows it's like what he was saying before. He knows how it hurts. He can feel what you feel now, and that's okay. He can handle it. He's okay. But he wants you to try to start remembering all the good things about him, because nobody wants to leave this earth with you feeling sad every time you think of them. They want you to feel happy every time you think of them. They want you to remember all the great things, all the good moments, and to remember those things. And go ahead and let that grief play through. That's important work to do, and that will strengthen you spiritually, and it will strengthen you in being able to build empathy and grow your empathy and earn it, and just really be able to help others who are maybe in the same situation. I'm sure that you've had a lot of people say some things that, after he passed, that didn't resonate very well with you. And so what it does is it teaches us what to say, how to support others, how to really support our clan, our community. It makes you a better person. And I'm just, what I would like you to kind of move away from is being lost in the sad part of it, because that can be a cycle that will continue if it's not processed with the grief properly.
Yeah.
And your children, they're going to work through it the way that they are going to. They're all going to do it differently. And your oldest daughter has her own way to grieve and to act out. I know she's probably acting out some, it's normal. Yeah. It's natural. This is all part of that process. So I want you to normalize what's happening right now. This is what people go through when they lose something.
Try to breathe and get through it.
Yeah, I understand. I've experienced grief, and I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for calling in. If you'd like to continue, or you'd like to reach me again for more, you can always contact me. My website is AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com, and I'm on Facebook at Anna Olson Intuitive. And you can always reach out to me again. I'd love to do another reading for you, or for one of your kids. I'm always here to help.
Sure. That's what I was wondering, because the more that I learn, it seems like my emotions are getting so strong with people, like when I'm around people more, or because I'm more of a shut-in. I like being alone, and I guess the more I learn and the more I try to connect, what is that? Is that just has to do with my spiritual growth?
Yeah, that's normal. It's just as we age, when you reach certain ages in your chronological age, you are more ready for new spiritual growth and transition. So that is extremely normal. You're doing, great work, actually. I think it's really about getting in all of your resources that you resonate with. If that's church, you resonate with that, great. If it's, mediums, you resonate with that, perfect. It's whatever you resonate the most with.
Okay.
And absolutely reach out to me if you need me again. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to connect with you again.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a wonderful night. I'm so glad you got through.
Yeah, me too.
Have a good night. So next we have Melissa. And Melissa is going to get a free reading tonight with me. Melissa, are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Anna, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Where are you from?
I'm from Bunbury in Western Australia.
Oh, wonderful. An Australian. Oh, fun. What can I focus on tonight for you? What can I do for your reading tonight?
Just a general reading would be great. Just what life's got to throw at me would be good to hear.
Wonderful. Do you like tarot cards?
Pardon me?
Do you like, would you like me to use some tarot cards? Would you like just a general reading with mediumship? How would you like to do the reading tonight?
I have no idea. Mediumship would be good. Yeah, just whatever comes to you.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. So do you have any specific topic you'd like me to focus on, or just tell you what comes through?
Just whatever comes through.
All right. First of all, I'm getting, do you live near a river, or do you like the water? I'm just basically seeing a river and there's like brush around it, like bushes, and I don't know if it's camping or something happened in a river. Or body of water. Does it ring a bell?
I live near the beach. I live near the beach.
You live near the beach. Yeah, I was kind of seeing those kind of plants around a body of water and like the dirt. I couldn't tell if it was sand or what, but I'm getting that there's a body of water. And then do you resonate very closely with the water? Do you need to be around the water or the beach?
Yeah, I love the beach.
Okay. Because I feel like that's your therapy. And I also am getting that part of that is that there's the elements that help you kind of detox. So your body detoxes in that element energetically.
Yeah.
And
takes away the stress.
Yes. And I also feel like it's a toxicity that it pulls out, and maybe it's the salt, maybe it's the air, and it's just all the elements together. I feel like it actually physically detoxes you, which is really interesting that I'm getting all this. I'm just getting that like your body really needs that detox. And are you aware of any condition where you have trouble detoxing your system physically?
Not really. I haven't been well lately, so I probably do need to go for a visit to the beach. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like your body really is drawn towards those elements, and also sauna. I feel like you need a sauna. If you're having those health issues right now, go to the beach, get out in nature, get into the salt water, put your fingers and your toes in the sand. A sauna would be great, kind of sweat it out, because I do see that there's something in your genetic makeup that is making it difficult for you to regularly detox.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm seeing that first. And then I'm seeing red hair, and it's kind of done up real pretty, like kind of high and hairsprayed. I'm not sure if that rings a bell for you, but that's what I'm getting.
A red head?
Yeah, red hair, and it's kind of styled up real kind of elaborately.
I think my mum used to have her hair like that in the 60s and the 70s. She had red hair when she was younger, yeah.
Did she wear kind of like a lot of pretty makeup, kind of heavier makeup?
No, she didn't.
No?
She was never a makeup lady, no.
Huh. Because I was kind of getting like a nice, maybe it was the 60s because I got a nice thick eyeliner. To me, that's kind of a lot of makeup. Maybe it wouldn't be to somebody else, but has she passed?
My birth mother has, yeah.
Okay. So we're talking about your birth mother?
Oh, no. I was thinking that my mother that has raised me, she used to have like red hair and that in the 70s. Yeah.
So
And you see like we're in a beehive.
Okay. So we have both of your mother figures coming through. We have birth mother who's passed, and we have her showing me your mother who has raised you. And I'm getting a lot of love coming through from your birth mother. Like I'm just feeling like there is a ton of love coming through. I only have 90 seconds left, but I want to just give you the message first that there's so much love, and every decision she made for you was out of love. And I'm basically getting the message that she needed you to know that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I'm running out of time right now. You can always reach me. Again, you can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. And I am also on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. And if you want to continue the reading later, or if you want any other services from me, absolutely give me a call or let me know. You can message me, email me, whatever you need to do.
All right. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you so much. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, I wish I really had more airtime with her because I was getting really intrigued by the mother figures coming through, and I love these adoptive situations. So I really like to delve into that more. But that's my time for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight, and I will see you next week here on A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host of Insights into Consciousness. If you'd like to reach me, again, my website's AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. Thanks so much and have a great night.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Asteria Vision with Asteria. Live from readings-by-asteria.my-free.website.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3143. 24/7. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Asteria Vision
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to Asteria Vision. My name is Asteria. I'm a psychic empath and medium. And yeah, thanks for joining on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'm going to meditate a little bit. I meditated earlier, but I'm still kind of getting in the mode before we get the first caller. But I hope everyone had a good week and also a good day as well. And hopefully work wasn't too bad or stressful. That's easy for some of us to say, right? But let's see what I get. Let me shuffle the oracle cards and see what message I do get for the collective. Also, for those that haven't watched or listened to me before, you can find my business page, Readings by Asteria, and Asteria is Asteria. And I do a lot of lives there as well, and I answer questions over live on chat. So head on over there too if you haven't yet. And let's see what I get for the collective energy. Okay, so I got a few cards here, actually. So I got 3 cards. The first one is, there is so very much to be grateful for, financial success, and the promise of retirement, a rich and rewarding family life. Well, that's always good. So this involves, or could involve, someone maybe retiring or receiving. Am I going too fast? At least I look and sound great. Just need to control my speed. But this is a great card because it does indicate that there is happiness when it comes to emotional fulfillment, but also financial as well. I could take a call. Is it Brianna?
Yeah.
Brianna.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing? I'm
doing all right.
Yeah, what's your question for tonight?
Well, I was actually looking, I put on the thing, I was looking for some sort of medium deal.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to see it, because I lost someone really close to me a few years back, and I just have not had closure or anything like that.
Who was the person, what was the name of the person, I should say, that passed away?
Well, his name was Ryan. I'm going to grab my phone charger super fast here.
That's fine. Go for it.
So I don't lose.
I'm very patient. Yeah. I'll just shuffle while you do that. Brianna, but his name was Ryan, right?
Mine's Brianna, and the guy's name was Ryan. He passed away of cancer.
Okay.
In 2016.
Okay, let me see what I can get from Ryan. But so he was younger in age?
He was fairly young, yes.
Yeah.
In his early 30s.
Yeah, he was young. So what I'm getting is the cancer, it was like it was like things just happened very quickly. And also what I'm getting is unexpectedly as well. But he is at peace. he was also very attractive as well. He was a good-looking guy, smart, very smart, and what was hard about this for you especially is that it happened so fast, and it's like you don't feel you got the closure you needed because it just all happened so fast. So it's like you didn't even get
it. Right before my birthday too, and his burial was actually the day of my birthday, so it made it a whole lot worse.
Right. And I'm sure you don't enjoy your birthdays anymore because it just brings back. It just brings back the memories, but he is at peace. You know, the important thing here is to know that he is at peace. He's definitely resting at peace, and it's not something anybody could control is what I'm getting. It's like, you know, he didn't even know. What I'm getting from him is he didn't even know that this was inside of him growing is what he's saying. And it's like...
No, he didn't at first. It was like all within a matter of a year he was finding out, and then next thing you know, he was on his deathbed.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a sense of you had an emotional satisfaction with him as well, or he brought you emotional happiness, satisfaction. It's something that you miss is what I'm getting from him. You miss that connection with him, that happiness that was brought between the two of you. Do you like to drink wine?
Yes.
Yeah, you like your wine. White wine?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm getting is it's okay to like your white wine, but you know, when you're in your feelings, you can get, you know, sometimes we don't realize when we're kind of numbing ourselves that we've had enough and we overdo it. So, because what I get here is, yeah, and it's okay. I've done it too. We all have done it. If it's not alcohol, there's a substance and something that we all use as a way to band-aid our emotions, because many of us don't want to do that. We're not used to it. So I don't want you to, I don't want you to think that I'm judging you, because I'm not. It's you're fine. Yeah, it's just what I see, but I understand why you do it. I understand why you do what you do. It's just a matter of...
Now I have 2 kids separate with a different guy, and then try to live for them and try to be the best mom I can, but it's just still something always in the back of my mind. We should have had the kids together. And
yeah, you didn't get the completion that would give you emotional satisfaction. That's what it is. Let me see what else I get for you, but I'm not getting much from Ryan. Really. I am definitely getting that he's resting. I literally see him sleeping. It looks like he's sleeping. He's just resting in peace.
That's something that I was hoping for, like something that I know he's at peace and not, like, you know, somewhere he shouldn't be.
No,
like he was actually my first love, and anybody I've been with after or tried to be with, I never felt the same way about them than I did him.
Exactly. He brought you a satisfaction, an emotional satisfaction that I feel that it's a longing, like a missing feeling that you have for it. Let me see what else I get for you. Yeah. You're going to have to just accept. It's not something you want to hear, but this is what I'm getting. You're going to have to just accept that you're not going to get the ending you've wanted to receive. You're not going to get the closure that you're wanting to receive in order to move on properly, is what I'm getting.
That's what I feel.
Yeah. So what needs to be done is you have to just compromise. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's a sense of compromising with the divine that, this is how it ended. And it's a matter of just not feeling guilty and feeling okay about it. Because I do feel that you wish you could have done something to help change what happened. Maybe you feel you were responsible. Maybe you weren't there enough, or you didn't say the words.
Because we did end up going separate ways, and we were still friends up until his death date, but it was getting really hard on him, and it was getting really, really hard on me.
Right.
And it was putting a major toll on us, so we decided we both need to break up for his health and for my mental state, because when I was crying all the time, it was stressing him out more, not helping him any. And so we decided to break it off, and I wasn't there when he died in the hospital.
And it's causing you, because I can feel it in your energy and hear it in your voice too, but I feel it when I'm connecting to you, is there's an anxiety here. There's an anxiety that's been in you or with you for a very long time after he passed. And it's because you have to say certain things to him, and that you didn't get your chance to say. So I can tell you what to do. I don't know if you'll want to do it, but you can either say what you want to say to him and write it down and read it out loud, or just say it out loud. Say out loud what you
see. I've never done that. I just felt like he would never hear me, or
of course, right.
I always shut myself down because
because
I'll always feel alone.
Yeah, and it's also hard to connect to the other side per se if we're under any kind of substance as well, especially alcohol, because it acts as a blockage. You start to, because it's a natural depressant, so you start to focus on how sad you feel, and not so much of what you feel, if that makes sense. You start feeling the sadness, not your energy and your environment. And that's what it is. But I do see you don't sleep at night either. You're not getting the rest you need. You're up late at night. And it's like you feel like you have to wear a mask on a daily basis. And it's like at night is when you take it off. You have to pretend or show people a certain side of you that you don't really feel this way, but you're doing it because you don't want anyone to see that you've been affected. And what I see here is it's the mask comes off at night. But
I'm up until about 3 o'clock in the morning every night.
You wake up at 3 every night?
No, I'm up until that time. I sit there, I get my two boys to bed. I have a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, and I just sit there and think about everything. And I swear at that time, that's what he's always on my mind.
Right, and it causes you anxiety. I feel it. It's
all the time. I should have passed since 2016.
Yeah, you're having a hard time letting this go. It's a matter of you just have to accept how things ended and say what you need to say. Even if you have to do your own little ritual of saying your final goodbyes and
that's what I feel like would give me the most closure. I've just always been
prayer, and then read whatever it is you want to say out loud, really. And you can seal the envelope and then do whatever it is you want with the letter. But I feel it's going to, you actually taking the action of doing this and really connecting and praying for him, because I know you pray. So praying for him and reading out loud what you always wanted to say to him. Read it out loud. The fact that you'll be doing that, physically taking the action, it's you're not seeing it now, but when you do it, you'll see. It'll help you release a lot. It'll help you settle your soul, is what I'm hearing, and allow yourself to be okay.
Okay, sorry, the little one's mad at me now because I stepped over the gate. All right, go ahead.
It's okay.
You're all right, little man. Okay, I'll hold you. Okay, go ahead.
It's okay. Doesn't bother me. I worked as a nanny too, so 8 o'clock. Yeah. So what I'm getting here is, Brianna, it's you need to allow yourself to communicate this. I got 8 of Wands. I know this is going to be difficult because it's something you're not used to, but in order for yourself to transition from this situation and this loss, you have to allow yourself to get what it is you want to say out through words. And if it helps by writing out what you want to say, reading it or saying it out loud, I feel the fact of you taking the action to do this and write down what it is that you wanted to always say to him, it's going to help you heal. It's just something you're not quite getting how it's going to help right now. But if you do it, or at least try, I promise you it's going to help release a lot of what you've been holding in for a long time. So that's what I'm getting.
Remember that. Oops, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What was your question?
No, I was going to say, I do remember that when I had moved out of his house and stuff, and like after on the time he passed, I remember I was sitting on my couch where we used to always sit, and we used to smoke weed together, I'm not going to lie, because, he had stomach cancer, and it was one appetite that was one thing I was helping get his appetite. I remember after he had passed, when I moved back in my apartment, I was really having a hard time before I met my children's father. And I would constantly start to smell his cologne and the scent of marijuana, and I didn't even smoke anymore.
Yeah.
Like I would just think that smell would come across me, and I just felt like I felt something, but I wasn't sure what it was. It kind of scared me, so I'd get up and walk out of my apartment.
Yeah, he was around you. That was his energy. Cute.
That's what
Yeah, he probably was teasing you a little bit. Yeah.
He was always like joking, and he lived his life to the fullest. It's just that closure that I want to kind of gather and get and know that he's happy and well and not suffering because it was so fast.
Yeah.
And he was.
Because he did tell me that moment you smelled his cologne, he was just teasing you because he liked to do that.
Oh yes, to everybody.
Yeah.
I can't even count how many times he pretended he was dead on his couch just to do it to piss off everybody.
Yeah, Ryan, he loves you. He loves you a lot, actually, because you guys had a very strong friendship as well. So
yes, he did. He was my best friend and my soulmate. I'm pretty sure he was my real, like my one soulmate in life.
Yeah, he does love you. I feel that.
And now my whole body is tingling right now.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe do that tonight. Write the letter to him tonight. And just, if you don't want to read it out loud, don't. Read it to yourself. He'll be around. So, I like him, though. He's got a good heart.
Oh, yes, he does.
He always brought very good energy around to others. He did. Let me see what else I get. I need another caller, but I want to finish with you because I feel your pain. And I feel it to the point where it's making me want to cry. So I know that
all the time. I think there's been a wild time where I just sat there and he was crossing mine. I would just burst into tears, and then I have my kids crying, and then it's just a big fat mess.
Yeah. Because kids feel when their parents are upset. Sometimes
definitely.
Adults don't realize it, but yeah, I'm going to stay with Brianna. I'm going to stay with Brianna as a caller. So, Brianna, what I'm getting here is this has been a burden for you for a long time, is what I'm getting.
Oh, yes.
But there is going to be movement out of this feeling of burdensome. You're going to release it. It will be released. What's happening is you've been through a long process. You've been through a very long healing process, but it's been very difficult for you because you feel you lost the love.
On relationships too. Very, very hard on relationships. Even on the relationship I'm in now, I bring him up and it kind of upsets my significant other because he doesn't quite understand. And
that was the love of your life. That's what he's not understanding.
Yeah, exactly. Without Ryan, I wouldn't know how to love myself, my kids, or anybody
Yeah, because he was your soulmate, the love of your life. He was your true love. You're correct by what you said earlier. So it's just a matter of you have to believe that he's never really gone and allow yourself to express that you miss him. It's okay to miss someone. And if you don't feel comfortable telling someone that, it's because you already know they're not going to understand your pain or what you're feeling and at that moment. They're not going to get it. Because I feel you get a lot of, just get over it. I feel you get a lot of that. They don't get it. So you need to allow yourself to express yourself to someone who understands the pain you're going through. So you can always message me on Readings by Asteria, Brianna, on Facebook. Okay. I also do readings there. You can join. And, I still have 5.5 minutes left, so I can still take some time with Brianna. So let me continue. Okay. Good news. Let me use this different deck on you for a sec, because I keep getting the same message really with this one. There's a lot of movement and patience that you need with yourself, but in order for the movement to happen, in order for this burdensome to be released and finally gone, it's required that there's some patience that you give. You're more patient with yourself and be a little more compassionate with yourself, because sometimes you can be a little hard on yourself, and it's like you feel it's because of your surroundings, because you don't have the support. And when you don't have the support, you're going to feel alone. And that's what's happening. And you're being hard on yourself because now you're telling yourself, why can't I get over this? You can't get over this because you're still healing. You're almost there, though. You just need to be patient with yourself, because it takes years to heal. And it also, others are patient with you as well. So whoever you're dating needs to understand where you're coming from and needs to also be patient with you. Obviously, there's not going to be an issue because the man is not physically here. So I don't see why it's even a threat. So this is something that the person you're with now needs to understand and be more compassionate about. When it comes to you healing from this man that was your true love, so it's but like you said, they don't get it, and that's exactly what I feel. You're not being heard, is what I'm getting. I'll
never compare to Ryan, and he's like, I'll never compare to Ryan. I'm not Ryan. I'm like, well, no, you're not. But I mean, and I don't really have words to say it,
And what I'm getting here,
words to say to him.
Right, Brianna, what I'm getting here, it's a time for healing for you. But what I'm also getting when it comes to your new relationship, I do see a new cycle beginning and more stability coming into that. The only thing here that it's a need for both of you to stay out of arguments. Avoid arguments. Anything becoming an argument in order for this to have stability, your relationship now. And he has to understand, the man that you're with, that you're still healing. And in order for this relationship to continue within balance and to be successful, he needs to be understanding of that and more compassionate with that. But I also feel, as a couple, you need to reduce when things are spoken from it going into a fight, or, it's like there's a lot of passion in your relationship. So what happens is, if you're not taking that passion to the bedroom, it becomes a fight, and then jealousy forms, and that's when, let me see what else I get. I have 2 minutes left. So
okay, not a problem.
Maybe some good messages that you need, though, Brianna, because, one more message before you go. There is a need for you to bring balance back into your spirituality and your beliefs. So I don't know, whatever it is, whatever religion or beliefs that you do have and follow, there's a requirement here for you to get back into that. And like I said earlier, the praying, maybe that's something that you do or that you've done and you feel comfortable doing. Yeah, you should continue doing that and pray to Ryan, and pray to Ryan, pray to him and talk to him. I know you believe in that, so.
Oh, yes, 100%.
Yeah. So that's what I got for you, Brianna. I wish I could connect to him a little more. I'm honestly kind of energetically burnt out.
No, you're fine.
And, I'm actually surprised I even did the show tonight, because I just energetically, I'm drained. But you're welcome to come to my my page, Readings by Hysteria. I do free lives pretty often, so you can always catch me in there and ask me more questions.
Okay, 1 second. Let me write that down on my phone so I remember what it is.
Sure. Yeah, it's spelled Asteria, and it's Readings by Hysteria, Asteria. And I'm on Facebook, so if you type it should pop up. Yeah. But I hope you have a good night, Brianna, and I'm sending you love and light and lots of hugs as well. And just understand that things are actually going to be better for you. That it's going to change. You just need to be a little more patient with yourself, because you're healing. So it's part of the natural process of detaching from someone. So.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is your time to shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How are you, everyone? Here we are, midway through October already. It's unbelievable. I'm going to apologize in advance. I have been sick and I have a little bit of a cough, so I'm going to try to keep that under control, but I apologize for that. So last weekend, I had the amazing pleasure of having my first wedding anniversary with an amazing guy. And as we were relaxing and having a great time on Saturday, I took some time out to do some meditation and to find out what it is that needed to be changed in my life. As you know, and as I talked about coming up into October, that October is a big month of change. In numerology, it is number 1 month. So it's like starting over again at the end of the year. And how you find out that is you break the 2-digit number down to a single digit. So you take the 1 plus the 0, and that's how you get October being a 1 month. And so being a 1 month, it's all about new beginnings. It's about purging. It's about looking at what isn't helping you any longer, what needs to change, what is good, what do you want to keep in your life. So as I was looking over this last weekend and contemplating, there were a lot of things coming forward to me about what needed to change, what needed to shift, some of the things that were still working good to hold on to. So knowing that and knowing that October is that month, it's really big in pushing us to look outside of ourselves and look outside of the box to see what it is that is not fitting into our lives anymore. That could be just as simple as cleaning out your closet, making space for something new, getting rid of the old things that no longer serve you. Maybe they don't fit. Maybe you haven't used something in 5 or 10 years. It's all about purging and starting over. And it is a perfect time because the heavens and the universe is right there pushing us along, saying, what is it that you need to do differently? What is it that you need to change to be more you, to be more creative, to be more loving, and to be more satisfied and appreciative in your life and what you have. And so, of course, as I was going through my own, things were coming up for me as my mediumship business, what needed to shift, what needed to change, looking at some new classes coming up in the near future, which you can check my website later, and those will be updated shortly. But it's just this carryover from September being the big push of things that needed to end, everything coming into conclusion. And so now going into month 1, so September being a 9, being the month that ends, and then you start in October with being the month 1. And looking at all of these things. So I invite you, you still have a couple of weeks left to sit down and look and take stock of what has happened over, the last year, and what has worked in your life, and what needs to shift and change, what needs to be purged out, what needs to be cleaned out. So that new can be brought into your life. Because as we purge, even in our closets, our pantries, it allows space and energy to bring in the new things that revitalize us and give us a new perspective on life. And so as things are shifting and changing all over, if we just stay stuck in whatever it is that we are doing, if we never clean out, we never purge, we never look at our life and take stock and see what was happening, what's working for us, there's no room for change. There's no room for growth. There's no room for new possibilities to come in to your life. And that's really how people get stuck in their everyday lives. So it's really important to stop every once in a while and really look at all of those things, because not only is it going to make you feel better. I mean, you always feel better when you clean out and purge out your closet or the pantry or whatever it is. You feel so empowered. You feel like you've really accomplished something. And it's because that energy, that space has opened up and has created energy and space for something new to come in. And you'll be amazed at, excuse me, what actually does come in to place. So look at that and work on that. Like I said, you still got a couple of weeks in October to take a look at this. Again, we're going to come into January being a number one month. Again, another great time to take a look and see what's working for us, even coming from October to January, taking an overall look, what is working for us and what isn't working for us. So sit down, get into it, make your list, make those changes, clean out that closet, and make room for all the wonderful, just amazing stuff that is going to be coming into the next couple of months. Because as we go into November is just going to be building on everything that was happening that we're looking at in October. So November is our building month, going into November and December. So really take stock in that and, be mindful about it, because whatever it is you're writing down, whatever it is you're thinking about and you're putting energy into, that's going out to the universe. And that is what the universe is going to provide you. So make sure that whatever it is, it's mindful, it is in your highest and best good, and it feels good. Because if it doesn't feel good, then it doesn't need to be on your list of things to do or change. So grab your paper, grab your pen, and sit down and really work those things out. Have a good time with it too. It can be fun. So right now, we are going to go to the phone lines. And right now, we have Velvet in Texas. Good evening, Velvet, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Good evening. Thank you.
How are you?
Anxious.
Well, there's no need to be anxious.
No, that's just been happening a lot.
Oh, okay. So what can I help you with this evening?
Well, I don't really know how to do all this. So I've been having a lot of really vivid dreams, which I've done that my entire life. I don't quite understand them. And I do have a 7-year-old little girl that was foster. Now she's with us permanent. And so we're trying to work through all that. And her real dad had just passed away. So we're going through some new changes in our whole household. It affects everybody. And I ended up getting injured in my job. I was a paramedic firefighter. But I'm good to go back to that. So now I'm having to look for a new career, and I don't know what to do. I just feel lost.
Wow, you really do have a lot going on in your life. So, wow, okay. So let me sit with this for just a moment. Let me check in with your loved ones and guides and see what they have to say, okay? So there's just going to be just a short couple seconds here of silence while I tune in, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so Velva, the first thing that your team and your guides are telling me is that you are an amazingly strong person. You are really the glue that holds your family together. They count on you. They depend on you. And right now you're in a position where you feel like you're really just kind of letting them down. And they want you to know, your guides want you to know, that is not the case whatsoever. You're also very, very hard on yourself. And you have to realize that there's a lot going on. There's a lot of changes. And that you are navigating through those the best way that you know how. As far as your job, they are showing me that, so as we come into our lives, we have contracts with jobs, with people, with places, and they're showing me that your contract with your job had ended. It was, you had fulfilled that contract, you had done what you came here to do, and that was ending. And so a lot of times when people get injured in a workplace, it's a lot of that time is that it is the universe showing you that contract has ended, that time has ended, and there's something more for you to go on and do. I'm feeling like that your injury was a back-related injury. Is that correct?
Right, yeah. Yes.
Okay. I'm just being shown like the lower portion of your back, and I feel like this heaviness in my back.
Yeah.
And they're just saying that another reason why you're feeling all this pain in the back is if you look at the body structure, and if you're familiar at all with the chakra system. Are you familiar with that at all? Okay.
Yes.
So the base chakra is all about family. It's all about support. It's all about your root. It's about your base. And that is your base, your family structure has been rocked. And so that is another reason why you're feeling that pain in that lower back. They said that, hang on just a minute. So the fact that you were a paramedic firefighter, you are very, very good with people. You are caring. You are a helper, and it's all related and all focused around the people. That is where you get the most, I don't know if sense of accomplishment is really the right word for it, but that's what drives you in your job, right? So finding something in that same field where you are working with people, where you are helping them and looking to bring something to enrich their lives, right? It's all about that compassionate healer and helper, and that's really what you are. I'm looking to see if they can show me some type of direction.
That's what I don't know what to do, and it scares me.
Yeah, they're saying that absolutely. They know this worries you, but they say not to worry. You are fully supported by your team, by your family, your guides, your loved ones on the other side. They are here helping you and supporting you through this entire thing. Even if you feel like you've been kind of left stranded in the middle of nowhere, they're kind of showing me that.
That's about it.
It's like, yeah, it's like someone opened up the car door, kicked you out, and said, "Hey, have fun." But they said no, not at they said not at all. Not at all. They are with you all the time. They're not really showing me exactly a direction, because there's a couple different directions that you can go with this. They're showing me that in the very near future, you're going to meet someone, and you're going to go into a conversation, and that conversation is going to spark what your journey is taking you next.
Okay.
They said right now, what you need to do is you need to be able to take care of you. You need to get healthy, and be able to get back on your feet. You've got a lot that you're trying to take care of right now. And they said that right now, you being the core is a really important thing. They're just showing me all kinds of like outstretched hands, like like the Allstate commercial. I think it's the Allstate commercial that has the helping hands, the two hands that are out holding, holding something. And they're showing me that is you. Not only are they holding you and supporting you in their hands, but that you are also supporting and helping others by, holding them in your hands.
It's a little overwhelming.
It does. It does.
Which I've never been through that before.
Right. They're telling me that they're telling me that if anybody you can do it, it's you. That you have the power to do this. I'm feeling like too, because it was a work-related injury. Are they supplementing your income in some way? Because I feel like there's a stream, I feel like there's a stream of income coming in that is allowing you to be able to focus on you and to be able to focus on your family.
Only my husband.
Okay.
It's all kind of laid on him. And that's what I hate.
Right. Of course, because that's not the kind of person that you are. You're right in there, elbow to elbow. Let me see if I can get any more clarification. Hang on. They're showing me a connection in the paramedic firefighting field, more in the firefighting field, that there is a connection, there's a person that is able to guide you and to help you. There's still a very strong connection with you and the firefighting world. I know I said your contract is ended with this particular job, which it is, but I still feel that there's some kind of connection, whether you are connecting with those around you and they are guiding you towards something different, something that you hadn't thought about, something that you hadn't even imagined was available to you. But there's a connection about talking with people. So they're showing me that you need to start reaching out to some of your connections, some of your people, some of your trusted friends, because there is a connection in there, and there's going to be a conversation sparked that is going to push you forward into your next career, really. And it's still all revolving around helping people like you were before, because that is your root, and that is where your passion lies. And they said that's really where you need to focus your energies.
Okay.
There's not, it's very odd because they're not showing me a very clear path at the moment, but they're saying that there are some decisions that you need to make. They're saying that you need to sit down and think about some of the things that light you up. What was it about your job that lighted you up? What was it that gave you that passion? Write those things down. Write words down, terminologies, anything. And they said because that's also going to spark some creativity and some path for you to move forward.
Okay. The people are the ones that actually sparked me up.
Yeah, and this is what that. Yeah, absolutely. And this is what that connection is, right? This is where we get our power, is the connection of others. And this is especially powerful for you, because that's what you need. You need that connection to the outside world. And they're saying, just because you're not doing that now, it doesn't mean that you can't connect with them. Connect with them outside of work. Find out what's going on. Stay in the pulse of things to find out what your next step will be.
Which I've actually avoided.
Right. And they're saying, excuse me, they're saying that that's not helping your situation right now. But you have to be ready for that on the inside. And you may not quite be ready yet. But that's where you need to go, is you need to start moving past that and getting back out into that world.
It makes sense. I've just stayed away from it because it hurts.
Sure, of course it does. But they're saying in this case, the thing that is what you feel is bringing you pain is also going to be bringing you the relief, because you're going to look at it from a different perspective.
Okay. That would be nice.
Right.
Because this perspective is horrid.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said this perspective is horrid that I've got right now.
Yeah, I feel that. I can feel that. You have a lot resting on your shoulders, right? And when you're not able to do the things that you love to do, at least if you're doing things that you love to do that bring you the joy, those are the things that are going to keep you lighted up and be able to keep you moving forward. And when you feel that you've lost those things, that's when things, you feel like they crumble. But they're saying, stay strong. This isn't going to last. This is not going to last. It's going to be very short-lived.
$5 years hasn't been short-lived.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I understand that. So, Velvet, we are coming down into the last 30 seconds of our show here. So I want to thank you so much for calling in, and I hope our time tonight was helpful.
It was. Thank you very much. I couldn't even believe that you were able to trigger in on where my injury was.
I was guided, but thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you very, very much.
You're very welcome. Have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you.
Well, that does it for me. Another Thursday night in the books. Reach me over at my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium or Your Time to Shine. You can also reach me over at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com for more information and classes and exciting things to come. We'll see you all next week. Have a great week, everyone.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Avid Advice Live with Persian Medium Fiona. Live from avidadvice.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Avid Advice Live on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
We're so excited to have you. So awesome. Tell me, Fiona, when did you realize you had this gift?
I was at the age of 7. It was a hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we had fun. We played. And 3 hours later, when they want to go home, I said, please don't, because I see visions, I see colors, and I see that you guys definitely going to have a car crash. Well, of course, at that time, nobody listened to me because they didn't know exactly what I have. But 3 hours later, our phone rang and they had a car crash. And from that moment, it took 4 years for me to realize why I see things before they happened, why I feel things before people talk about to me, and then why did people communicating through me when they want justice or something about their life.
So Fiona, tell me, how did you get involved with law enforcement?
I was at the age of 17. It was back in Europe. So basically, they engaged me in a couple of cold cases, and I could help them to find murder or murder cases, and also I helped them to achieve and put all the puzzles together through the colors, visions, names, and of course, spirit talking to me by themselves. Like example, 2 years ago, Coast Guard communicated and said, we have a missing pilot. And I said, I know exactly where they are, but they said, we are in Catalina coast and we are looking after, well, we are not, finding them. I said, well, we are guys in the wrong place. The moment that they said they are missing, I said, they both dead. He immediately connected and says, how did you know it was two? Because it was one student pilot and the other one the instructor. And then he said the student pilot mentioned exactly where he is, and that's why they are dead, because I am just communicating with dead people when it comes to my mediumship. So 40 minutes later, they sent me a helicopter, and then right after, we found the stress signals that belong to that helicopter or that plane.
That's incredible. Fiona, can you walk me through the process when you're presented with a case at first?
When I actually starting to look into the cold cases and murder cases, again, it was the spirit that directly communicated through me. So, and when I started, I was 17. Law enforcement communicated to me and said, like, are you ready to get engaged with that case? And when I felt I'm ready, I said, yes, I am. And all of a sudden, all the names, images, visions, and things come through. And then through that, I understood that when I'm asking, or there's someone asking about some name, and I don't even know about, I should not know anything about their name, I should not know anything about their genders. All I know is the communication that I have together with that law enforcement or, police or officers just tell me, we have a missing persons. We have some baby boy was like 4 years old that been missing for kind of 5 hours. I'm directly connected to the energies, and I pick up the energies through that officers that communicating through phone. So I shouldn't be in a place or be around that families or touching that families or communicating with that families.
Fiona, let's talk about a specific case about R&B singer Jamal Truelove, who spent more than 6 years in prison for a 2007 murder. He was eventually acquitted in 2015 when a jury found that the two officers had fabricated evidence. Tell us about your involvement in that case.
Well, the way that I involved in this case, it was that we got through a couple actually friends, and when they reached out to me, I said I reacted immediately that this guy is innocent and he shouldn't really be in jail. And they said at that time that they can't do anything about it because already all the evidence is against. And I said, well, he will come out, but not now. There is a timing that I can see and I'm predicting, and this time is all about like in between 5 to 7 years. And they couldn't really believe at that moment because they felt, oh my God, it's kind of very, saddest because we should really get him out. And if you said that it's going to be 5 to 7 years, that actually really make us to feel very uncomfortable and disappointed. And I said, it's the time. And through that time, I communicated with Jamal in jail and trying to let him to understand about his own value and he's not innocent, which he knew already. And I said, manifest, and try to manifestation, get yourself out from the jail and make impossible be impossible and show it to everybody. And that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely fascinating. Fiona Johansson, psychic investigator. Fiona, thanks so much for being on the show.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fiona Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Good morning, Heather.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
I just want to start with, when did you realize that you had this ability?
I was 7.
7?
It was a very hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we played, we had fun. 3 hours later, they wanted to go home. I said, don't go. They said, why? I said, because I see that your guy is going to have a car crash.
Ooh.
Of course, they didn't listen to me. They had to go. 40 minutes later, our phone rang and confirmed that they had a car crash.
Oh my goodness, were they okay?
They've been completely okay, but what I saw in my vision at that age, it was scary. It was colors, visions of car crash, and my friend's face, who basically had some blood in. I was very scared. It took actually 4 years for me to discover why I see things before they happen. Why did people connect it to me? Why I am connected to unknown? And what's wrong with me? So, because you don't have anybody to talk to.
No, nobody would be able to relate to what you're seeing or experiencing. Later in life, you're able to use these tools and this ability to eventually connect with law enforcement. Is it true that you have helped to solve 22 cases?
Yes.
What sort of cases are you assisting with?
Cold cases. Many of them was cold cases, old cases, locate missing people, and also connected people to each other who basically been vanished for so many years and they didn't know where they are. And I started with law enforcement at the age of 17 back in Europe, and I moved here to US 10 years ago, and through that agency I connect with intelligence services here as well.
Can you give me an idea of a case that you've solved?
One of the cases that I had, it was almost 2 years ago. Coast Guard communicated with me and said, we have a missing pilot and missing plane. I said, where are you guys? He said, well, we are around the oceans. I said, you guys in the wrong place. Number one, they are not alive. And he was like, how did you know that was they? I said, because it's 2 people that passed. And he immediately felt that you're right about it, because that was the student and instructor. So basically, after 25 minutes, after the helicopter came and took me, we found the stress signals from that plane. And they asked me, how did you know that? I said, he told me where he is.
Wow.
So
what do you mean by that? That you hear voices, or you...
Voices. Actually, it's different, case by case. Some cases I feel and sense them directly communicating with me. Some cases they kind of like connecting me through other people, and some cases it's just the callers and numbers and names, and I bring them to attention for DA, private investigators, and crime lawyers. They put them together, and this was like, wow. You got it, bingo. We got a piece of
very helpful for people who may not have any other answers in these situations. When you walk by strangers on the street, do you ever get a sense for anything?
Of course, because as you know, we are all based on energies. And I pick up energies very fast. I feel and sense them very strongly. And when you are an empath, you can sense people almost 100 miles away, but I try to not, because it's crazy. My life maybe outside is look normal. I maybe look normal, but inside it's not normal.
Is it difficult to have to constantly be hearing and sensing things?
It is difficult. I can't be in any funerals because of the dead people. I communicate with them directly. I can't actually be around and surround people who basically doing something wrong. Example like high-profile people, celebrities, and other stuff, because then I can see and locate them, what they're up to, what is going on. So basically, it's hard for me. I close myself to not see things.
Do you call people out? I know you have celebrity clients. You say,
of course.
I know what you're up to when you're not here.
You know what I did? Actually, Impossible Hollywood, I changed it to I'm Possible Hollywood. I worked through my hypnose to helping a lot of models, actor, actress to achieve their dreams and desires. And of course, I did.
Wow. I know you have a book out. It's called Recoding Your Brain for a Better Life, and you're working on a second book.
Yes, and the third book. The second book, actually, I am working on upcoming book with one very huge and very strong, intelligent agent who wants to talk to me, or basically, stand by on any cases that we solved together, and we are going to say when, where, how.
Wow. Okay. So we'll be looking forward to that one. Fantastic.
That would be fantastic.
Where can folks get in contact with you? Maybe they would like to work with you on something.
Well, to see me face to face, they need to have some 1-year waiting list. So it's
1-year waiting list. My goodness.
Yeah, but if they do have some cases, missing people or crime cases that they would love to involve me, they can connect to my agent, and through that, I will connect with them. But easy to talk to me, because people ask me a million questions about. Guess what? What is my lottery number?
Lottery numbers.
Example.
Yes.
When I'm going to get married. Is he cheating or not cheating? Or stock markets or investment. So basically, avidadvice.com, A-V-I-D advice.com is the best place to communicate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have over 27,000 people or clients worldwide, and I'm very blessed and happy and thankful for them.
All right, Fia Johansson, the Persian Medium, thank you so much for your time this morning. We do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
All right, Stella, I'm intrigued. We'll send it back to you.
That's pretty incredible. Thank you so much, ladies.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about. So I just want to welcome you to the show.
Thank you, Jack.
Much.
I'm so
Pleasure to have
thankful.
you here. So tell us a little bit about your background and the work that you do.
Yes, my name is Fia Johansson, as you said, and I'm a clinical hypnotherapist, and I hijack the subconscious mind, or basically I say that subconscious mind surgeon.
I love that, subconscious brain surgeon.
Yes, exactly. And also I'm helping police officers and private investigators, law enforcement, to finding missing people, helping them with the murder cases and individual cases that come to me from people. Mm-hmm. So all my life, I find my purpose to helping others. And it was easy. I mean, as long as I know I exist, I have to help others, and it doesn't matter how. And the funny part, they found me. I never go after anybody. They found me, they asked me, and I'm helping them as much as I can.
That's beautiful. Now, when did you realize you were psychic?
I was 7.5. So a friend of mine was in my house, and they wanted back home. They want to go home, and I just said, no, please don't go. And my grandma says they had to. I says, no, please, because I feel incensed that if your guy's going, then there's going to be a car crash. So they both kind of like, just come on, stop it. It's nothing going to happen. It's just, she just want to let the friend stay. So my mom was like, okay, just go to your room, have fun, nothing is going to happen. 2 hours later, they phoned us and says, well, unfortunately, they had a car crash. Nothing bad had happened to them, but they had a car crash and they was in the hospital. So from there, my mom said, gosh, I should be scared. I was like, wow, I don't even know why I even said that, and why when I said that, things happened. And I never been normal, like as a child. I always could feel, sense. I always been afraid of dark. I always felt that when I'm actually in the dark, or actually in a dark room, I felt the heat, connection, kind of sense of somebody touching or trying to communicate with me in a very proper way, but in a way that if I could actually tell everybody could say, you're crazy, you're getting crazy. Oh my God, take this lady to the doctor, or little girl to the doctor. But then later on, when I was at the age of 14, I started to realize that, I may be an empath. Or maybe why, when every single person actually dying, people communicating with me after they are dying. So what's wrong with me? What's wrong with them? So then I studied about medium and mediumship. And I moved from my country to Stockholm. And let's just say about that stories. Well, my career started from there. It was October 6, 1999. It was almost minus 30 degrees, super cold. And it was just about 2 weeks that I moved from my country to Stockholm. I couldn't speak English. I couldn't speak Swedish. I just could speak Persian and a little of Italian. I went to the grocery store and I saw somebody is just running behind and with the gun in hand. I was like, is it correct? That was the gun? What was it? So I saw that all of a sudden shooting, and also the police officers, and a lot of people get into the stores. And as I do remember, I stopped the cops to not following and going through the place that he wanted to. And he trying to push me away. He says don't stop me, I have to go. And I was like, no, don't, because he can kill you. And I don't even know how I told him that he could understood what I meant by don't, you're gonna be killed. I stopped him, so I hold him like that. I do remember that. I was like little, tiny, just was cold, but I felt like I have to stop him. However, my career started from there. They understood that if I couldn't really realize and replace that person that was behind the wall, then the officer could be killed very easily in the head. So from there, they asked me a question, how you stopped the officer? How did you know that this guy was hiding behind the door and the wall? And I told them, well, that was my life and my stories and everything. So then they said, you know what, we need you, and you should just be part of us. I was just 14, I was just like a teenager. 13. Yeah, and they've been super excited, they've been amazed by everything that I did so far for them, and I started working with them until I moved to America. So I'm still working with them on the phone. So if they have cases, they're calling me, they're telling me. And there's a lot of clients of mine that they're calling me from everywhere, from Australia, London, Canada, whatever. And that's why I developed the Avid Advice platform for myself to let people talk to me and communicate with me about their problems. But right now, my most amazing, better say, gift that I have is about finding missing people, helping officers and investigators to solving their cases.
Fascinating, fascinating. I'm curious, most people, if you were to survey the average American, would say they don't believe in psychics, they don't believe in mediums. Well, you When you were growing up, was that an issue for you?
As I said, mine was always word of mouth. So I mean, every single person who actually came to me first, they've been non-believer until they see something with their own eyes. Mostly, as you know, like officers, private investigators, they are not really, logical. They're kind of more logical, not biological.
Right.
And when a psychic or medium telling them don't do, it's kind of hard for them to accept from the begin until actually they know that, oh, she knows what she's talking about. So for me, it was hard until they start to believe in, oh, she does. 2 years ago, I found missing pilot, the black box of the missing pilot. Coast Guard communicated with me and says, like, we are looking for that missing pilots, and the instructor, can you help us? I said, you are guys close by to the ocean, and it's just not the right place because I can hear what he's telling me exactly where he is right now. And they said, what we should do now is to send a helicopter and I will guide you guys where to go. And we found the black box, and LAPD confirmed that, Coast Guard confirmed that was from the same flight. And I was in NBC News, and then after that, people just starting to call and communicate more, so that's why I developed Abby Advice, for them to communicate more then, yeah.
Sophia, your success has obviously been amazing. You've been on television, you're solving problems for everybody, including law enforcement, and doing what would often be considered miraculous things. What do you attribute your amazing success to?
Believe in myself, believe in my abilities, knowing my market. I always telling to everyone, because I am helping people to develop their businesses as well. It doesn't matter what type of businesses, but by helping them how to create. So I always tell everybody, just look into what market wants from you. Don't say what market can bring to me, because market would never bring anything to you until you bring quality to market. My only word to every single business entrepreneur, woman business entrepreneur, is about believe in yourself, always quality bring always quantity, remember that. And look around and see exactly what you need, what your market need, and also get in tune with your soul and see who are you, how are you, and if you are okay. Because if you do not have control over your life, then you do not have over control over your business, then over your life and over everything. So stay away from negative people, from negativities, and just be yourself in every single moment and areas of your life.
Now, you may have just answered the next question I was going to ask you, which is, looking back from where you sit now, very successful, very confident. When you were looking back, let's say at the 20-year-old Fia, what would you have told her? Anything different than what you just said?
Never be afraid.
Never be afraid.
To show off.
To show off?
Yes. Because I was afraid always to show off, because when I left my country, I was just a teenager, and I've been together with a lot of Swedish, people, and I do remember the first time when I want to connect with them, they've been kind of super cold. It takes time for them to just accept them or accept you in their group. So I always try to hold myself back and in trying to let them to moving forward. Then I felt like, why I'm doing this? I'm a proud, beautiful young lady that I do everything by myself. I'm helping 1 million of people right now, and I do a fantastic job with a lot of law enforcement officers. And why I'm trying to hold myself back and not speaking to them or just letting them to, take an action towards to whatever they are asking me or doing. You know what? It's time. Get up now. Just hold yourself up and just say, hello, this is me, Fia Johansson. So, and yeah, if I was just show off more and then could say that, good job, go for it. Never be afraid of talking, never be afraid of communicating with people, never be afraid of showing who you are as a person. Just be yourself in every single matter of your life, whatever happened, wherever you are, whomever you are, and wherever you are end up with, you have to just be yourself.
Beautiful, beautiful. So if people want to reach you and take advantage of your talents, your skills, your gifts, where do they go? How do they find you?
There's a couple ways, but the easiest way is if they can go to PersianMedium.com and AvidAwakening.com, and they can reach my platform, which is AvidAdvice.com. So, and then they sign up and they call and chat from there. Sometimes they send me an email because I'm receiving a million emails. My assistant says, "Oh my God, Fiona, they want to prioritize this and prioritize that," but. I will definitely get in with people when they call through Avid Advice, because that's the only way that I can communicate and connect with people directly. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And my Instagram, by the way, I have over 1,300,000 followers.
Good for you.
Which is, I'm happy. And every time when I'm actually having 60-second videos, I see, okay, 3 million views. Oh, thank you, God. So I'm happy that I'm helping them. I'm happy to make them to feel happy. I'm happy to make them and feel them happy.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Fia.
Thank you so much.
You being on the show today. And for all of you, check out her website. She can help you with a lot of different things. So stick around, though. We have one more guest today. So see you in a couple of minutes.
Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Gemma's Spirit World with Gemma. Live from GemmaSpiritWorld.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Gemma Spirit World
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Oh my goodness. I'm Gemma, your host for tonight. Oh my goodness, my producer Dave had me laughing before we could even start this show. Sorry. I feel the vibration in the room, it's quite high. So I'm feeling, oh my goodness, the week has been big for me. And what I wanted to share with you was that on Wednesday, I've been hitting big personal goals, big business goals. I have been working for myself for the last 12 months, and I've been working towards doing mediumship readings, taking stage in front of big, like of crowd of people, basically. Yes, I do mediumship readings one-on-one, and I love that, but I've been working towards doing group readings. And on Wednesday, I was ready. I actually hosted my own event. It was a morning tea at work, and I was connecting loved ones to people, and also bringing through spiritual guidance for them, spiritual guidance. And it was amazing. It's taken 11 months to really step out and step up, basically. And I was absolutely wrapped. And not only that, it felt amazing. It felt right. And the most exciting part is that this is what I plan to do more of next year for 2020. So, yeah, it was a big week. And since really taking up that next step in my business, it's really opened up. I'm actually a lot stronger connecting with spirit this week. I mean, they've been bombarding me all week out of nowhere, but my connections are stronger and clearer, and I'm ready. I'm ready to take that next step. So, and I've just had amazing connections with people. So it's really nice to bring through loved ones and bring healing, and to let, loved ones that have been grieving know that they're okay, to bring through peace, to let them know that, they're watching everything that we do here on earth. So it's been really beautiful to be able to be that person to hold this space for others to connect. So I'm really looking forward to next year. So we're going to get into some readings because I'm excited. We have Crystal from Sydney, New South Wales. Hello, Crystal. How are you today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Oh, my goodness. How can I help you today? What areas in your life would you like me to look for?
Oh, everything and anything, if that helps.
Okay. I keep seeing number 8s around you. With number 8s, it brings through money, and it feels like money's on its way. It feels like it's interesting that there's lots of things, lots of things around money for you, and it feels like it holds you back, but at the same time, you're also a big saver and very cautious of how you spend your money. So I see.
Yeah, pretty well.
Yeah. I'm also seeing you've got lots of numbers around you. Number 4, do you have at least 3 to 4 children?
I have 3 children on my own and a stepson.
Okay, so that's where I get the 3 and the 4. Okay, so I see that for you as well. You're very busy. I see that, obviously all mums are very busy, but you feel like you juggle a lot. You have a lot going on your plate. I also feel that's where the number 8, the money things comes around, everything, but not only that, you provide everything for your children, go above and beyond to get them to the next level, to bring in that bring in the things that they enjoy doing. There's lots of sporting activities going on around them. Is that correct for you?
Yeah. They weren't, they're very active boys and, yeah.
And just a question, do you have a skateboarder in the family? One of your sons?
No. They like to play with the skateboard before the dog chewed it up, but they don't really go out much. I'm too paranoid.
Okay, yes. Because that's, big safety. And it's interesting because I keep seeing the skateboard. And that's interesting that, that they don't do that no more. What I've also got coming through for you is your car. Do you have a red car that you drive or someone around you with a red car?
Yeah, I own a red car.
Okay. Do you have issues with that at the moment? Is there anything going on with that little red car of yours?
Yes. It's sitting in my driveway unregistered.
Oh, okay. That's
and I had a accident in it in 2015. So it's got damage all up the side.
So there's a bit of fear around driving that car as well? Because I keep feeling your heart chakra, it feels like, because I felt breathless around it. Do you also have fear about getting back into that car?
A little bit, because I don't want to wreck it even more, and every time I wash it, I just cry because more damage gets put on it.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful car too. There's lots of good memories in that car. I just see lots of long drives, but I see lots of places that you've taken that car to. I'm really drawn to really more being outdoors than indoors, of course, but I'm really drawn to around you. Do you have lots of an area where it's lots, is there somewhere that you go where there's, I keep seeing like an open field. I'm not exactly sure what I'm seeing, but there's lots of green, trees.
I used to live on acreage.
Okay. Okay, so you used to live, and you don't live no more. So you live, actually where you're living now feels very claustrophobic. Does that resonate with you?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what I'm feeling as well. And it doesn't, I'm just sitting with your energy. I get really, I feel like do you feel like you're struggling at the moment? I feel like I'm caged in. So basically with everything going on around your life at the moment, I feel like that it's a struggle to get through things, but it just feels like there's something holding you back, and that's probably the money that's around, but it feels like the money inflow is pretty good, but at the same time you're very mindful of where that money goes, and I feel like that money even holds you back from really doing what you want to do. Does that resonate?
Yes, it's just that my partner's been sick for quite a while, so I'm the only breadwinner, so I've got to go out and I've got to work just so everything can be paid, and
Wow, you're amazing. You're amazing, the strength that you take upon your shoulders. I feel that weight, but I also feel the determination to push through the hard times. What I keep seeing for you is sunsets as well, whether you're drawn to sunsets, but also with that sunset, it feels like there's a holiday coming up as well. Have you got a holiday coming up in at least the next 3 months? It may even be within now until the next 3 months.
Oh, I'd love a holiday, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, because it feels like you need one, but I also see this beautiful sunset, and so I feel like that's definitely coming your way within the next 3 months. It feels like a quieter period when things settle down. It feels like, when you go on holidays, it's just too busy, and it's pretty much, really going away where it's less chaotic. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really drawn to water around you too. And when I see that sunset, it feels like you're on water or near water. So that feels like it's around that time when you do travel. Yeah. Just a question. I know I'm jumping all over the place. Does one of your sons have braces? Is anyone having issues with braces? Because my teeth hurt.
No, but they do need them, my kids.
Okay. So that's another thing that I'm sure is already on your list to do for next year.
Yeah. Big long to-do list.
Yeah, it's huge. And what I keep seeing is that to really just find that time, to really just be able to stop. I know it's hard with how busy your life is at the moment, but I feel like it's setting aside the time for yourself each week, make that time for you, because I feel that exhaustion in your body. But the interesting part is as tired as you are, you still carry this beautiful smile on your face. So it's like, as tired as you are, you push through anything. You have the strength of the lion. And regardless what comes your way, you find a way to get through it no matter what. I also feel like there's lots of support around you, but I also feel that stubbornness in you that sometimes you don't always ask for help. Does this resonate with your personality? Okay, yes, because that's what I keep seeing. And I also keep seeing that don't be afraid to ask for help, especially when you need time out for yourself.
Yeah, no, well, I don't really have the support that I wanted around.
Yeah.
But my mum, because she always works, but she's too busy as well.
Yep, and that makes it hard too. There's a lot of pressure there as well. And even just like reaching out to, just be able to talk to somebody, if that makes sense. So you can offload, everything that you're carrying energetically in your body as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I also keep seeing for you, do you have a playground around you very close to your home?
Yes, across the road.
Okay. Across the road, and you have, because I keep seeing this playground. So, and obviously the children use that playground, do they?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay, because I'm really drawn to the playground out the front, which is prime positioning for where you live, that you don't have to travel too far to, because they've got high energy to be able to wear them out. It also feels like, and it's interesting because I keep seeing lots of people around you, and I know that you've already got a full house, but do they have lots of friends that come around? Because it always feels like you've got lots of people around you.
No, not really. My kids tend to keep to themselves.
Yeah, okay, so I keep seeing lots of people around them, okay, just let me just see where that's come from. Gosh, that one's really throwing us.
I have a lot of cousins that we go and see.
Yeah.
Like my auntie's got a lot of kids that we occasionally go and see, and they love playing with them.
Okay, so, and you don't get to see them as often as you would like?
No, it's just that my work, because I have to work, I have to be out on the road pretty much all day, every day.
Yeah, because I see that, and I had a feeling that, I kept seeing the distance between, there's a lot of drive, there's a lot of time driving. I also feel like, the new year's going to bring a lot more relief for you in the sense that it just feels like your workload, yes, it's heavy, but it's going to feel lighter. And I guess there's one way to be able to do that. And I think it's, just how we think about things, just our mindset. And I know that you're a positive person because I can feel the strength that comes out of you. But it's like just changing your, those thoughts of, I guess, the exhaustion thoughts to something more positive. Just be mindful of your thoughts so you can create more. I guess I got this energy around you. It just feels heavy, and I feel your exhaustion. So really take time out, but also be mindful of your self-talk when you're low on energy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, I keep seeing, do you have any, do you have, if I was to say the place Grafton, does that resonate with you in any way, Grafton?
Yeah, I wear glasses, or meant to wear glasses, but I need to go get new ones.
Ah, okay. Because that keeps coming through.
Yeah, no, I'm meant to wear them all the time, but haven't had time to go get new ones, all the fun.
Yeah, and I think that's like, next year I just see that, just really, really just look at, it's so hard because, you're such a busy working mum and you've got a lot on your plate, and I just feel that heaviness around you, and it's just really just be gentle on yourself and know that, what you're doing is amazing, and, you're doing a great job, but just give yourself some time out to just feel that lightness around you so you're not feeling exhausted all the time.
That'd be nice. Finding the time for that.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard, isn't it? It's easy for me to say, but it's harder to find.
Well, I find, like, sometimes with my work, like, I'll start late, but I'll end up leaving home early just so I can have that time in my car just to relax.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's the key thing as well, really utilise that time in the morning for you, and don't feel guilty for doing that.
I try not to. Then I feel bad because I'm not at home with the kids.
Yeah, and I understand that fully. It's like, but yeah, don't feel guilty, that's the time that you really need for yourself to get through your day, and also, to end the day with the children at the end. So, to be gentle on yourself is what keeps coming through. It was lovely to connect with you, Crystal. I would love for you to get in contact or even follow my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World, because I need to end our session together as I have the next caller waiting. But it was lovely to chat with you, and I really wish that, now that holidays is coming towards an end, that you do find some peace within, and just, even if it's a speed nap or something, so you can get some rest.
Sure, I'll try.
Yes, definitely. You're amazing. Keep on remembering that.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Crystal. Have a lovely day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Okie dokie. We have Gabrielle from Tennessee, USA. How are we doing?
Good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh, I've just had a big reading, a big caller, just a reading with the first caller, but I'm really drawn to your heart chakra at the moment. Are you going through something really tough it feels like around relationships at the moment?
I'm sorry?
Are you going through a tough time around relationships at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can feel that in your energy and more around your heart chakra. I feel like I want to give you a big hug and to let you know that it's okay to release any tears, any emotions that do come to the surface, to know that it doesn't show weakness, but if anything, it really allows you to express yourself more and to not feel like you're holding on to so much. It really gives you that freedom to be able to breathe.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I just feel like, oh gosh, I feel your strength, but I also feel that tender heart of yours. You've got a really big heart and a really soft heart, and you give a lot of your time too, and it feels like it feels like, oh gosh, you do get taken advantage of, and it's really hard to see because you're such a beautiful person. Does this resonate with what is coming through?
This is crazy. I've been waiting.
Definitely.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this. Like, it blew my mind.
Yeah. And did you say this was between you and your mum?
I'm sorry?
Just then, can you just repeat that last line that you just said, please?
I said that I've been waiting for a reading, and it's blew my mind already.
Yeah, definitely. So how can I help you? I know that I just basically just jumped right into your energy, but you know, I'm really glad that we've connected. How can I help you?
I'm actually trying to get over, or not get over, but learn how to live without somebody that I lost my boyfriend in the past 5 months. I had lost him 4 or 5 months ago. It was June. It was around it was June 30th. This is whenever I lost him, and I still can't get myself to learn to live, without them.
Yep. My goodness, and he's definitely around you. He was a big hugger, and he was, I keep seeing his big arms around you, and he had the strength. He had this strength about him in his energy. He was very protective of you, I see. If you don't mind me asking, were you actually married or intending on getting married? Because I keep seeing a ring around you.
Well, we had talked about it.
Yeah. Because that's what he keeps showing me. And he is here with me at the moment. And he's just letting me know that you, how do I say this, you will always be in his heart forever. To know that you're not alone. And he also is letting me know that you have the strength to get through each day knowing that he is by your side.
So I've been wondering if he, because I don't know, I've been wondering, if he's with me or if he's around or if he knew how much I really loved him, because we had so much planned, and I don't know, there's so many answers that I felt like I would never get.
Yeah, definitely. And it's the unknown as well. And, just even talking or thinking about him, he's by your side. He's letting me know, do you have his watch? Because I'm really drawn to his watch. Do you have his watch at all?
A what?
Yeah, a watch, like a watch that you have on your wrist. Yes.
Yes.
He's really drawing attention to that watch. Does that resonate with you?
What was that?
Does that resonate with you? He's letting me know that there's something special about the watch. Had you given him the watch?
Did I give him one?
Yeah.
No.
What he was okay, because he's just showing me this watch, and he's also letting me know that he's constantly around you. Around your house, do you have lots of plants? Do you have plants around your home at the moment? Because I'm really drawn to what he's showing me is whether it's something that you've added to the house or wanting to add to the house. Plants. Have you got plants around your home at the moment?
I can't understand you. What did you say?
Sorry. Do you have plants, like plants around your home, in pot plants? Has there been something that you've added to the house since his passing?
Like plants, like flowers?
Yes, like plants, like flowers.
Yes.
Yes, and what he's letting me know is that he notices he's around you, and what he's letting me know is that the evidence I'm just trying to pass on evidence to you that I have his energy here, and he's showing me what you're been doing around the house, and that you're been adding these pot plants or flowers around the home. It's just letting you know that he's always around you, and, you know, ever you have a bad day where you feel like you can't get through your day, just even talking to him, he's listening, like, to never know that you feel alone. But the message that he has for you is that to know that, you know, you will always be in his heart. He will always love you. And he if anything, he wants you to find inner peace when the time is right for you to move forward, to know that you will always be, that he will always be by your side. He's also letting me know that, you know, he wants you to find happiness, and that's why I'm really drawn to what you're bringing into the house to create that, you know, that happiness inside your home. It feels like your home brings you great comfort, because it feels like what I'm saying is that you sense his presence a lot around your home.
See, and that's just crazy that you say that, because when I'm at home, I always feel like somebody's there, and I've always wondered, you know, if it was him. But I've always thought I'm just thinking about it too much, or I'm just wishing for it too much. But there's just certain times where I can feel that he's there, and
yes,
it's just crazy. It's crazy that you say that, because I mean, I wondered, you know, is that really him, or is it just me, you know, just thinking about it too much? But
yes,
I can feel when he. But and the watch thing that you bringing that up, I do wear a watch every day, and it's on my right hand. It's at the hand.
Yes, he's definitely there. I don't have much time for I only have 60 seconds
that you say that is it's on my right hand. I wear my watch on my right hand. I had gotten the tattoo.
Yes, he is around you.
I had gotten a tattoo on my right hand that was for him.
Gabriel, are you able to connect to my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World, so that we can continue talking? Because I need to end my show, and I don't want to lose this beautiful connection that I have with your partner. I only have 30 seconds left, so I would love to connect with you on my Facebook page so that we can continue our chat.
Yes.
Okay, great. Alrighty, because I didn't want to leave you in the lurch when I have so much to talk to you about him.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, I've got 10 seconds. I will talk to you soon. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, thank you, A1R Psychic Radio, for today's show. I had fun.
Thank you so much for joining me today. I am so excited to be joining you today with Sapphire Souls. I'm Amber Price. Thank you so much for joining me in this welcoming community. I am so happy to bring you some messages today. First, I want to start with introducing myself. I'm living in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I have 5 children, and I'm living here with my husband. We have 1 grandbaby and another one on the way any day now. So it's quite busy here in the Price household, but not too busy to be able to spread some light in the community. So today, I just wanted to give you a couple little insights into who I am and how I got here. So I started doing this work professionally a few years ago, and it kind of came about in a very interesting way because I didn't actually plan on being a psychic medium for my life. If you can imagine, most of us don't, right? It kind of something you're stumbled upon, and the universe is kind of giving you that direction and guidance to be able to come and join this work. So originally, I had done a lot of work in the healthcare industry in administration. And so I ended up continuing that work and really finding more and more that I went on that I just needed to do this. So my earliest memory was when I was about 4 years old, around kindergarten time. And that's when I really started recognizing that I didn't actually believe that I was alone. I knew it was an imaginary friend, but I did know that the energy that was around me, I felt like I wasn't alone, and that, you know, I really felt comforted by it. It never did scare me. And then fast forward to about 12 years old, and luckily some pioneers in the industry were already on television and sharing some information educationally about this type of work. And I was able to, through that, really understand who I was and what I was doing. And so from there at 12, you can imagine I didn't understand very much about it, but I did know I wasn't alone and that other people did feel the same way and experience the same things that I did. And as you know, because if you're watching, that means that you're also a spiritual soul. And so to some extent, you also probably feel like you could be isolated, or that somebody doesn't really understand how you feel or some of the things that you're experiencing. So when you do have somebody like that come along and really shed some light, it really is comforting. So I ignored it, of course, at 12 years old. I just went and continued and played and, you know, lived my life. And then getting to 17 years old is when I really started to feel my first experience. Now, it was around the first time that I knew that I was experiencing communicating with someone who had departed. And so that's when I really started to harness in and listen to that energy. But of course, at 17, this isn't something that I thought I would be doing for the rest of my life. It was something that I just thought I was. And so when I'm connecting and getting messages, I just felt, again, very peaceful, very validated, very heartwarmed by it because it was never scary. And so then about 26 years old, I was pregnant with my 4th child. And we, of course, didn't know if it was going to be a boy or girl, but I had this impression of a little girl, and she came to me and kind of gave me some information about that she was a girl, that she would be coming and joining us into this earth realm, and that she would be coming on a certain month and a certain day. And of course, I thought, okay, well, we'll see what happens. And of course, true to her message, she came on the exact day that she had given me the information. So from there, it really kind of started to get more involved and more heavy as we kind of went on. And being a parent, I really used my intuition to help guide and help deliver messages and guidance to my children. So as I mentioned, we do have 5. And so now we get to share that information with all the little new grandbabies that are coming for us. And so when I decided that I was going to work in this industry and really just live my authentic purpose, which I really believe each of you should be doing. It is a very scary and difficult step. I understand. I've been there, done that, had to make the same choice. But at the end of the day, it's feeling like a relief. Like, yes, you are doing what you're supposed to be doing. You are living your authentic purpose. And that in itself is so rewarding. So I was about 26 when I made that decision to really start listening. But I really wasn't until my 30s in which I decided that I was going to be doing this for professional work. And I'm a clear cognizant. So I get a lot of information that just kind of comes into my head, like my own thoughts and my own memories of things. And so, of course, that is the most challenging is that your own thought? Did I know that before and now I'm just remembering it now? And so really the thoughts that come in and the messages that are interpreted and received are really quick, fast, and furious. And so it's a lot to absorb when you're first learning. And as an empath, which is my second strongest quality, you feel the way that other people feel. And so this was my biggest struggle. So any of you out there that have been looking to understand themselves more, or maybe struggling with feelings of anxiety or chronic illnesses or autoimmune disorders. Those are things that I struggled with myself. And I'm very, very willing to share those personal stories because I feel like it's so helpful to understand. I feel a lot of spiritual people feel these types of ailments a lot because they're not really understanding that they're receiving energy and receiving information through that way. And so knowing that now makes you a lot more healthy. You take a lot of more accountability to these things. So really some personal growth in that area. And of course, once you start acknowledging that they're coming through and that you are getting messages, you start to feel healthier because you're in a lot more control over what information you're receiving and how you're interpreting it. If you choose to share it or if you keep it private. All of those things come with learning really who you are and what your purpose is. The main thing that I really kind of focused on was more information. So, okay, now I know that I'm experiencing these things. So where can I get information? Where can I understand? And I didn't know really anybody else who was doing it professionally. I believe I come from a long line of family members on both my father and my mother's side that are very sensitive to energy, whether they're empaths or whether they're actually receiving clairvoyant messages or claircognizant messages. And so it was never a thing to be ashamed of in my family. Like I was very, very lucky that I had so much support with friends and family. But not everybody does. And you know, you have to find that support from somewhere. So really just kind of delving into books. I had read so many books. My husband got me one that I really want to give a shout out to, Sherry Dillard. It was You Are a Medium. This book was amazing. It really captured the essence of what I was experiencing and shedding light onto it. And so I just started reading more books and more books and more books and researching, the internet and really understanding what kind of information I am getting and how to work with it. And so I guess I could say I'm a natural born medium in the sense that I just never really had to develop it from scratch. If I go back into time, I know that at 4 years old, I was experiencing that. And of course, it wasn't something that I asked for at that age or even asked for in later years. But of course, this is my life's purpose. I understand that now. And I just absolutely love that there are forums like A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and all these different people that come out and share their wisdom each day and each week and each moment. And so I'm just very, very pleased to be part of this community. So that's enough about me. I just love sharing some things just so that people who also are experiencing, their own enlightenment and their own spiritual ascension really do understand that it's not easy for us as sensitive people. We don't just wake up and we're doing this, without any problem. It is something that we all work on and that we all struggle with to a sense of how do I turn it off? Like I get asked that all the time. And to a point, it's hard to turn it off because if you're open and you're willing to accept messages because you know it's for someone's highest good, it is difficult to turn it off. However, there's different varying levels of that. And so, in one of my future shows, we'll talk about really how do you harness those messages and how do you protect yourself if maybe you're somewhere where it's inappropriate to be receiving all these messages and having to filter through them. So I'm interested, down the road in sharing those tidbits. And So really, when we're looking at energy and how you're getting it, it could come anywhere. It could come at a restaurant while you're trying to eat, at the grocery store. It could come when you're visiting a friend that every other day for the last 15 years you've not had a message come through, but this particular day you do. So really filtering those things and kind of working through them. And of course, nobody wants somebody to be giving them messages all the time. So when we're talking about friends and family members, I mean, there's a certain level of boundary that I put up for those people. I don't tap into their energy. I've done a lot of making sure that there's a good, let's say, spiritual wall or protection around them, because I really do want to enjoy them and respect them as family and friends. And so unless somebody asks, they're not getting any information. And that's just the moral standard I set for myself. And of course, everybody's different. So when we're talking about energy, this is actually an amazing time of the year, because you've got, we're entering fall. And with fall comes all the energy of all the change. And so from an energetic universal energy, you've got the change. So, just as the leaves have fallen from the trees, you've got the energy that is asking us to let things fall away from our energy and our soul that we no longer need. We carry so much with us every single day. And, I always equate it to like, if you were carrying all these grocery bags and backpacks and stuff, and every time somebody you met, you got another backpack or another grocery bag, and then you got upset because something upsets us. And so you hold that as another bag. And then all of a sudden you've got like, you're being weighed down by all of these bags and all of this energy that you're carrying. Now imagine if you thought of that as the physical picture that I was creating for you. Could you imagine how far somebody could get in carrying all of those bags and all of that weight? So when we're really thinking about it, if you can put down some of those bags, those spiritual bags, you can really start to feel healthier and feel more aware and have more enlightening messages come through. Because when we are holding all of that stuff, what happens is our energy becomes a little bit more dense, and it is harder to communicate with energy. And so if we're talking about you and how you're supposed to be, maybe communicating with your loved ones or your angels, your guides, you really want to have some sense of clarity when you're getting those messages. And let's be clear, just because you put something down doesn't mean that you don't have to care about it anymore. It just means that you're letting yourself enjoy the moment that you're in. And so when you're continuing to release or hold all of those things, you definitely should be thinking about, what is this doing for me? Because really, fall reminds us, put things down, let things go. And so it's kind of an awkward time for some of us. I don't know if you listeners have thought of this or have noticed in the last few weeks, some of the energy is absolutely chaotic. And so if you're in the midst of a crossroad in your life, you're absolutely probably feeling uncomfortable. Everything probably seems like it's juggling up in the air and you don't know which way to go. That's okay. Don't worry. We're all there. I've been there too. And so all this has to do is remind us that something has to change. Because if we didn't feel uncomfortable and we didn't have the chaos that's surrounding us, we wouldn't be pushed to do something different, right? So with fall comes all of the energy about holidays. And I'm talking about Remembrance Day is just around the corner. And so when we have those energies that are coming through and really just remembering and honoring the fallen, that brings a whole bunch of energy to light as well, especially in very historical places, because you've got a lot of energy from the actual events that have occurred. Here in Canada, we just had Thanksgiving, and so the energy with that and what it stands for and represents. And so, of course, upcoming all of these different holidays for every nationality, and that brings energy.
Now, we're talking about the energy that's created by us humans, which is the excitement and the joy of getting together with friends and family, or complete opposite. Maybe it's stress and worry and concern about having to come together with people. And either is absolutely normal as long as you know and accept that it is what it is. And so when you're connecting, that creates an energy in itself. So I equate that to if you've ever been to a surprise party and you're waiting to surprise this person, and then you're getting all these butterflies in your stomach and you're maybe feeling anxious and nervous. That's feeling energy of people. That's feeling the energy of an environment. And so when you have that, you really want to understand that it's not like an anxiety, like that you're experiencing anxiety. It's that you have to just be mindful that you're in an environment with lots of people and lots of energy. But on the other side, which is so fascinating, we have the energy that brings all of our loved ones. So now you've got energy that's coming through for all of the loved ones that want to attend and to be there to witness this exciting event. And the same is true for events that are more challenging for us, such as, funerals or somebody being ill and things like that, because we've all experienced that, unfortunately, with our families and loved ones. And so the energy too will enhance around those times. And so you've got your emotion, you've got the environment, and then you have the energy of the spiritual realm, which is your loved ones and angels and guides. So can you imagine how much is going on at that time of year? And you're expecting to be, even keel and everything is going great and everything goes perfect without a hitch. So I guess I challenge you this holiday season to really kind of separate what it is that you are feeling. Are you feeling on the energy of the people? Are you feeling on the energy of the environment or the event? Or are you thinking that you're feeling the energy of your loved ones that are in spirit? And so really start to identify what it is that you're picking up, because I guarantee you're going to be able to hone in on your own skills and really, really start to pick up more messages. As well, it takes some of that energy that drains us. Some people really, really thrive in the environment with lots of people and lots of love and lots of connection. And then empaths tend to retreat. So as much as they want to look and be, really excited to be around people, it's actually so physically demanding that they become very drained. And so, they may not be able to stick around for long, and that's okay. And so here are some of the things that we can do. So when we're talking about preparing for energy and how we can kind of, embrace the next several weeks, what we want to do is we want to set boundaries. Number one, it is okay to not attend every holiday party and every, dinner out. You don't have to attend something. Empaths tend to feel like they have to please other people or else they're letting them down. And to an extent, I think as long as you just explain that you're not coming, but thank you for the invite, that there are ways around it without causing an awkward moment, because empaths don't like awkward moments and they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So setting boundaries, and boundaries are amazing for anybody. It doesn't matter if you're an empath or not. Really setting boundaries is something that will help you feel like you're really living up to the expectations that you set for yourself. And when we live up to an expectation that we've set for ourselves, we don't feel disappointed or stressed or lacking. We actually feel validated and we feel like we've accomplished something. So got your boundaries set. So now what? Now you're going to look at how you protect your energy. So you're going to really kind of meditate. You're going to balance out. Maybe you want to ground. Grounding is funny. I'm actually sitting on the floor right now in my living room, and this is making me feel grounded. I feel nice and comfy and cozy. Because actually here in Niagara Falls, Canada, it's snowing right now. So I wasn't about to go outside and stand in the grass. Although, I also found the snow is very calming for me as well. Now, so anything that you do that makes you feel comfortable, maybe it's going for a drive, listening to music, having a bath, all of those things are very clearing and grounding of your energy. And if you're balanced and grounded, you can handle a lot more. And you can probably attest to that. If you've already got, everything snowballing and all of these crazy things going on in your day, it doesn't take much to send you over the edge and cause frustration or stress or, disappointment in your day when you've already got so many things in a momentum. And so if you can balance and clear that out, you can handle a lot more. So when you've got the opportunity, you're going to come home from a large group event, or maybe it's work, or maybe it's visiting one person. It doesn't matter. Whatever your energy has been expended on, you'd like to follow it up with some clearing. So I like to wash my hands with cool water after every connection that I make. It doesn't matter if I'm outside talking to a neighbor, or if I'm at, my local department store, or if I've just finished a reading. I like to wash my hands in between each reading as well. It really clears the energy. And it's a really great fix in a time when you can't actually go for a long bath or a long shower. And so any of those things are really valuable, especially in the holiday season, to kind of reboot your energy. And I think that it's so important that you just say no, just say no, set your boundaries, and then also set time frames for how long that you want to attend a certain thing, or how long that you're going to be able to engage in that energy. If you know that you can only do 3 hours, then when 3 hours comes, even if you're feeling high off the energy from the time, knowing that when you get home, you're going to kind of come down off of that and feel like an energetic hangover, so to speak. Basically, that's you pushing your limits. So kind of stick with it and make sure. Now, you also want to dissolve any cords to any energy that you have connected to. And I'm going to talk about that in later shows, and how we can do more of a clearing and a cutting or dissolving of cords very gently. And I am just absolutely so excited to share with you all of these little tips and tidbits that I've learned through the years, because it helps me so much to understand, how are other people experiencing energy? And that's why I love to hear other people's stories. I absolutely love it. And so when they show up and they share this information with me, and I can help people through spiritual growth coaching, the workshops that I offer, I really get so much more out of it than they probably do, to be honest, because you know what? I love learning and I love engaging with people, and helping somebody understand their abilities is priceless to me. It is absolutely priceless, because I understand from a very personal perspective what it felt like to be there. And I'll tell you, I don't take any interaction with somebody for granted. It doesn't matter who you are. When you cross my path, I will learn from you. And I hope that I grow better from it. And so that's why I'm here. And that's why I've decided that I'm going to do light work. And this is what really just gives me the love in my heart to be able to share with you the stuff that I've learned and the information I get. So primarily as a medium, I connect to people who have departed. And so I hold a very, very high ethical standard for myself and how I share information with people's loved ones. So I don't like to rush. I really like to give people the time that they need to hear the messages. I do evidential mediumship, so I like to provide validating key facts about their loved ones so that they know who I'm speaking of. So because of this, this does take a lot of energy out of me, of course, and anybody out there who also does medium type readings. But what I am able to really kind of gain out of it is that I'm giving. So it doesn't matter how much energy it takes and how long the session goes. I really just need to make sure that that message is delivered. And so I really absolutely feel like if you want more information about that and how I connect, then please visit my website at amber-price.com for more information. And I'm going to be talking in the coming weeks about protection of energy, how energy and emotion might be different because I hear the words, I have anxiety and I feel anxious, or I'm picking up energy. So I really want to separate what those things are. And this is something that I feel like is something that the people in my workshop really, really love. And this is helping them to become more grounded. And so as you approach your holiday season and as you continue to move through fall season, know that you have lots of resources around you and you can reach out at any time, and that you're not alone. You have validation, you have backup. And so thank you so much for allowing me to join this beautiful community on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so excited to be here and share this information with you. And in the coming weeks, we'll get into really some cool topics and deep information. And hopefully where you are, it's not snowing so much, because right now it's still snowing. So, and maybe next time when I see you, I will be able to share that I have a brand new grandson on the way, because he's due any day now. And so we're anxiously awaiting that. Perfect timing. So thank you so much. And I absolutely want to challenge you to that energy challenge that I gave you. And I'd love to hear your feedback about it.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Virgin Medium I Am Power, and of course you are guys listening to A1R, and tonight is Abby's show with Psychic Bella Love. Hello Bella, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, sweetheart. How was your day so far? Sounds like you've been busy. For those who actually gave us feedback, we would love to send 3 minutes, and Abby has always been generous by credit account, also send the 3 minutes for an advisor or in behalf of advisors. So how was your connection and feelings with Abby? It's like, how did you feel?
So
like,
good.
What was the response, or better say feedback from your client?
My clients have been loving this site. They say it's so easy to use. And it's funny because I have a lot of clients who use other platforms, and they said like they don't want to use the other platforms anymore because they just feel like even the energy is so much better over on Avid.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I kind of like feel good too when I feel and sense that there's a tons of people that sending me an email and says, well, Fiona, we are so happy that we finally find you, because we've been very sad in the past couple days and months or so, because, you just been disappeared. And I says, well, I always, is around, and you guys can just like go and Google Virgin Medium I Am Power, and I am kind of everywhere. So one person with almost 1.5 million of followers, it's very easy to find. Yeah. So let's see what Dave has for us. I don't know. Hopefully we did not lost connection. No, he's there, because it's not like new Skype. It's just a little bit fishy. Sometimes you feel that, sometimes you feel that maybe, our producer is just gone for party, and then we are in the autopilot. Okay, so now back to studio, and now I have Maria. Hello, Maria from Australia. Hello, Maria. How are you doing, sweetheart?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well, sweetie. Gorgeous, give me your date of birth. Me and Bella would love to help you with anything and everything we can. Please give me your date of birth, and then tell me what you want to know of your moment. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my date of birth is the 23rd of November.
Okay, Maria, we got it.
And do you need the year?
Okay, sweetheart. And what do you want to know? Yeah, what do you want to know of your moment, sweetheart? What is exactly your question? Is in a spiritual level. What is exactly you have in your heart? What we can do for you tonight?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you properly.
What we can do for you tonight? What do you have in your mind?
Oh, okay. Just anything general, really. Whether career, travel, family, what do you see? Just anything, really.
Yeah. So, Bella, I think you can start it, and I'm open the Pentagon because Bella is always very fast with to pick up things, and because you have a lot of beautiful sense, as I know, and you are very vulnerable for that. So please, darling, go ahead for Maria, and I'm trying to open the Pentagon for her as well. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. Hi, Maria. I usually prefer people ask specific questions just because general readings, a lot of information comes up.
That's okay. If I could have a career, I want to get into self-employment later. I was just wondering, can you see that in my future?
Okay, you said you wanted to get into what kind of employment, hon? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Self-employment.
Oh, that's okay. Self-employment. My own business.
Okay, perfect. I actually do feel that coming through for you. I feel like as we get towards the end of the year, you're going to take bigger steps that are going to take you towards that. It is something that happens for you next year. I'm feeling like around, I want to say June. Fiona might get a different number. She's better at timing than I am usually. But I do feel like as we get towards the end of this year, you are going to make some contacts with people who are going to be able to help you on that path so that you can focus mainly on just working for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So, Maria, I see two things for you. The first one is about that try to focus and have your only focus about that everything is going to be all right. I feel that you have so much fears around because I see in the Pentagon, show me the number 22 and number 11, which shows about that you are all over the place right now. You are concerned and worried. You really can't focus on whatever you are thinking to do because the fears of losing, the fears of not having the money back, the fears that maybe the result is not going to be the same way or whatever you win. It's just going to make you to feel extremely uncomfortable and sad and disappointed. So all I wanted you to do is shut down the part of your brain that's telling you that maybe it's not going to happen. Maybe you should not do it. Maybe you should listen to that and this person. Maybe that's not actually your idea or good way or any right or nice direction. So any of those negativity or negative thoughts, feedbacks, anything that come from others and even come from your own thought, I wanted you to shut it down. I wanted you to highly focus and make sure that everything is going to be exactly the way as you wish and desire. So the only things that I wanted you right now to focus about, what should I do to make these things happen? I wanted you absolutely to go for it. I don't want you to think in any other things. Just go for it. And then make sure you are not listening to people who told you, oh, I did that too, but I did not succeed. Oh, you know what? I don't think so. That is going to be you or anything like that. Just stay away from negativity, negative people, and anyone and everyone that says you can't. So basically, focus, go, and don't worry about money, finance, or is everything going to be all right?
Okay, excellent. And do you see me moving house at all, like building a house or buying another house?
Yes, there is actually moving for you that coming before 2019, which is I can feel and sense that it would be around November 10, November 15 through actually the December 3rd and December 4th, which I can see that around the month of October, a lot of discussion and a lot of movement going to happen about that move. So yes, the movement I can see for you, and it's very clear.
Okay. Do you see it? Is it going to be within the same city I live in, or is it going to be? I'll be traveling to move like interstate.
I'm not seeing any traveling. I'm not feeling and sensing everything in your Pentagon that you're going to travel or you're going to have like a difficult time for anything. So you don't need to be concerned about that. Yeah, everything actually looks good. Yeah.
Okay. And is there any health issues coming up or anything health that you can see?
I feel, Bella, as far as I'm concerned, in your Pentagon, your health is excellent. I don't have any problem with your health. Besides that, I can feel a little bit of your bone, kind of like maybe muscle pains, which is if you have time for yoga, example, if you have time for just walking, you need to do that, but it's not really serious, and I'm not really seeing any serious condition that you may indeed need medicine for to calm down and relax. So all I wanted you to do is just stop to be concerned and worried. You are that type of the person that you're always going to concern and worried about things. You double kind of like think about everything, and you don't know exactly where to go sometimes because it's just killing you, those thoughts. So please stop overthinking your overthinking. Everything going to be just all right, sweetheart. And for more information about me and Bella, you can go to avidadvice.com. And if you sign up tonight, for sure, Avid would love to send you 5 free minutes to talk to any advisor, and of course, Bella and me. Yes, my love. Do you have any other question?
Travel. Do you see me traveling? Any travel in my future?
Travel for pleasant or pleasure, yes. I can see the pleasure traveling, but I'm not seeing that you are traveling because you have to change your job or you have to change your place. But you are traveling because have a pleasant time together with people that you would love to. Yes, I see traveling. I see trip. Yes, I do.
Do you see where and when?
The where I can see that going to be actually a very nice weather because I see the palms. So you are definitely going to travel in a place that maybe there is a big palm tree, and also I see sunny and beautiful ocean view. That's what I can pick up right now. And the wind time, it would be at the end of October, which I can see that you're going to celebrate some good news with comfort your movement or something that you are guys going to discuss about your move. So basically after the 23rd through actually the 3rd and the 1st of December, November, I can see that a lot of changes happen, but you celebrate it because you receive in good news at that time, and that's why the travel will happen. So I see the travel will definitely the trip going to happen at the end of October.
Yep, no problem. That was all. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Have a great one, and welcome to avidadvice.com. So back to studio. Okay, Bella, we have Bully from Florida. Hello, how are you doing, sweetie?
I'm good.
Awesome. I love your energy. It sounds like you are kind of, I have a tons of questions from Bella. I have tons of questions from Fiona. So, okay, get ready. So we both ready. So we would love to give you anything and everything you would love to know from your life, now, present, future, anything. Just please give us your date of birth and let us to guide you to see where we can go. Go ahead, please.
Date of birth is March 19th, 1972.
Okay. I see that. Okay. Okay, my love, shoot your question.
I'm sorry?
Tell me about your question. Go ahead, please.
Just recently made a big move to another state. I've lived in the same state my entire life, so this has shaken us up, us meaning myself and my family. Just recently have applied for a few jobs, just kind of wanting to know how the area is going to work for us, anything I should be looking for, what do you see in our future?
Okay, when I come to the movement, I would just be fast and then Bella can start it too. What I feel and sense that directly when you're talking about move, you did a great, fantastic decision. So congratulations to you and your family. This is that was a very nice decision. Number two, when it comes to fears of if I can find a job, answer directly came from my mind, and the picking of the energies is yes. There is no doubt about it. You will get it. But you have to be patient, and also you have to be positive, because I can see you've been tired, you're still tired, you still need to digest everything around, which is completely new. But the feelings that I have, you are going to receive some good news which in the Pentagon shows me around actually the 10th through the 23rd of the month of October. So that's why I feel that it come through some company or some place that you may applied already, or someone going to introduce you to that place, which is definitely going to get you in as easy as possible as you're going to get shocked. So no worries and no craziness about if I'm going to find a job, because the month of October, and I see that you are writing the contract with the new place. Go ahead, Willa, how you feel?
I agree. I was getting October as getting a new job for you as well. I feel like you are in the perfect place for you. I actually see you making new friends too. And do you have children?
Yes, I have a daughter and a grandson.
Okay, because I felt you making friends connected to them, if that makes sense. Like, they go do something and you go with them and you make friends with people there, and it's connected to some sort of like schooling or program, like after school program, something for the kids to do. So I keep getting you actually meeting some people that you really are going to connect with and make really good friends with there. Because you're where you're supposed to be, things are going to line up for you exactly how they're supposed to. You know, you're going to get a job that you really like. You're going to make really good friends. You're going to really enjoy it, because this is where your spirit calls you to be at this point in time.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And you know what the funny news is for you is, like, when I always tell to all my students, fans, and followers to stop overthinking your overthinking, then why you are too worried? I understand moving to the new place, new state is a very big decision, a lot of things to digest, a lot of things to think and feel about it. But you know, the one thing that you should know, if you just calm down and relax and feel that I'm thankful and grateful that I'm still alive. I'm thankful and grateful that my children and my grandchildren is still around me. I'm thankful and grateful for everything that God gave it to me right now at the moment, and sending thank you to every single blessing that you have, which is I always tell to my fans and followers, please write it down for things that you are so thankful and grateful for right now at the moment, right at the moment. So anything that comes to you, to your mind about thankfulness and gratefulness, just focus on them and don't allow any negativity or come, because we are human beings. It's very easy for us to be all over the place, to thinking all over the place. So what we have to do, we need to change our thought and telling to our, or train our subconscious mind that always thinking positive. That means you are fake it until you make it. So you always have to train your brain to feel that it is always, there is no emergency time. Everything is under control, and you are so thankful and grateful, and no one and nobody can hurt you, your family, or anything. And a new place is going to bring you new happiness, prosperity, abundance, love, new circumstance of people, and everything. May I ask you that why you guys kind of making decision to move from that or from this state to another state, if I may ask?
It has always been my dream to live near the beach. And my husband just doesn't want to be in the cold anymore. So that is why we made the decision to move, and it's been 4 years in the process. So each year during those 4 years, we kind of put it off, but this time we did it. We put the action out there, he applied for a job, and next thing we know, we're here. So.
That is fantastic. That is really fantastic. You see, you're a dreamer, and I love people like you. When you have or you had some dream in the past of 4 years, you just think and thought about it, you talk to your husband, but you know what? You're strong. You have a beautiful, strong personality. Your spirituality also, it makes me to feel so good. Isn't it, Bella? Do you feel the same?
Definitely. You really have the power to manifest things, too.
Yes.
I mean, this.
Yes.
When you feel that your spirit is calling you to something, like you said you had this dream, that's your spirit talking to you, speaking to you, telling you this is where you're supposed to be, and you were able to make that happen. So use and harness that power to work for you.
Yes. And then what the funny part, or good news, but I says funny because I can feel and sense you before you call us, you've been kind of a little bit concerned that, oh my God, what type of news should I actually, receive? Are they going to tell me that, oh my God, that type of the move is not good? Oh, this is just this and that. So I can even feel and sense you before you get some answer from us and come to and talk to us. You've been kind of a little bit nervous how to start, and hopefully they're going to be positive about my mood. So yes, my love, we are very positive about your mood. The guidance that I have, from beyond, and also the connection that I have through your Pentagon with the data bird that you provide is telling me that yes, you guys did an awesome job, and I wanted you to continue. Go to the beach. You want to be close to the beach, then walk through the beach. Just like be there for half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe 1 hour. Try to manifest. Be there. Water will take away your tense, your negative energies, your uncomfortability, sadness, any sort of things that you may not really digesting right now because it's completely new and scare you. Just talk to ocean. And ocean will take away that tense and anxiety. I promise you, ocean is always going to be helping in many ways and any ways you would love to, because this is exactly, I always say to everybody, if you're tired, if you're sad, if you are anxious, if you've been depressed for a long time, whatever you have right now, go to the beach, walk, just look at the water, and then manifest, and then ask and receive.
Yeah, exactly. And the water, definitely, you can work with that energy. If you sit there and you meditate as the waves are rolling in and you start envisioning what it is that you're looking for, you can harness that energy to help you make these things that you need, these next steps, the friends, the job for you, maybe you need something for the house, whatever. You can use this energy to work with you to create that energy that you need to surround yourself with to manifest anything, basically, because you have that good energy. So harness it with the water as well.
Yes. And how many times you've been around the beach, though?
As much as I can, but we have some red tide happening right now. So I've been kind of staying away until that clears up, just sending my prayers and blessings to the water. But being safe for myself and my family for right now.
Awesome.
I missed it terribly.
Oh, how about your husband? Is he spiritual too? Is he like the guy manifesting or feeling happy or kind of, how was his reaction towards that mood or move?
Well, at first he was a little reluctant. He really hadn't flipped it in his mind yet. And he had been with the same job for over 20 years. So this means a complete new start, at our ages.
Wow.
So, and he's already started his job, and he's had just a little bit of bumps since he started, so.
Is he type of engineer or kind of like a science guy?
He is. He's into labor, construction.
Okay. So I kind of feel that he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. To be honest with you, when you just start talking about him, what I'm picking exactly right now at the moment, he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. So, and you should never feel that, I may force him to leave the job that maybe, he used to for 20 years, and now I'm asking to do, maybe he's not happy. No, he is happy. So stop worrying yourself. All I wanted you to do is just thinking about yourself, baby. Okay? So stop blaming yourself, because what you made as a decision really helped you and your family to stand in the ground, and I feel extremely happy for all of you. So you made a very strong, beautiful, and awesome decisions for yourself and everybody around you. So you should really feel blessed. Never blame yourself and never feel down and uncomfortable, because maybe someone or somebody going to tell you that, because of you, we are here. Because of you, I lost this and that. Because of you, I don't have any friend here. It's completely a normal behavior, and it's always happening in between husband and wife, and it's just very normal. Try to just not listen move from the door or from the room, and I promise you, after a couple of hours and maybe day, he will come back to you, kiss you, and says, I love you. That is who he is.
Thank you. Thank you.
I see that. You had a lot of pressure. I can see that your tears come up. And I'm happy that you do, because when you are, I feel that you press yourself a lot. You see, Bella, I see that she just really suffered for everything around her, and she was kind of felt lonely and not knowing exactly how to express, her feelings, because she wants everybody to feel good and happy. But now, the beginning of everything, you're always getting stress, and that's all I wanted you to do from now on. Meditate for 5-10 minutes. Shut down those negative energies and thoughts that come to you, and blame. Don't blame yourself. People who are telling you right now that maybe you did the wrong decision, or because of you did this and that, they're going to kiss your hand and say, thank you so much for this decision. And it will happen at the end of this year. Okay? Just hang in there, my love.
I feel like you guys are
up
going to be
and
sitting
down
around
emotionally here, and there, and it's totally different atmosphere, culturally,
Babe. It's normal. If we have a big dream, we have to give away something to receive something. So we can't have both. Okay? So we have just 60 seconds. Oh my God. So my love, you can find me and Bella on avidadvice.com. Just sign up right now and get your 5 free minutes. Thank you so much. And we are here for you anytime you need us. You are not alone. We are there. Okay? This is me again, Fiona. And this is Psychic Bella Love to say goodbye and see you next Thursday. Have a great one. And bye.
Bye, guys.
Hello followers and hello students. This is Fiona, Persian medium. I am power. Another night, another amazing time, and of course, A1R Radio Network. So before I take any callers, would love to share a couple of my experience when it comes to I don't know if I can. I don't think so you can. I wouldn't suggest you to go for that. Oh, my experience is about that when I tried, really, I couldn't succeed, so maybe you shouldn't. So there's tons of insecurities, limitations, and also a little bit of I don't know what to do,
and can you please help me where I am and what kind of career I should change or found or whatever. So I want to tell you one thing. This is actually my own experience. I wanted you to not listening to anyone. Of course, we should listen to people with experiences and telling you exactly what to do or not to do when it comes to risk and investment and other stuff. But when it comes to you want to change and challenge yourself, and because your neighbor, because your parents, because your sister, because your brother, because your coworker, because your competitions couldn't make it, then maybe I can't do it either. So try to remove that type of feelings and philosophy that because others couldn't, that maybe I can't either. All I wanted you to do is like try it, believe it. And it also depends on how much you want that things will be the way as you want and the way as you wish. If you wish big, if you actually offer yourself a best ever timing of life to make yourself the happiest and the greatest and the wealthiest and the healthiest, then you are going to invest on your will. The willpower, the energy that you are going to spend, the feeling that how far you can go is all up to you. No one can tell you what to do or not to do. The only person can approve and tell you if you are going to and you can is you. I wanted you to believe in yourself. I wanted you to trust yourself. I wanted you to be brave and take opportunities even when you feel or felt that others told it's not going to happen. So the most amazing time in my life was when people told me I can't, and I proved that I can. So I know you're going to enjoy that timing as well. When people telling you, you can't, don't even go there, and then you show that you can. And you can, of course, go there and be the one that you want. So there is also another thing that I would love to exchange with you guys is about the matter of timing. So sometimes we just like not in the right time. Kind of like if I taught like 2 years ago, maybe I couldn't even actually go there or try that type of things. Now I'm more mature. I know exactly what I want. I know my willpower. I know what kind of circumstances, opportunities, and other things I have. So it depends on what you want and how you want and how badly you want, and also timing. You can get what you want. So as I always say to my students and also to my clients, there is no impossibility. There is no impossible. Everything is possible. So we do not have any village of impossibility. We have a village of possibilities. So everything is possible. Just try it at least one time, and don't listen to those people who send negative energies and knows already that they would never ever try it because they are lazy, because they are not brave enough, because they do not invest in their life. So back to studio, and now I have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. How are you doing? From California. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Good. Sweetheart, welcome to A1R and welcome to Fiona's show. So it was so pleasure to talk to you, Sarah. Before I start my show and my reading for you, gorgeous, I need to know about your date of birth, and also I need to know what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you tonight. Go ahead, sweetheart.
My birthday is September 29th, 1980.
Okay.
And in my mind is a lot of confusion.
Okay.
On
I see that.
Where my journey in life is supposed to be.
Okay. Sarah, my love.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you two questions. The first things that I can see in the Pentagon is about something that related to money and finance, which actually making you to feel very kind of discomfort, not happy, a little bit mad, upset, a lot of I didn't know exactly what to do. I didn't know where to go, and kind of blaming others. So I wanted you to first remove one thing immediate with me right now tonight. Stop blaming others, okay? I understand that people having a very strong impact in our life, especially when we talking about money and finance, because sometimes negative people can change our life completely to the nastiest way. Sometimes one positive person can change our life to the best ever way. But whatsoever and wherever you are today, I wanted you to change this type of the feelings and connection that, oh, if I did not listen to that person, if I wasn't really in that matter or that place, maybe I could be better now. So, done is done. Life, it's moving forward. Every day is a new day. Every minute of our life is a new minute and every second actually of our life. Every single actually second that we're just breathing is absolutely a new and fresh life. All I wanted you to do when it comes to blame, stop blaming others, because when you blame others, or especially blame yourself, because if you just could make that decision at that time, if you could just say yes to that or no to that, so maybe you just could be better right now or just like being in a better place. So all I wanted you to just drop the anxieties of, drop the stress and drop the craziness of if and maybe and if or maybe or should. Just let it go of all those words, okay? All I wanted you to do to connect yourself with money, and also, as you know, that money is energies. Energies is everywhere. It's just going back and forth. It's just starting somewhere. So that's what I wanted you to completely feel and sense and connect to that energies right now. And don't worry about future when it comes to, am I going to be, feel good? Am I going to have wealthy enough? Or am I going to have enough money in my account? Am I going to have the job that I want? Just stop asking. Now it's time for you to show action. Okay, Sarah? So this is very important, because I think the one block that is standing in front of your way and trying to not allow you to moving forward is about blocking your own energies to just say yes to life, yes to happiness, yes to wealth, yes to health. It's just because you're still afraid, you are kind of like confused and not know exactly what to do and where to go. So stop whatsoever had happened in the past. Past is past. Just yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Tonight is tonight. Last night was last night. Whatsoever you couldn't do last night, you can do it tonight. Okay? So first step, you forget about what happened last night. You stop blaming yourself and stop blaming others. And what you need to do right now is just stand up and just tell to yourself that exactly what you want to be, where you want to go, and exactly what is your goals and desires is. That is exactly what I wanted you to write it down somewhere, to make yourself to understand exactly what you want of your life. Okay? That's the one thing. Okay. Then, Sarah, come another things about, I see that you are confused about kind of moving. I see the moving. I don't know if it's the moving place to place or is it the moving to some other state. It's something that you want to change completely just because you want to refresh yourself doing something. Well, if you have anything that will changing your life from A to Z, like tomorrow, if you really feel that if you are changing that place, changing that house, changing that department, changing that anything that has to do with change and challenge, I wanted you to do it tomorrow, or at least thinking about it, because this is what I can see. It will open all doors to your happiness. Now, Sarah, there is two things that actually come to the right side of your pentagon. It's telling me about emotion and also feeling very down, depressed, and not happy. No desire of continuing, no desire to feel good. Now, Sarah, tell me what make you to go there, what make you to feel this way, and why you are so confused about your emotional feelings.
I've been going through, I've been divorced now for 3 years, and the confusion of am I where I'm at, where I'm supposed to be in life? And I actually am putting my house on the market tomorrow because I struggle with the emotional attachment that the energy the house brings. from my marriage, and this is where I started my marriage. We raised our kids, but then it's also the place where my marriage ended as well. And so I've had a lot of confusion with that part of making choices, and then as well as not being able to let go of the emotions of bitterness and the, I don't want to use hate, but the dissatisfaction from the place of where my marriage ended, and that I can't move forward from that. I'm still in a negative, I have a lot of negative energy towards him, and it affects our day-to-day lives, and we have children involved. So
I understand.
That makes it really hard.
Sarah, I understand that. I understand you completely, baby, and I understand that it's not something, I mean, when people says, oh my God, don't worry about that, everything is going to be all right, hon. And, you should not be worried about it. You're going to forget about it. So it's just not going to happen for one night. And I have to tell you, whatsoever had happened in between you both and what he did to you, that making you to feel that hateful and, down in every areas of your life right now, maybe is not really forgivable, but at the same time, what you need to do, maybe it's kind of not time for you to forgive him right now, especially even your guys have children, it doesn't matter, but you have to get over it. And sometimes we get over things with time. We can't get over just like that. We can't just, especially when you are too emotional, when you actually give away 100% of your life and your heart, when you try to do everything that goes from your power to make this man be the happiest and the healthiest and the wealthiest and the whatsoever in the earth, and instead that you get something back, you just like gain some nasty feelings and kind of like destroy your even own insecurities, or better say confident and everything. I understand you completely, Sarah. That's why my recommendation to you is stop even thinking about that. I have to forgive him. I have to move on. I have to let it go, because you can't forgive someone that you hate so much. You need time. Time will make you to feel that you can moving forward. Maybe sometimes you need about 6 months or 1 year. Maybe you need another 3 years. Maybe you need the 4 years. The only things that you should not forget is about that you are the mom, and you have to be a mom. Your role as a mom will never change, okay? Your name is mom. So as a mom, you will do everything what goes from your power to benefit your children, okay? No matter what. But you still can hate the man that you've been together. You still can hate the man that you have children with. That's perfectly fine. But when it comes to children, you have to always see what's going to be the best for them. If I'm going to cooperate with him now for just like 4 minutes of text messages, or maybe just hearing just the voice, just like exactly what he gonna says about our son or about our daughter or whatever it is, it's okay. I can do it just for my kids. So try to stay away from him, because I can see that you are guys having so much energy involved. I can see that there is so much memories involved. For you, it's not easy to say goodbye and say let it go. It's very hard. I understand you have good memories, you have bad memories, you have also memories that you don't even want to remember anymore. But now it's time for you to just let time came in the middle of you and him, and all the pain that he caused you, to let you moving forward to your own life, okay? So don't force yourself that I have to forgive him, I have to forget, I have to let it go, because when you force yourself, and when you are not happy with that force, when you are not ready with that force, instead that you feel relief, you get stress, you get an interest, you get an anxiety, and it's going to be more hate came actually to your mind and your body. So all you need to do is just stop telling yourself that you have to do it because of that. All you need to just force yourself about it is about your children, and your name is mom, and that's it. Anything that related to him, about him, kind of, creating around him, whatsoever has to do with him, just you need to let it go. Just don't think about it. Don't force yourself, and just stay calm the way that you are, Sarah. And I wanted you to sell this house. Remember when I told you, any change and challenge that I see and I feel for you, moving forward, moving from the place to other places, it's good for you, okay? Even you feel that you have lots of, emotional attachment, but let go of those emotional attachment, because the one thing that you remember, tomorrow is a new day.
Next week is going to be the new week. Next month is going to be the new month. And next year is going to be the new year. And how do you know that you're not going to be in the place that somehow you just say, thank God that you gave me these opportunities to let go of this man of my life, because now I found the real one. Now I'm the happiest mom and happiest woman in the earth, because now I know exactly who I am with today and what I can do for my life. I know that right now it's kind of impossible for you to just like even think about it. That am I going to be happy again? Am I going to trust any man again? Am I going to be, the woman that I want? Yes, my answer to you, both emotionally, psychically, and whatsoever we can name on, Sarah, is about yes, you can. Yes, you are going to see the man that you want to be with. Yes, you are going to be proud about your actually whatsoever you are choosing between. So that's why I'm telling you. All I wanted you to do, Sarah, first, don't force yourself to forgive him and move on. Just let it go. When we're talking about him and whatsoever you are guys having in between you and him, just try to feel that he never exists and he died for you and is gone, okay? The only person that you are thinking is your children, or persons is your children, and you are the mom, and that's it. You need to get rid of every single memories that you have together with your children and others. That's all I wanted you to do. Let go of your past. Let go of your feelings. Let go of things that making you to feel miserable. Not about him, about you. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about him. Now, and every single minute that you are thinking about what he did to you, just distract yourself. If you're just listening to your heart again and feel about like, oh my God, my heart bleeding when I just feel and sense exactly what he said to me, what he did to me, what I did, you can't change anything. You can go back. That's why you need to moving forward just for yourself, not for him. And you do need to forgive him right now, but with time, you are going to heal and forgive. That's why my recommendation to you is you are focusing on yourself first. You are thinking about yourself first. You're very big in Sarah. You need to change and challenge yourself to the new position of life. You are going to jump from the old circle to the new circle. Then close your eyes, jump, and says, now I am jumping because I want to have a better life. I want to feel healthier. I want to actually receive respect. I don't want to be just a giver because I'm getting tired to be just a giver. I need to do everything what goes from my power to tell everybody I am worth it enough to be a woman in somebody's life that could just tell me every single morning and say I love you for who you are and I respect you for who you are, not someone that trying to, with the narcissistic and crazy personality, make me to feel down. So indeed, I wanted you to do it for tonight, and I wanted you to stay away from all the confusion that you have tonight. My advice is get rid of all your past, everything and anything. It will, like one spoon that you just remind yourself about him. Anything that reminds you about him, I wanted you to get rid of it. Okay? So don't be attached by the house. Don't feel that you have to stay. Just let it go. It's time for you to heal. And you are not going to heal if you still stay with those memories. The beauty of memories of things is about your children. That they burn there, they just like grow then and all this stuff. Other than that, I wanted you to not remind yourself about anything. That's all I wanted you to do, Sarah. Do you think that you are able to do?
Yes, it took me 3 years, but I finally made the choice to have the agent come tomorrow to list the house for sale.
Awesome. I promise you, Sarah, when you selling the house, kind of like you just signing and just say goodbye to that, I promise you, the day that you are signing, the day that you are just taking all your stuff out, you are going to feel so much relief that you can't even imagine. That's why. Don't let any type of attachment, emotional attachment, stop you to succeed. Stop you to be the one that you always wanted to be. Don't let those attachments making us or making you to feel down and worried about future. Because your future is shining together with your kids. Without him, not with him. You should be happy that you really get rid of this man from your life.
I don't know how you could deal with the narcissist man. I don't even understand how you could even deal with it. But I have to say congratulations, because you did great. But it's time for you to move on, because your body and your brain needs rest. And find a better way to communicate with yourself and the world. And you know you have a purpose that you came to this life. That's why choose that purpose, and stop bugging yourself. Stop having crazy attachment to something that is not really worth it anymore. Life is changing every day, every single minute and moment. You need to follow. Other than that, life will follow you. And that may not going to make you to feel good. You need to follow life, because when you follow life, you change your destiny by your own decision. But when you letting life follow you, the life will give you the most painful experience that you ever thought and imagined for. So follow life, that you at least have a choice to choose in between. You got it, baby?
Yep.
I'm proud of you because you stand for your children. I'm proud of you because even when you was depressed, you could do everything that goes from your power to bring happiness and love to your family. Even you felt that there is no way that you could even do it, but I'm very proud of you. You make it. You did that. Be proud of yourself, and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And one is you. You and your children. Sarah as a woman, and Sarah as a mom. And Sarah as somebody that's going to be in some other person's life that indeed needs Sarah and understands Sarah the way that she wants, and value Sarah's energies, beauty, and smart, and everything and anything that belongs to Sarah. Not the one that not knowing exactly who you are. The man that you've been with, he doesn't know you at all. And I think God helped you to open your eyes and change him immediate, or better say, God or universe wanted you to just jump from the old circle to the new circle to be happiest. That's what I wanted you, Sarah, to continue your goal and your path without him, but together with your kids, and enjoy your life every single second and moment. Try to take your day, try to take your time day by day. Take yourself day by day. Don't think about what's going to happen to me and my children in about 10 years. What's going to happen to us about 5 years. Day by day. Day by day. That's all. So now I have 90 seconds, my love. So for private information, you guys can go to PersianMedium.com, A1R Network, and also AvidAdvice.com. Wish you guys the best. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. And every day, we became as a new person. You can do it. And I know Sarah can as well. Have a great one, and bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Sorry about that, I was busy running my mouth. Let's see here, let me get situated. Okay, all right, here we are. Hello, I hope everyone had a great week. We are officially in the month of November. We are still in a lot of Scorpio energy, which can bring about a certain intensity and moodiness to situations, especially emotional ones. I am a Scorpio, so I completely am at home in this energy, but you may find yourself and others more moody, emotional, and maybe behaving more intensely than usual. It will be a month mixed with some really wonderful energies, but those are more towards the end of the month. And those have the potentials to they have the potentials to expand love, money, self-esteem, and optimism, while some of the more uncomfortable energies that create drama and stress, those will be sprinkled throughout the month, and more so towards like now, this week or so. And then, yeah, I would say this first part, like the first week, and then the rest of it is a little sprinkling throughout the month here and there. There is a caution with thinking before you speak, since people will be more sensitive. So really be mindful of what you're about to say, right? Sometimes we react emotionally and we blurt things out, and it could come across harshly, or it could come across with a tone. You know, we all love that tone. So really be mindful of that. And you could be overcoming some emotional hurts. There could be clashes with ideas, ideals, or arguments happening over different beliefs. Material gains through spiritual pursuits and some support from others is also going to be coming about. So if you have a spiritual practice and you are actually doing that for a living, like myself, you can see some material abundance coming your way because of that. And since we are still in Mercury retrograde, which is also in Scorpio, yay, you could experience or see issues with your cell phones, computers, the internet, transportation, and maybe some accidents. So really pay attention to what you're doing. Be mindful. Try to be present in the moment. We will also begin to feel the eclipse energy that's happening on December 26th. So you could start to see a cycle of completion with things that began in 2018 happening between now and the middle of 2020. So again, it's stuff that seeds that you might have planted in 2018. Maybe you start seeing those come to fruition, or they have basically run their course, so they're ending. Same thing with any kind of dramas or challenges that you've been in since 2018. You'll start to feel that energy lift and it coming to a close. And it's, like I said, it could last until the middle of 2020. Lots of intense energies. Surf those waves the best that you can. My advice is go with the flow, stay present in the moment, and tackle issues as they arise, right? There's no point in worrying about things before they happen. Let's get into what you can expect from tonight, November 7th through to November 14th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes for the week: love, the glue that holds everything together. It's the most powerful energy that exists, and it will be transforming you, your life, the people around you, and everything that it touches. The energy will be strong. Expect everything that isn't of the highest vibration of love to be purged from your soul, your life, your existence, right? It could be emotional purging. It could be jobs. It could be homes, relationships, everything and anything that is standing in your way to embody love and to be able to receive love. It could be intense for some, especially if you don't like change. If you have a difficult time with change, you probably will be feeling uncomfortable this week, and it could maybe lead into the week after, but I'm not 100% positive about that just yet. So look, this is happening so that you can receive love at this current frequency, right? The energies keep intensifying, and they're going to continue to be of higher vibrations. And that's when we go through a layer of purging, then everything kind of settles down, you integrate it, And then right when you get comfortable again and everything seems to be working out, here comes another wave of energies that come in and kind of knock you off kilter a little bit. But the beautiful thing is you should start to see that as you're working through stuff, now you're not going through the purging process anymore. Now it's coming in a different way, right? The power of love will only intensify as it does. More and more love light is forcing the darkness out of the shadows to be healed and transformed. But as you're allowing that to happen, there's going to be less and less that needs to be healed and needs to be transformed. So then this energy is when you really start feeling blissed out and you're feeling content and you're feeling peaceful. So hang in there. We're kind of like an onion, you know, you go to the Outback Steakhouse and you get a bloomin' onion and it opens up like this in different layers. Well, that's what we're doing. We're working from the outside layers to the core. So it's a process. It's cyclical. It's spiral in nature. So you're going to have to come up against a couple of things here and there multiple times as you're working through of these things and letting them go. So allow yourself to be healed. Receive the love and stand strong. Don't let dramas in your life and the world impact your focus, your strength, and the truth of who you are and what you want to accomplish. And this will be a time to silently watch as new doorways begin to open while other ones close. And you'll know when to take action. For now, it's time to just kind of let go of things or transform them, right? Like if some things maybe don't need to be let go of, but they just need to be approached in a new way, or you need to look at it from a new perception with a new set of eyes. So work on that. Purge yourself the way you would clean out a closet or a cupboard full of old clothes that don't fit anymore and food that's expired. So look at your beliefs, look at your emotional reactions and triggers, look at who you surround yourself with, look at what you attract into your life, and start getting rid of the people, things, and situations that are holding you back and holding you down. And look at where you're holding yourself back and down because of self-limiting beliefs. A change is needed, and it's coming whether you want it or not. And this week is straight up about transformation and change. Destruction followed by renewal, and it comes from the energy of love that is cleansing all that is not helping you get closer to the truth of who you are. It's nothing to fear, and in fact, the more you embrace and receive this divine love, the sooner you'll be seeing those doorways open for you more frequently, and it just becomes easier. I know it sounds weird, and how is that possible? But it is. It really is. So don't look at those things, those challenges, and what feels like destruction happening as a negative. It really is a positive. Embrace it. It'll make it so much easier. Those of you who have been feeling stuck and like nothing is moving forward in your life, this energy is going to show you where you've not realized you've been keeping yourself stuck because you've been too afraid to just make a decision, any decision, to get you moving forward again, which would require you to make a decision and take some action steps so that those blocks can be released. You are the block. You are blocking yourself. You are holding yourself back. You are the block, right? So you hold the keys to your freedom, always have, and you always will. Lastly, control issues will also be coming up. You'll need to look at them, and you need to deal with them in whatever way necessary to help you relinquish control and realize the only thing you can control is yourself through your choices. You choose what you feel, you choose who you date, you choose who you socialize with, you choose what you eat, you choose what to buy, what to wear, when to sleep, when to talk, what to drive, when to walk, when to run, when to cuss, when to go to the bathroom, when to have babies or not. You choose to use protection or not. You see how many choices that you make? And those are just a handful. you're literally making thousands of choices in a matter of a day. And you make so many of them, yet some of you believe life is happening to you and or that you can control other people's choices, right? So that's a false illusion. You can only control yourself. In summary, it may be an intense week for some, and those of you who have done lots of purging and you've been doing the work on yourself and you've been getting real about your baggage and your hang-ups, well, it's going to be a little less intense for you. This is where you could see love coming into your life in a more positive and abundant way versus a clarifying and purging way. Work, for those of you employed, unfortunately, I do feel like some people may be laid off or terminated this week. A few of you may actually decide to quit. And those of you that are unhappy may start figuring out a plan of action to make a career change, or maybe an employer change, or maybe you decide that you are going to work for yourself. And those of you who have been feeling trapped at your job, you finally put two and two together and have the realization that you're afraid to leave because of whatever security you feel there, but you can choose to move on. And if you did, you'll probably be happier. You know, my advice would be just don't quit before finding another job. Take your time to find the perfect fit that is going to bring you more happiness, that's going to be more connected to something that you feel passionate about, and that will bring more money into your life. You know, take your time to find that perfect fit, but at minimum try. There's, you know, what's the harm in applying at different places while you still have a job? And I do feel like you will be pleasantly surprised. Those of you that are looking for a job, I'm not really feeling too much for those of you looking. We are coming up on the holiday season, so there may be more temporary jobs that are available that I feel like you can get involved in and do while you continue the job search, right? And don't shy away from Uber, Lyft, Wag, DoorDash, Amazon deliveries, Poshmark, Etsy, and other quick start and quick paying jobs to just supplement your income until something better comes along. And, you know, those are gigs where you would basically make your own schedule. So you could always keep them even if you have a full-time job or another part-time job. My perspective is some money coming in is better than no money coming in at all. So, you know, consider those alternatives to help you temporarily. Love, those of you that are in committed relationships and dating seriously, it could be a rocky time in relationships, especially if you've been unhappy and you're holding on to one out of fear of losing some form of security, whether it be financial security or a fear of being alone. If you don't choose to make a change, it will stay the same, and you could live another 50 plus years, right? Depending on your age. And with technology, you know, we might be living well into our hundreds, and you're going to wake up every day being unhappy. I don't know. Take a look at that. Think about that. Some of you may get up the courage this week to let go, or you'll be forced to let go because of outside forces. So there could be something that pops up in relationships that basically forces the break for you. Some of you may make some choices to stay and try to keep that magic alive, or at minimum, you're talking about how unhappy you are in the relationship so that change can actually happen, right? If you're not facing it, if you're not talking about it, nothing is going to change. And those of you that are in happy relationships, I'm not really feeling too much drama for you guys at all. It just feels like it's going to be, you know, the usual, whatever your usual pattern is in your relationship. Those of you that are single and dating, I do feel some of you may need to take a time out from dating and reevaluate what type of people you're attracting into your life, and to take a look at the energy that you're actually putting out there. Is it one of neediness, desperation, insecurity, fear, or lust? If it is, you could be attracting the wrong type of people or pushing people away. So really take a look at that. Finances, some may be dealing with financial challenges and may be making sacrifices this week. Face the situation, ask for help if you need it, and work through the problems one day at a time. Even those of you who may not be having current financial challenges, I do feel like you could see some financial things pop up, like maybe you need a new water heater, or you need to get a new set of tires, or some other kind of unexpected bigger ticket item that you were, it's not something you purchase frequently. It's not something that's part of your budget. It's one of those things that just kind of happens and it puts a little dent into your cash flow. And I also feel like someone may lose their wallet. So pay attention to your wallets this week. Health, stress in all caps this week, manage it, or you could see some physical symptoms in your body. I also feel a few of you just need a hug and some physical contact. If you don't have someone you can hug, go to the animal shelter and volunteer and love on some animals. And also, I'm getting for those of you who are dealing with a chronic health issue, don't let it define you. Stop reinforcing that you're sick, right? Stop saying, I'm sick, I've got this, I've got that, I've got this. You're just reinforcing that, and you can kind of feel better if you're not stuck in your head about it. And focusing your energy on healing. Spirituality, change and more change. And some could be dealing with really critical, nitpicky, fault-finding people. Set boundaries. And if it's you who is acting this way, get over yourself. It's not attractive. And last thing coming to mind here is if you don't like something, change it and cultivate a positive attitude as well. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages for everyone. Let me get to tonight's caller. I have Fiona in Kilmore, Victoria, Australia. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How can I help you tonight?
Just any messages you've got for me would be really appreciated.
Okay, let's see. I feel like you've got a lot going on right now.
I do.
Yeah, I feel like there's sort of different pockets of maybe people in your life and situations where it feels like a little bit of drama, right? It kind of feels like there's some challenges here and that there's lots of changes happening with certain people in your life. And I feel like the message that I'm getting is that you're holding on too tightly and you may be fantasizing, or maybe fantasizing isn't even the right word. Maybe it's, how we have that, we build ourselves up and we have so much hope that things will change, or, we just expect things to maybe be a little bit different. And I feel like you might be too immersed in that energy and you might need to consider really letting go a little bit.
Okay, because I've been in a 22-year relationship and I'm just deciding if I want to leave it or not.
Okay.
But I don't know how that will affect my kids.
Okay, so I'm not surprised you say that, because I actually felt like your relationship just ended, or is on the verge of ending.
He won't leave.
So look here. Okay, so it's two things that I'm feeling here.
Yeah.
I know that you have obviously a lot of history and a lot of love there, but I feel like in order to survive this relationship, there's a lot of damage control that needs to happen and a lot of communication. And there's a part of me that feels like you guys may be past that. It just almost feels like it might be a little bit too late, right? It's almost like you've already resolved everything within inside of yourself and you're kind of just like, I don't really want to stay anymore. Like I'm done. But it's the fear.
Yeah, that's how I feel, yes.
Yeah.
He doesn't want it to end and he's doing everything he can to stay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's such a tough situation. Look, the children I feel are they're resilient, and I feel like they feel what is happening. Are they middle aged? They don't feel really, really young. They kind of feel like maybe somewhere between 10 and 15, somewhere like that.
I have a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 22-year-old.
Oh my Lord. Okay, so your 5 and 6-year-old feel pretty mature for their ages.
Yeah, they are.
They're really, really sharp, and they're really wise, actually, for how young they are.
Like they've been here before.
I'm sorry, what?
It's like they've been here before. They know exactly what's going on.
They actually feel so much more mature than your 22-year-olds.
That's funny.
They really are. I feel like they're great. I feel like all your kids are really great. And I do. Yeah, they are. I do. They're going to be fine. And I feel like all three of them see the problems, right? They see how disconnected you are in the relationship, and they feel it. And I feel like there's been a lot of arguing going on. I just feel like there's just feels like a lot of tension, and I feel like your nerves are frayed, like
not so much arguing, but the tension. There's been a lot of tension.
Yeah, well, because I think you've moved past, like, on some level, like, I think the arguing has already happened, and you're just at the point where it's like, don't even look at me, don't talk to me, let me just go over here and do the dishes. Like, you're just kind of, like, politely avoiding each other, but it's really uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's exactly how it is.
I feel like you have nothing to lose by walking away. I know maybe financially you're concerned about things. I do feel like you will be okay. And I do feel you can get to a point where you can co-parent. And I think both of you want to split up. Honestly, I feel like both of you do.
Yeah, I do. He tells me he doesn't, and he won't move out. I'm actually not working at the moment. My youngest is starting school next year, and my the 6-year-old is in prep. So I'm not working. So that is one of my big concerns. How do I financially do it?
Right. So you definitely, I feel, would need to get a job before you leave. So this is something, look, it's hard. I just feel like you're completely done with the relationship. And even though he said, like, I know, like, there's a part of him that doesn't want to split up, but I feel like the other part of him, he's just tired of the uncomfortable awkwardness and not, you're just not, you're roommates. But you've even gotten to the point where
we don't even share a room.
Right. Like you're just like strangers living under the same roof that happen to have children together. So
yep.
I feel like, look, he's not a horrible guy. I feel like he's willing to work with you. No,
he's not, and he's a great dad.
Yeah, and he will co-parent, and I feel like he would give you the opportunity to stay under the same roof, find yourself a job, or figure out something that you could do on your own to make money. I feel like he's even willing to kind of do a trial separation to see, if you really do want to break up permanently.
He has got a place to stay, and he stayed there 2 nights, and he just refuses to go. He just wants to stay here.
So he tried, and it's not working for him.
for one night he tried.
Yeah, you know what? He's got a lot of fear too. I think he's afraid of being alone. And of course he loves you and you have the kids, and I think he's worried about that. Look, I mean, if you want, you can email me at askrebeccatoday@gmail, and I'll give you a relationship book. It might have some pointers in there where you can get on the same page a little bit while you temporarily work through this.
I keep saying to him, I'm happy to co-parent together because I believe kids need both parents in their life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are about to get cut off. Fiona, email me and I'll give you a book. I think you're going to be all right either way with whatever decision. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I will see you next week. Bye.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the Air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host tonight here on A1R Radio. I am doing readings tonight, just all readings, and I want to focus on intuition. And if you have had any spiritual experiences, first off, I just wanted to say that the number one question I get from people from a religious background, especially of the Christian faith, anybody who has read the Bible, follows the Bible, I got it again tonight when I was doing a reading, and that is, if the Bible says X, Y, Z, how is it that you justify still using Christ consciousness and being Christian and doing readings as a psychic medium? And the answer is very, very clear every single time. The answer is always that we all must use our discernment. We are all born with an innate, inherent discernment, which will tell us specifically what is good and what is bad. It is our job and our responsibility to be able to weed out good and bad people, whether it be at a church, and trust me, there are always good and evil people running and attending any religious place. Don't let anybody fool you. The most, how can I say this? The people who harm the most and the people who do the most damage are the ones that are usually the most manipulative, and they take advantage of people. They appear nice. They're not your ugly pirate in the corner, okay? They are outwardly usually very manipulative, very graceful, charming. They look clean. They look amazing. They usually are very attractive. And by the way, that is another way that they gain manipulation, is through their appearance, sexuality, and basically getting people's attention, either being attractive to them personally or sexually. That is a very big manipulating tool that these personality disordered people, or people who don't have your best interest at heart. So again, I go over it and I just go over it and go over it, that it's important to learn how to use our own innate, inherent, built-in compass. And that is building our own spirituality, and that is our responsibility. We can't leave it up to, like, let's say a pastor of your church every time you have communication with someone. If you go on the train, or you're out on the street, or you're at work, or you meet somebody new at a party or someone's house, can you call up your pastor throughout your life every single time you meet somebody and say, listen, I really need you to tell me if this person's okay or not? No, we don't do that. That's not realistic. So what we do is we use our own compass. We have to practice it. We have to all keep fine-tuning our compass. So I'm going to take a call now. Bridget in Tulsa, Oklahoma. She would like a reading tonight, so I'm going to do that now. Hi, Bridget. How are you tonight?
Hi, I'm wonderful. I got through. I've been trying for a while. Thank you so much.
Oh, Yay, you got through. I'm happy to talk to you tonight. So what would you like to focus on?
I'd like a medium reading if you can. Do you do those?
Yeah, I do. I can see what I get.
Okay. That and maybe guidance or
guidance. Okay. Now, first of all, I'm getting a female. I'm kind of getting mom or grandma. First off, and I'm not sure if that is. I think she seems more like a grandma presence, and she's really sweet. She's got glasses on. I mean, most of them do, but she is. If she feels to me more like a. I would say, first of all, let me get your feedback. Is this ringing a bell?
Well, yeah, I have a couple of grandmas. I was pretty young when they passed.
Okay, and so
my mom's still living, so it's got to be my grandma.
It has to be your grandma. So sometimes when we go in for a medium reading, the person who you were hoping to hear from doesn't always come through. If you would like me to focus on a specific person, you can, but the people who have the strongest presence and usually the strongest spiritual strength will kind of pop in real quick because they like to make contact. So I'm getting grandma, and she's just basically, the reason why they do that is because they want you to know they're still with you, that they do watch you, that they do have concerns for you, that they are there to guide you. And it's good for us to know that. We forget about them. We go through our lives and we just don't think about them. So if you would like for me to focus on somebody specific, I can do that. I'm guessing that this was somebody who passed.
Can you? Do you need the name or?
If I don't do as well with names for some reason, that's never been my strong point. But I basically will tell you who, and I mean, I'm also getting a male presence, and it would be a younger son or brother. I mean, like younger than grandma.
My husband passed. That's who I'm trying to reach.
Oh, so you're trying to get to your husband. Was this pretty recently?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, within the last 5 years.
So, husband didn't come through very, very strongly. I'm getting more of like, okay, so was his mother passed?
His mother? No.
Your husband's mother? She's still with us?
She's still here, yeah.
Because I'm getting that the grandmother may have been his grandma, and that he's with her. So sometimes these things come in and they don't make perfect sense at first, and then as we go through,
he does have his grandma that he was really close with her. She's passed.
Mm-hmm. So that makes more sense now. Now I got son or brother. I think it's because he is her son. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm feeling the son relationship with his mother, and I'm feeling that they're together and they're very close. So did you know his grandmother?
I did not know.
Okay. Because it's basically a feeling of my grandma has me now. She's, we're together, and she's also watching over you. It's like it's almost like she's mom to him. And maybe that's why I was getting mother too with his grandma. Is just if she feels very, very mothering.
Yeah, I think they had a relationship like that. That she was more of a mother figure to him.
Okay. So that makes more sense, because sometimes people who will come through first are, there's a whole order of things that happen. And then other times when people come through, basically the people who have been passed the longest come through first. That tends to happen a lot. People who have passed more recently tend to not come through as strongly or as often. So Sometimes the other family member that has passed prior to the person that you're trying to reach, they will help that person come through and relay some messages. It's a little hard to explain, in the amount of time that I have, but usually it's because they're still learning on the other side. They're still initiating into where they are. They're still adjusting, and it takes some time for them to really get used to it. Yeah, that's usually what it's about. So that actually does make a lot of sense. And so what I do is I bounce things off of you, and you help me make sense so that you know that this is what's accurate, and then it makes more sense to me because I get it in a lot of pictures and symbols, and that's usually how they talk to me because it's telepathy. So is there a specific question you have, or something that's been on your mind about him, or is there a specific question you'd like me to ask?
Yeah, I just wonder, if he went in a pretty rough way. I just wondered if he's okay, and if he's advancing. And a couple of our kids are having a hard time with life, so I just want to know if he's there for them. And my daughter, I'm hoping she finds someone that she can connect with. She has a hard time finding my oldest daughter, and I'm just wondering when she's going to find the right one and be able to start her life.
Right. I really do feel that he has a strong presence. He is definitely doing his work. It's going to be about another 5 years around that before he can really start doing more of the work where he's connecting with your kids more and with you. Sometimes it just takes them different amounts of time here on the earth. It's very different there. The time frame is very different there compared to here. So
I guess I didn't realize how long it takes.
Yeah. And in the meantime, the way that they talk to us is through symbols. And I'm getting almost like a family crest, or I'm not sure if it's like it looks almost like beer, or like something that you'd see on a really nice liqueur bottle or something. It's kind of like silver. It's kind of hard to explain, but I feel like he's coming through with a sign, a symbol, and I'm not exactly sure what it would be called. Is it almost like a family crest, or is there something that
he was cremated, and me and our 4 children have silver crosses that we wear.
That's it, because it's very silver, and it looks like it looked to me like one of those old medieval crosses to me. For some reason, that's how it came through. So he's just basically telling you he knows you guys have those, and he's acknowledging that he can still see you. He's still there. And the message that I'm getting, and I'm getting goosebumps, so I know this is like super strong coming through. The message that I'm getting from him is that he wants you and the kids to know that life is meant to really test us, and that those trials, it's like he's saying, wow, I had it really hard sometimes in this life, here on the earth, and that he's saying, that's why he kind of went when he did, because it was like he was done, and he didn't have a whole lot left in him. Yeah. It was his due time to go. And with the kids, his biggest message for them and for you is that life isn't meant to be really easy. We're supposed to have these really difficult trials that we go through, and that it's something we have to accept, that this is hard, and that it isn't always, exactly the way we had hoped, and usually that turns out for the better.
Yeah.
These things are going to strengthen.
Yeah, he had a super hard life, and I think me and the kids was probably the best thing that he had out of it.
Mm-hmm. I would say that's correct. He's doing a lot of work over there. From a young age, I feel like he had gone through trials, and so there were just a few things that he was still playing catch up on with his spiritual growth. And what he's doing now is, with the time that he has in the spirit world, he's really utilizing his time and being given the opportunity through his guides, angels, and the higher ascended masters, the ascended masters that he works with, to develop and grow these skill sets spiritually. And that's really why he doesn't have a whole lot of earth time to be like bouncing back and forth, but he does want you to know that when you see those silver crosses, that he's with you. He is absolutely aware of you. He feels your emotion. He understands your sadness. And that's really like what I want to get across to you right now, is that he really acknowledges your sadness. And it feels very deep to me. I understand, how much he meant to you, feeling it. And he's acknowledging you for that. And he's saying, like, it's not, this life is very, very brief. And if you can just, try your best to look at all of the good things that he left you with and all of the good times that you guys had together, that you're going to be able to get through the grieving process easier. And he's saying, go ahead and talk to him. Like, when you're feeling lonely or whatever, he can hear you. You can talk to him in your mind. You can talk to him out loud, when nobody's there. It's, it's very personal, but he's listening and he's still there. You can talk to him.
Yeah. I do talk to him, and I get frustrated with it. And my grieving has been hard. It's been off and on. I tried to learn, and I watch mediums and I watch all shows, and I'm trying to heal myself from it, but it's extremely hard.
Well, he's with you. He understands. He feels everything you feel. He knows the depth of it. He's there. He not only can see.
I don't want to make him sad.
You're not making him sad. He is watching you go through this process of grief, and he knows, it's like what he was saying before. He knows how it hurts. He can feel what you feel now, and that's okay. He can handle it. He's okay. But he wants you to try to start remembering all the good things about him, because nobody wants to leave this earth with you feeling sad every time you think of them. They want you to feel happy every time you think of them. They want you to remember all the great things, all the good moments, and to remember those things. And go ahead and let that grief play through. That's important work to do, and that will strengthen you spiritually, and it will strengthen you in being able to build empathy and grow your empathy and earn it, and just really be able to help others who are maybe in the same situation. I'm sure that you've had a lot of people say some things that, after he passed, that didn't resonate very well with you. And so what it does is it teaches us what to say, how to support others, how to really support our clan, our community. It makes you a better person. And I'm just, what I would like you to kind of move away from is being lost in the sad part of it, because that can be a cycle that will continue if it's not processed with the grief properly.
Yeah.
And your children, they're going to work through it the way that they are going to. They're all going to do it differently. And your oldest daughter has her own way to grieve and to act out. I know she's probably acting out some, it's normal. Yeah. It's natural. This is all part of that process. So I want you to normalize what's happening right now. This is what people go through when they lose something.
Try to breathe and get through it.
Yeah, I understand. I've experienced grief, and I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for calling in. If you'd like to continue, or you'd like to reach me again for more, you can always contact me. My website is AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. And I'm on Facebook at Anna Olson Intuitive. And you can always reach out to me again. I'd love to do another reading for you, or for one of your kids. I'm always here to help.
Sure. That's what I was wondering, because the more that I learn, it seems like my emotions are getting so strong with people, like when I'm around people more, or because I'm more of a shut-in. I like being alone, and I guess the more I learn and the more I try to connect, what is that? Is that just has to do with my spiritual growth?
Yeah, that's normal. I mean, it's just as we age, when you reach certain ages in your chronological age, you are more ready for new spiritual growth and transition. So that is extremely normal. You're doing, great work. Actually, I think it's really about getting in all of your resources that you resonate with. If that's church, you resonate with that, great. If it's, mediums, you resonate with that, perfect. It's whatever you resonate the most with.
Okay.
And absolutely reach out to me if you need me again. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to connect with you again.
Okay, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Have a wonderful night. I'm so glad you got through.
Yeah, me too.
Have a good night. So next we have Melissa. And Melissa is going to get a free reading tonight with me. Melissa, are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
And where are you from?
I'm from Bunbury in Western Australia.
Oh, wonderful. An Australian. Oh, fun. What can I focus on tonight for you? What can I do for your reading tonight?
Just a general reading would be great. Just what life's got to throw at me would be good to hear.
Wonderful. Do you like tarot cards?
Pardon me?
Do you like, would you like me to use some tarot cards? Would you like just a general reading with mediumship? How would you like to do the reading tonight?
I have no idea. Mediumship would be good. Yeah, just whatever comes to you.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. So do you have any specific topic you'd like me to focus on, or just tell you what comes through?
Just whatever comes through.
All right. First of all, I'm getting, do you live near a river, or do you like the water? I'm just basically seeing a river and there's like brush around it, like bushes, and I don't know if it's camping or something happened in a river. Or body of water. Does it ring a bell?
I live near the beach. I live near the beach.
You live near the beach. Yeah, I was kind of seeing those kind of plants around a body of water and like the dirt. I couldn't tell if it was sand or what, but I'm getting that there's a body of water. And then do you resonate very closely with the water? Do you need to be around the water or the beach?
Yeah, I love the beach.
Okay.
I really love
Because
the beach. Yeah.
I feel like that's your therapy. And I also am getting that part of that is that there's the elements that help you kind of detox. So your body detoxes in that element energetically.
Yeah.
And
takes away the stress.
Yes. And, I also feel like it's a toxicity that it pulls out, and maybe it's the salt, maybe it's the air, and, it's just all the elements together. I feel like it actually physically detoxes you, which is really interesting that I'm getting all this. I'm just getting that, like, your body really needs that detox. And, are you aware of any condition where you have trouble detoxing your system physically?
Not really. I haven't been well lately, so I probably do need to go for a visit to the beach. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like your body really is drawn towards those elements, and also sauna. I feel like you need a sauna. If you're having those health issues right now, go to the beach, get out in nature, get into the salt water, put your fingers and your toes in the sand. A sauna would be great, kind of sweat it out, because I do see that there's something in your genetic makeup that is making it difficult for you to regularly detox.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So I'm seeing that first. And then I'm seeing red hair, and it's kind of done up real pretty, like kind of high, and the hair sprayed. I'm not sure if that rings a bell for you, but that's what I'm getting.
A red head?
Yeah, red hair, and it's kind of styled up real, kind of elaborately.
I think my mum used to have her hair like that in the 60s and the 70s.
Ah.
She had red hair when she was younger, yeah.
Did she wear kind of like a lot of pretty makeup, kind of heavier makeup?
No, she didn't.
No?
She was never a makeup lady, no.
Huh. Because I was kind of getting like a nice, maybe it was the 60s because I got a nice thick eyeliner. To me, that's kind of a lot of makeup. Maybe it wouldn't be to somebody else, but has she passed?
My birth mother has, yeah.
Okay. So we're talking about your birth mother?
Oh, no. I was thinking that my mother that has raised me, she used to have like red hair in the 70s. Yeah?
So,
and used to like wear it in a beehive.
Okay. So we have both of your mother figures coming through. We have birth mother who's passed, and we have her showing me your mother who has raised you. And I'm getting a lot of love coming through from your birth mother. Like I'm just feeling like there is a ton of love coming through. I only have 90 seconds left, but I want to just give you the message first that there's so much love, and every decision she made for you was out of love, and I'm basically getting the message that she needed you to know that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I'm running out of time right now. You can always reach me. Again, you can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. And I am also on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. And if you want to continue the reading later, or if you want any other services from me, absolutely give me a call or let me know. You can message me, email me, whatever you need to do.
All right, thanks, Anna.
Thank you so much. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, I wish I really had more airtime with her because I was getting really intrigued by the mother figures coming through, and I love these adoptive situations. So I really like to delve into that more, but that's my time for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight, and I will see you next week here on A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host of Insights into Consciousness. If you'd like to reach me, again, my website's AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. Thanks so much and have a great night.
A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope that whatever you've done in this last week, that you've had an absolutely fantastic, awesome week. I mean, our hearts and our prayers still go out to the people of California with those fires, that there doesn't seem to be any sort of let-up happening there. We can only hope that it's going to rain soon and they're going to be able to put those fires out and people can start rebuilding their lives. It's a terrible thing for people to go through things like that. Any sort of weather phenomena, anything that displaces a family and a community is never an easy thing, and it takes a very, very long time and a lot of patience and a lot of love and also a lot of money to rebuild a community. But most importantly, I think if we show them and share with them in our prayers and our thoughts that maybe it might ease their burden a little bit easier. So this week we've got the Simply Tarot card of the week as we always open the show, and this week I'm sort of, it's a little bit of an ambiguous card. I was going to say I was pleased to say this card's come out. It's not one that we feature very often on the show. For those of you that are new to the show, about half an hour before the show, I actually just sort of shuffle the cards and focus on the card or the energy that's going to be with us all for the next 7 days. So it's not something that I say, oh, gee, we haven't featured this one for a while. It's random. It's done only half an hour before the show. So this week it's the Two of Pentacles. So it's the card of money confusion, juggling two situations or ideas around. Now, quite often at this time of the year, I find as we get past what here in Australia, we've just had our big horse race for the year called the Melbourne Cup. And it's usually just after the Melbourne Cup that everybody's mind turns to, oh dear, the holiday season's just around the corner. I've got so much shopping and cooking and cleaning to do that I better get activated after we get over our hangover. So it's interesting that this card has come out past yesterday, which was Melbourne Cup here in Australia, the Two of Pentacles, where we've got money confusion. So it's about sort of juggling or balancing your budget, sort of looking at what you can take from here to there and maybe make your money stretch a little bit further than what you hoped. But it can also be about two situations in your life where you maybe need to give it a little bit more thought and work out what's so important to you at this point. And sometimes it can seem a little bit like a juggling act at which way do I go? How do I sort out what it is that I'm looking to change or bring about in my life, or what I just have to deal with? So sometimes we can feel a little bit like a juggler and we're throwing all our balls in the air and hoping we're going to catch them and not drop them. So I hope if you're feeling this way that you'll find some sort of peace out of it, because we still have the planet of Mercury still going retrograde or backwards until approximately the 24th of this month. So that sort of doesn't make things any easier, I suppose. So having our little quick trip around the universe, we still have Mercury retrograde, which is in Scorpio. So this is really peeling back the layers of intensity, and it's dragging a lot of stuff up from the unconscious and the subconscious part of the mind toward the light and saying, okay, now we've got to deal with it. And look, my inbox has been full with people sort of saying what's going on. I feel terrible. Why have I got all these flashbacks to the past, old grievances? There's been arguments in the home. There's been all these sort of things, this great groundswell of emotion coming towards the surface. And I think it's very positive, because the only way we can heal or release things is to bring it to the surface, show it the light of day, look at it, understand it, and sometimes the answer is there is no answers, and just release it or set it free and sort of say, okay, well, I can't focus on this anymore. I've given this issue or this situation or this person enough airtime. I've now got to just sort of release it and send it out to the universe and let the universe deal with it. And I don't want that to be a cop-out as sort of like I'm too lazy to do the work on the issue. That's never the answer. It's when we've exhausted every possible conceivable angle that we can take the situation or the matter or the person, that then and only then do we hand it over to the universe and say, well, I can't do any more. If you can show me something or another way around this solution, I'm open to suggestions. I'm happy to look at it and try and address it. So it's a very, very interesting concept. So, there was a lot of frayed tempers in the last 7 days. So hopefully this week, as we move sort of a little bit more into calmer waters, where Venus was sitting in Scorpio last week, the planet of love and affection, Venus has now started her transit into Sagittarius. So it's sort of easing off the pressure of the pressure cooker a little bit when it comes to matters of the heart and things that we might need to communicate or talk about with loved ones or family members or people that are close to us. So it's sort of a little bit easier time this week to have that deep and meaningful conversation, or, you know, maybe things not be quite as intense as what they were. But please be aware we still have some very major planetary configurations going on. We've spoken about many times on the show about Saturn holding hands or conjunct Pluto in Capricorn. That's still the case. We still have a lot of official areas or areas of great importance in our life that do need our attention. And I know it seems like it's been a hard-going year this year, but it's also been a year of many gains. Because for those of you that have put the hard work in, that have really really focused on their lives and particularly finances and where you want things to go and the things that are important to you, the rewards are slowly starting to pay off. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily have a great amount of confidence when you look around the world politically on the world stages with all the turmoil that seems to be in every corner of the globe in that way. But we as individual people, I think, are starting to take responsibility for our own lives, what we're responsible for. And in time, I think we'll then start to look to our politicians and our leaders and say, well, hang on a minute, you guys better wake up to yourselves, because your values, what you're doing isn't in line with what we think as the people. So we could be in for some very interesting times ahead in the next 12 months, 2 years on the political and world stages, as energies and people and situations and decisions and directions will all start to sort of align together. And this is partly the things that we're starting to see now, where we're seeing people protesting in the street about climate change and things that don't suit them. And you go to the UK and they're still arguing over Brexit, whether it's right, wrong or indifferent. They're still in turmoil over that. And I think probably the world seems a little bit smaller now with the advent of social media and all those sort of things. And we've got this instant news cycle 24/7. And I suppose in some ways it sort of feels a little bit like overload, that we sort of just want to switch it off and say, let me just focus on my life and what's going on in my life and what I can control. And maybe that's the best thing that we should be looking at, is sort of peeling back the layers to our own life, looking at what we can take on board, what we can be responsible for, and focus on that. So it's really, really interesting. This week I've chosen the patience candle, and the reasons why I've chosen the patience candle is that I feel we could all do with a little bit more patience. I think there's many times in our lives where we're just so impatient, we want everything to happen yesterday. Well, this is a candle I don't burn that often, but when I do bring it out, it's usually at a time like what we're in at the moment, where there's just so much going on astrologically. And I just sort of feel, look, I want to exhale. I want to bring a little bit of patience. I want to bring a little bit of calmness into my life and around me and for my clients, that it's just one of those times that you can light this candle. It's very delicate in its fragrance, and it's like, oh, good, I can exhale now and I can just be. I can just allow things to sort of formulate in my mind and give me the strength, or give me the patience to be able to deal with people and their bad tempers, or people that are overly emotional because they've got so much going on in their lives. It just gives me that coping mechanism and hopefully filters through to them that, you know, we can just sort of exhale and let ourselves just breathe. You know, I think sometimes we forget to just be in the moment and just enjoy what's sort of happening. So that leads me on to our famous actress of the week. And we're up to the Capricorn, female Capricorn as far as actresses go. And this week I've chosen an iconic lady who I'm sure that there isn't a person on the planet that doesn't know who I'm about to talk about. She was a real role model, a real go-getter. She was somebody that a lot of young women sort of looked up to and aspired to be like. And I'm speaking about the one and only Mary Tyler Moore. Now, Mary Tyler Moore started her career very young. She wanted to be a dancer, and she was very successful at that to a certain point in time. But it was also then it became more obvious to her that she could probably share her message with the world and who she was and what she stood for in a very dynamic way when she got onto the stage and into films and into television, where people were starting to sort of take notice of her. Here was a very grounded, dynamic, focused young woman who had a message to share. She didn't take any BS from anybody, but at the same time, she was the epitome of a lady, well-mannered, with poise and grace. but she showed women, I think particularly, through her television roles and some of her very dramatic roles in films. And there's one particular movie that I remember seeing her playing the role of a mother of a young son where one of the sons had been killed, and she was sort of ignoring the other son, and he was a teenager and he was getting into trouble and wasn't coping with the grief and the loss of his brother. And the role that she played in that was just so phenomenal. It staggered me that she never won an Academy Award for it. It was brilliant. It was, you know, sort of all the seesaws of emotions that a family would go through after a tragedy, and how we cope or don't cope with things, and how dysfunctional we can be, and how we have to find the new normal. And that was one of the most powerful dramatic roles I'd ever seen Mary in. I mean, for most of us, we will always remember her in the Dick Van Dyke Show, but more importantly, I think in her own show that she went on to have for many, many years, called the Mary Tyler Moore Show, which is where I believe Mary really came into her own. She was showing women that we could have a voice, that we could be 20, 30 something, be single, be in a male-dominated career as television was, be a producer, you know, still be single, go dating, have an apartment, have a life, have good friends with Rhoda downstairs and get into all sorts of mischief, and still sort of trying to balance this being single and being independent and in a man's world, but wanting to show the world that she wanted more than just a casual relationship. She wasn't prepared to just settle for something casual. She wanted marriage, which eluded her all the way through the series, but she grew. And I think we all grew with her, knowing that if you put your mind to something and you don't let go of what is important to you morally and emotionally, that you can have great success and you can show people what you really stand for. So that's Mary Tyler Moore. So I hope you've enjoyed our little astrology section on, you know, we're working our way around the zodiac of famous people that I think that have left or leaving an amazing legacy for all of us to look up to. But, you know, Mary really sort of showed, even in her work, the epitome of a Capricorn woman, of being determined, strong, and being very highly principled, and that you work hard and the rewards do come. So we're going to talk to Tayana in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Are you there, Tayana?
Hi, yes I am.
How can I help you tonight, sweetie? Do you have a question I can work with?
Well, I was wondering if you will be able to connect with a loved one or two that has passed.
Sweetie, in the short space of time that we've got, I can't necessarily guarantee I can connect with who you want to speak to. I prefer to work with a direct question. So if you've got a question for me, if they want to weigh in from the other side, they will, and I will share with you anything that they give us. You've got to understand, we don't have a direct link to be able to just dial up who you wish to speak to. It's all a matter of whether they feel comfortable and are ready to come through, and sometimes they're a little bit shy coming through on such a public forum too. So do you have a question I can work with?
Yes. What do my near future hold? Is it going to get better or is it going to get worse?
Your future or your marriage, or both?
My near future. I'm not married. I'm actually
okay, right. Your near future. Sorry, sweetie. I didn't quite understand what you said. Okay, first thing that they're sharing with me is that this year's been not necessarily what I'm going to say the easiest of years for you. It's been 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. It's like you feel like you haven't gained a lot of momentum, and I'm going to say to you that you actually have. Has there been a couple of major things that have come to an end or coming to an end now that you've been working hard on this year to bring to a close?
Yes.
Yeah, well, they're saying to me sort of like this last little bit will seem like the hardest, but we've got to push through that barrier. We really have to push to make it sort of happen. It's really, really positive, because what I'm sort of seeing, even though you're sort of not feeling as if you're jumping out of your skin with excitement and you're sort of feeling a little bit tired from everything that you've had to work on this year, that, you know, over the next couple of months, things are going to certainly get a lot easier, but things are going to start to sort of fall into your lap very, very easily. It's interesting because they're showing me that there's a very tall, dark-headed man that's yet, I think, to cross your path, who's going to become very, very important to you. So no one special on the romantic front at the moment?
Well, I do have a boyfriend. He is
call with our care.
Right. Okay. But has he sort of been a little bit shy in sort of talking about where this relationship's going?
Yes, most definitely, because we are having a lot of problems.
Okay. So do you sort of feel in your heart of hearts that this is worth the effort that you've had to put into this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm not totally convinced that he's the one I'm about to talk about, but I'm not going to argue with you and sort of say, or even argue with those from beyond that are sharing a message with me. I'll give you what they've given me, and then it's up to you to put the pieces together into the jigsaw, and you don't necessarily have to tell me whether it's him or whether it's going to be someone new. But what they were sharing with me was, number one, this beautiful, massive pink heart, which is always meaning that, you know, the romance is good. I had a very tall, dark-headed man with quite a long, sort of oblong sort of looking face. It's very long. And I feel that the eyes are very piercing and very brown. I'm going to say to you, it's almost like he seems to be sort of reorganizing his life. So if this is the current man in your life, I'm going to say that's good, because I feel that he's had sort of a little bit of a wake-up call and it's time to sort of get everything sort of more organized. I also feel that this man's had a lot of emotional issues from childhood that he's had to rise above and sort of put into some sort of perspective, and now sort of leaving that behind. It's not that he's used them as an excuse. It's just that they were sort of there and sort of interfered with things. Well, now that door is being sort of sealed up and shut, and sort of saying, I'm able to go forward now. Also, have you just moved residence? Have you just had a move?
I actually started school in Kentucky recently.
You just did what recently, sweetie?
I just started school in Kentucky recently.
Oh, okay. You just started school. So did that mean that there was a move to go to school in Kentucky?
Yes.
Okay, right, fine. Because they were showing me a move, and they were sort of showing me that you still had sort of question marks around it at whether or not this was the right thing to do. And they were saying to me, yes, it is. It's just sort of like we've just got to let everything sort of settle. I just sort of feel 2020 is going to be a much brighter, positive year than 2019 was for you, where 2019 was where you had to sort a lot of things out. You had to work out who you were, where you were going, what was important to you. And it's now sort of like we can see a long way ahead now. Things are going to start to become a lot stronger. There is definitely two people in spirit that are around you, but they didn't sort of really weigh in any way to add anything other than to what I've given you. And they're sort of both just sort of got this lovely smile on their face as if they've got everything in hand for you, sweetheart. So I hope that helps you. We're going to take our next caller, which is Robin in Brandertown, Florida. Are you there, Robin?
I am, yes.
Do you have a question I can work with tonight,
Hello.
Robin? Hello, Robin.
I was just, yes, can you hear me?
I can, sweetie, yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay,
I can
hi.
hear you, Robin.
I was just wondering, okay, I was just wondering if you could tell me anything about future plans for myself.
Okay, so when you say future plans, is there any particular area that you want me to zone in on? Because future plans is a very wide sort of cross-section of that.
Yes. Like financial, career.
Okay, all right, we can look at that. All right, first thing that they're sharing with me is that they want to give you a big tick. So whatever you've been working on or however you've been sorting things out recently, I'm going to say to you, stay on that path. It's like you're on the road to success. I want to see you continue with that. Have you been sort of contemplating whether or not it's time to change your job? Because I'm seeing question marks around the employment, and I'm seeing to me that it's not settled, like the jury's out on that. I haven't made a final decision yet.
Yes, kind of. In a way, I've been out of work for a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then we don't want to keep you out of work. So there will be a sort of, okay, the question mark around that is then probably, are you looking to go back into the same type of employment that you were previously in, or have you been questioning whether or not it's time to branch out into something slightly different?
Whether it's time to branch out into something different.
Yeah. Well, that's where I think it's the most strongest. I'd like to see you sort of, like if you've always been a nurse, it's no point in saying, well, I'm going to go off and work in a retail store, but it could be a different branch of nursing. I'm just using that as an example. So I think it's time to look at your core skill set and then look at what we can add to that or how we can manifest that in a slightly different way to give you something that's a little bit more exciting and interesting as far as the job. I'm seeing a job fairly quickly, sweetie, within the next couple of weeks, but I'm going to say to you it's only going to start out as a temporary or a casual position. I don't want you to turn it down on the strength of that and think, oh, well, it's only 2 weeks' work. That's not much help to me. I really need a proper job, because I feel it's going to lead into an offer of something very permanent. So I want you to sort of take it if it feels right. I do think it's something that you had applied for a job with this company recently and never heard anything, and sort of crossed that off the list, that they didn't even have the manners to say that your application wasn't successful. I know that they should have done that, but I feel that the actual original position that you applied for didn't end up being filled anyway. It was sort of like they changed their mind in the end and reorganised or rejigged the position to be sort of something different. And I think then they tried to maybe disperse it between a number of other people that worked there to sort of, even remove the position altogether. Well, now they've come back to the conclusion that they do need somebody there, but they're sort of looking at whether or not they only need them, for a couple of weeks to sort of sort this out, or whether it's going to lead into a full-time position. So I actually feel that you'll be the first person on their list that they'll phone and offer you a couple of weeks' work if you're interested. And provided it feels right to you, I think take it and grab it with both hands and go for it, because I feel it will lead into a proper permanent role for you. And it's sort of like you've got 2 weeks' work, and then they offer you another 2 weeks' work, and it goes on like that for a little while until we get into the new year. And then sort of, I think between the last 2 or 3 weeks of January, first week of February, I think then that's when they're going to offer you a more permanent role, which is good. So has there also been some changes to where you're living too, Robin? Have you been sort of clearing out the closets or something in your time off, getting yourself organised?
I have been. Yes, I have been. I've been.
Yeah, but
I've been doing a lot of. Yes, go ahead.
Been doing a lot of clearing. Yeah, I was just going to say, you've been doing a lot of clearing and sort of thinking and letting things come in and out of your mind, and sort of what you don't need you've tossed, and what you've needed to look at you've looked at. That's good, because this is all part of the changes that are going on around you, Robin, that you've been given this time to be able to sort of sort everything out in your life, not just clearing the closets out, but sort of looking at a lot of old emotional stuff as well. And that's sort of all sort of disappearing. From about March next year, I think there's going to be sort of almost like a completely brand new direction, a new path that you'll be treading on. Like you'll already have the new job. You've done all your clearing. I don't see any reason to move, but it's like a real shift in who you are and what you want out of your life. And it's like all of a sudden, it's like you know exactly where you're going, what you want, who you want to take with you and who you don't want to take with you. So don't be surprised if over the next few months, some of your friendships, you'll sort of think, gee, I don't know that I have anything in common with that person anymore. I don't know that I'll necessarily pursue that or encourage that friendship. Do you know what I mean? I won't be rude to them, but if they don't ring me, I won't ring them, sort of thing. And it's sort of like getting you ready for this whole new phase in your life, which I think is going to be very exciting, Robin, where you're moving into a much stronger direction. It's like you're listening to your intuition, but your intuition's just become automatic. It's like I don't have to stop and think about how I feel or how I want something to be. I just know, and that's a good thing. It took you a long time to get there. And I think it also took you a long time to say no too, Robin, that you don't have to be everything to everybody.
Correct, yeah.
And that's good. That's really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you see anything health-wise?
Health's one of those tricky areas, Robin, by, country laws and things like that. We're not really able to discuss it. But what I can tell you is, energetic-wise, I think your energy is starting to become a lot stronger, a lot clearer. You're really listening to your body. You've gone away from sort of trying to follow the sheep and do what everybody else is doing to just listening to what Robin needs. Like if you're tired, you sit down. If you feel like you want to go for a walk, you go for a walk. You're sort of not so obsessed with what's trendy you need to put in your body. It's what you know that your body needs. You're listening to yourself. And I think that's a good thing, because I sort of see your health just getting better and better and better, and you feeling so much more energized, which is wonderful. So that's where we've got to leave it, Robin. We're coming to the end of the show. So I hope everybody has an absolutely fantastic week, and please don't forget to keep California and Los Angeles in our prayers with those fires, and let's pray for rain, that it rains and they can sort of start the big process of cleaning up. And next week, of course, we'll have our Simply Tarot card of the week, the candle of the week, and we'll have our little glimpse and trip around the universe. So until next week, be kind to each other. Make sure that you have your listening ears on during this Mercury retrograde. 24th of the month is when Mercury goes direct again. But so until then, bye for now.
G'day, Tonya Reeves, Australian Psychic Cowgirl. I'm coming at you from a little place near Bright. We've got the reception here's a little bit remains to be seen, so we'll see how we go with readings. If I can't get your information clearly, I will connect in with your name and just give you the information that I get. And yeah, if I don't get a response, I'll know why. So anyway. We are up here today. There's a big rod run this weekend in Bright, so we've got heaps of classic cars. There'll be cars everywhere. I'll get a lot of footage that I'll share on my page of some amazing cars. And amazingly enough, we're here in Southern Australia, but there's a massive amount of American cars that'll be getting around this weekend. So we're all Ford fanatics in our family. So I'm actually sitting here in a Crown Victoria, a 1956 50s classic American car, and she's just been on the road for a couple of weeks. She was imported. I'm pretty sure it's a Californian car, but I might be wrong there. But yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it was California. So yeah, we're pretty rapt to be able to have these amazing cars over here. And as Aussies, we love the American classic cars, and yeah, we don't have any problems driving on with the steering wheel on the other side of the fence. For us, it's quite interesting. It's a little bit different to what we used to, but yeah, it's a bit of fun. And I often sit there and I'm sitting like I am now on the passenger side, and sometimes I'll go to put my foot down, if my partner's driving, I'm like, oh, I'm going to brake, because you're just mentally in that side of the car that you're so used to driving with. So yeah, it's a bit of fun. So we're going to have a really great weekend, always a good weekend up here in Bright. It's one of my most favourite places, and it's just been great having that, being able to look forward to a weekend away and also incorporating a bit of fun and connecting with you guys on the radio. So hopefully I can come through loud and clear and you can understand me and I'm not too fuzzy. That remains to be seen. So anyway. It's really miserable weather here. We've actually had a real turn of cold weather, but we have had rain, so we need the rain, so we're not complaining. We're just going, you know what, let's put the jackets on and get on with it. So, yeah, so hopefully in some of the really, really dry parts of Australia where the farmers are, they can get some rain as well. That would be so nice to see and, give them a bit of a boost as well. So this week, oh my God, is everyone still reeling from snapping it into November? Because I sure am. It was interesting. I kept getting shown unicorns for some reason. They're so left of field for me. Or, yeah, they're around and I'm aware of them, but not something that's really common for me to connect in with. And then it was funny, I was chatting to a fellow medium, Jacinta, who her and I run some workshops, and I was saying to her, I keep getting unicorns, and we're like laughing and going, oh, that's fun. And then, then she shared something from a lovely lady called Diana, I can't think of her surname, and she does all the angel work. Oh, I've just had a mental blank on her surname. She's well known anyway, but yeah, she was actually had a whole write-up Jacinta shared with me about unicorns and what they represent. And, she also had on her blog information about November being a time to clear out what's no longer serving us, a time to let go of stuff we don't need anymore, and also time to get the manifesting happening. So it's a big month for let go of what you don't want to make room for what you do want, and be really clear about what it is you want, because there's going to be, it feels energetically like we can really bring things to us quite quickly. But in saying that, I've had a few people contact me with trying to bring things, into their, I suppose, into their universe, and we're feeling a bit frantic with it, so we have to let it go. So if you're really willing something and taking all your time obsessing about it, let it go. Put it out to the universe and say, yep, that's what I expect and that's what I want, but I'm going to let it go and I'm going to allow you to deliver it as it needs to be delivered. So don't forget that. We need to let it go. The more desperate energy we put to something, the more we push it away from us. So it's good to be aware of that. Okay, I'm going to go on to my first caller, Denise in the Bronx, New York. Denise, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I was sleeping. I was sleeping. I'm getting ready to go to work.
All right, so we're going to do a snapping reading for you prior to you heading off to work. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, Denise, actually, it's funny, most of my callers that ring in here are quite spiritual, but you have that around you in droves. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and say you're really good at manifesting things, and you get visions of things. You actually get shown a lot of things prior to them happening, and it's really great because it kind of, you get when I say forewarned or shown, the things that are presented to you are relevant to you in the future. So it's really great you get the insights. Make sure you stop and take note of them. There's something around at the moment where you've come to a fork in the road and there's decisions that need to be made. And I just want to say, because they're showing me, it's like, tell her to listen, tell her to take notice. You've had a few things that have almost been like hiccups that have come up. So it's almost like you're traveling along the road and you've had things coming at you left of centre. They are there to slow you down and make you look at things differently.
Okay.
All right. Because there's something about you have to slow down to speed up. And it's like, as frustrating as that is, because I feel like I want to say Denise is not patient like the rest of us. We want it yesterday.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
We don't want to wait, but what they're showing me is that we just need to take a deep breath and almost like consolidate, because what you're feeling is coming to you, but it's going to be in a different way. So it's almost like you might be thinking, I need to do this, that, and something else, and it's going to happen, but it's like they're showing me just take a deep breath and trust, because you're going to be shown and it will be presented to you slightly different to what you're thinking. So that's why you're being held up.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's good. Okay.
And there's also an offer around work for you. So there's something around an offer for work. So be open to that. And I want you to say yes to that.
Yes.
Yep. Okay?
Yeah.
So don't be scared. Don't be scared. And there's also, quickly, I know you've got to go, so I won't keep you, but there's also a baby or a child coming around. So I don't know whether you already know about this, but I feel like we're having there's a little girl around somewhere that fits for you.
Okay. A little girl.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah, just look out. Let me know. I'd love to hear, all right? So take care.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day at work, and I will talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, I'm going on to my second caller, Gidget in Washington, Michigan. Gidget, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I hope you really good, thanks. Oh, you've got a really sweet voice. Okay, connecting with you straight up, Gidget, there's been some kind of, I feel like we've been through this year for you, there was something that's happened that's pulled things apart. So it's like you were travelling along quite well, and then there's been a bit of a shake-up with your situation. I feel like I'm going to home life. What's the big change?
My brother passed away.
Okay, yeah, and it was a bit of a shock, yeah?
Yeah, well, he was sick, but yeah.
Yep. So, and of course, being a family member, it's really hard when you know, they've been around and then suddenly aren't. You and him had a really close connection too, I feel like, and I want to say there's a cheekiness around him where he is letting you know that he's still around. So it's like, I want to say he's showing you the signs.
I'm not sure what they could be, though. That I'm struggling.
Yeah, okay. Can I ask, because I feel like I want to say he's got a bit of a cheeky grin. So did he, like there's something around a sense of humour in amongst him?
I'm sorry, what was that?
There's something around a sense of humour. Did he have a bit of I want to say like a wicked sense of humour? Does that fit for him?
Yeah, he cut some jokes.
Yeah. So it's like that's how he's coming into you, because he doesn't want to see you sad. And I feel like that was him in life, is he was always the one to say, come on, you've got this. He was like your cheerleader, I want to say. And it's like he's showing me that is the case also in spirit. There's something around, have you planted something for him, or where does because I feel like I'm digging in the garden. There's some reference that he's showing me to that.
There's no garden yet, but my parents planted, or we received a gifted bench in his honor that we're going to be planting a garden around.
Yeah, cool. Because it's like he's just acknowledging, and often when they do that, he's just letting you know, I'm aware of that. I can see that that's happening, and you know that's his, I suppose, part of his evidence to say he's around and he's all seeing. With what's happening. He's also referencing, do you have a son, or where does the boy fit in?
He has a grandson.
Okay, there's a boy that is really struggling since he's passed, and he's just like he wants to he wants to give him a hug, and it's like I feel like he connects with him as much as the child might not fully get that. It's like he's acknowledging, he's putting his arm around him, and he's aware of his struggle, but it's like he's there stepping in for him, and he wants you to know that.
Okay.
All right. He's also showing me
the age range of the boy?
Well, I feel like I want to go to the vision or the imprint and impression that I'm getting with this boy would be primary school, but I feel like I want to go to, I don't know, maybe we call it over here grade 3. What would that be, about 8 or it's somewhere? I feel like this boy's tall for his age, so I might be getting the number wrong, but he looks a little bit older than what he actually is, so I'm not sure whether he's 6 or 8 or something around that is what he's showing me. And it's like he's putting his arm around his shoulder, so there's a reference to whether he used to do that, they'd walk along together. He's got his arm around his shoulder and kind of holding him up. And it's like he's showing me that as a memory and a connection still to him. So this might even be what he's showing me. Sometimes they can show me the child younger, like he might be a bit older now than what he's showing me. But this is his memory.
He could be showing a memory?
Yes, yep, definitely.
Okay. All right. That could be his son then.
Yeah, because it's like it's important. I feel like there's, of course, with him passing, there's always a struggle, but he wanted me to reference this boy that he had a close connection with that is really struggling, but he wants to get that message through that I'm around, and he's letting him know. And there's some reference to a car. I feel like I'm in a car that's connected to your brother, that is connected to the sun as well, because I'm getting shown like my car here. So there's something around cars.
He had a truck that he really loved,
Yep. And is his son got that now?
No, his daughter does.
Okay. All right. Well, there's some reference to that. So it's almost like if they're feeling like that they can't connect to him, go and sit in the car. So go and sit in the truck. It's like, it's that, that feeling of him still being around. And sometimes when we go back to that the essence of who he was and bringing through back, the impressions of him, I should say. He also wants to say to you, it's time for you to step up. So he's showing me, unfortunately, he can't be here in the physical world to see this happen, but there's something for you where you're going to step into your personal power, and he's making me aware that he will be part of this.
Okay.
All right. So it's like, it's almost like the way he's got a cheeky smile, it's like, push her, tell her I'm pushing her. So I feel like this is something that you really want to do, but you're holding yourself back, and it's a little bit like I'm not feeling confident about it, but he's showing me, tell her don't worry, I'm up here in spirit, I will be there. I will be there supporting her.
Okay. Just got to figure that out then.
There's an opportunity coming. 2020 is going to be big for you.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, he's up there telling me that, that's the case. So normally when they come through like that, it's like, get ready. So if you're not 100% what that is yet, there's some big things happening. There's going to be opportunities. And, I feel like for you, I'm changing direction, and I'm going to be doing what I've always wanted to do. So this is about your passion. This is about something that maybe you've weighed up and gone, I don't think I can do that because of X, Y, or Z. But it's like he's showing me that you will be successful at it, and he's up there to make things happen.
Thank you.
Okay, because you've got this. And I really feel like in what he's showing me is the only thing holding you back is your lack of belief in yourself. But he's showing me all that you have. You're quite talented. You just don't realize it.
I'll agree with that. I just don't know what I'm talented about.
Yeah. Well, for you, you've got a few things up your sleeve. So I do have to say, what he's showing me is you've done a few different things, and it's you will be taking bits and pieces from what you've done and bringing it, into your next role. Now, there's something about being creative with this, because I feel like this, what he's showing me, I'm getting creative, and I'm creating things. So I feel like that's the direction that you're going to be going into.
Okay.
Interesting. What is around moving too? Is there something around location or because I feel like he's showing me somebody's moving. Is that you moving?
I am not moving. His daughter's moving into their house with his widow.
Yeah. Okay. So you're definitely not moving that, because I feel like I want to go to you.
Where am I moving?
Yeah, I think that something's going to come up and you're going to make a decision to move.
You said someone.
This is like, you're going to be changing things up. This is part of with you stepping into your personal power. So are you single at the moment, can I ask?
I am, yes.
Okay, all right, yeah. So, and where does the connection, there's something around, he's showing me, so you were in a long-term relationship and that like recently separated, or over the last 12 months, is something around the two of you not really, it's like he's showing me you didn't quite fit.
It's been 3 years since I've been with someone.
Okay, so it's been a while, so it's longer than that. Well, it's like there's somebody else that's going to step up for you that's going to be quite different to your ex, or when you're in your last long-term relationship, and it's almost like this opportunity. Yeah, you've learnt your lesson there, because that's gone. But but it's like this part of you stepping into doing what you want to do will also bring that to you. So it's like, I've got new opportunities. I do see you moving next year. I feel like you're going to make a decision and go, you know what, I'm going to move and change things up, and it's going to be for the good. And you know, it's quite surprising. It's like an opportunity is going to come around, and you will be like, yeah, I'm doing this for me. So it's like, it's time for you, and because it is about that for you next year. It's time for you to step up into what you need to be doing, and I'm not going to be influenced by everyone else, you know, which is a common thing that as humans we do that, but for you it's like, it's now or never. I'm a bit done with just existing, and I'm ready to take that. It's almost like for you, you're going to be taking the leap of faith.
Okay.
All right, so just start to get that in your mind and have that realization that there's going to be big changes, and I'm going to be comfortable with that. And I know that I'm well guided, because it's like you will be. It's quite an exciting time coming up, and you're meeting the man. This man stepping in is loyal. He's got all the qualities that you would require in somebody, and it's like. You will look back and go, I don't know, I wasted my time with the others, but for whatever reason, the timing had to come with this one that will be stepping in. So it's like he's been through his stuff, you've been through yours, and then we come together, and it's a great union. And he is going to be like your best friend as well as your partner. It's great.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So, you know, sometimes we get a little bit disheartened, or we lack that belief in that happening, but I want to say to you, just connect with that feeling of, you know, and I'm not telling you something you don't know, because there's something around you've had this feeling deep down is what Spirit is showing me, and it's just believing it and going, okay, I'm not sure how the universe is going to deliver it, but they are going to deliver, you know, exactly what it is you want. So for me, I would be writing down the traits you want in this new man, the qualities and things that you would look for, and specific. Yeah, exactly. And the same with this work. And I almost feel like when sometimes we don't know what we want to do, all we need to put down is some affirmations saying, I love what I do, I make great money doing what I love, you know, I'm in because I feel like for you too, this is really flexible what you're going to go into, and it's like I've got more time, and you know, my it's a flexible time schedule, so I can fit things in that I want to be doing.
Okay. So how do you see my financial future?
Well, that's where this will step up. So it's like there's something around, just as you said that. What's the debt that's being paid out? Well, there's something being paid out at the moment.
Paid down my mortgage?
Yeah, it's like there's something that's going to be, it's almost like I want to, well, it's like, yeah, it's like you're paying off something, right, that might feel like it's going to take forever, but they're showing me it's going to be quicker than you think. So, you know, sometimes we think, oh, my God, I've got to pay this massive amount. It's like, don't worry about it. It will become easier, and you'll pay it off quicker than you. Yeah, definitely. Big changes for you. And, you know, I feel like just the fact that your brother's there in spirit to help guide you, and he wants to bring you all that you deserve. And he had a lot of faith in you, and, you know, he still does. And that's why he stepped in for the reading today to go, right, let's you know, let's open up you to the realm of possibility of exactly what you can bring to the table here, because it's great. You know, you've got the potential there. You don't have to do anything. We just have to step into it.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, please trust that. But I definitely see, and I'm just questioning a little bit more about where you're moving. And I want to say I'm moving closer to, now, my geography when it comes to America is really bad, so please forgive me, but I'm moving to where there's a body of water. I'm on a coast. I feel like I'm heading where there's water around, and I feel like I'm going to waves more so than a still body of water. But
okay, you are not the first person to tell me that.
Oh, good. So yeah, so be open to that. And again, sometimes just looking around at what's available in that area for work and all that kind of thing. And what that does, it just speaks to the universe and to say, I'm ready for a bit of a change here. And I feel like for you, the water component is where you connect. So you connect. For you, it's like if I'm by the water, I'm like, oh, I'm so peaceful. I'm like, I can breathe. So
yes.
I feel like, yeah, so it's like, why not live near there? And then you can do that every day, because that's what I feel like will be important for you. It's like, cool.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, so, again, get some pictures. Like I love vision board is a great one. Get some pictures of areas that you might really love. You don't have to overthink about how you're going to do it or how it's going to happen, but we're just going to put it out to the universe. I've got a lovely gentleman stepping in who is, there's a real soul connection. So you're going to meet him and know who he is. And I do feel like, again, it's 2020. So I feel like we need you to do the work over the next, November, December. Start getting that manifesting gear, let's rev up I'm going to manifest all this to come, ready to then take the leap next year. And it's like you'll get the signs leading up to Christmas, so you'll know that you're on the right track.
Okay.
All right. Your brother's very matter of fact, so he's not going to make it hard for you to pick up the signs at all.
Okay. I just was hoping I would have one by now.
Yeah, well,
some sign from him that he's around.
Yeah, I feel like you have it. It might be you're either overlooking, and missing the finer things. He's very unique in his manner, so I feel like he would come through differently compared to, a lot of spirits with signs. We get feathers, we get, there's the standard things, but he's a little bit different, and I feel like there's a quirkiness to him, so it's going to be a little bit different to our standard, run-of-the-mill signs from spirit. I do want to say there's something connected to a nighttime. I feel like I want to go outside and have a look at the stars, and I feel like that's where you will get a strong connection with him. So whether we're talking shooting stars or just being able to capture things of a night, I feel like he's showing me is relevant.
He was an outdoorsman. He loved hunting and being outside.
Yep. So that's what you're going to connect with him. And I feel like he's showing me that because he wants you to get outside more. So it's like that's relevant for you as well.
Okay.
Okay, so looking at where the stars are and the different signs. So, you can ask him, take the time to say, okay, come on, I want a really clear sign, but then also make sure you disconnect from the distractions so that you can take notice. So what that means is in a daily routine, rather than having music or television on, turn everything off, allow yourself to sit in silence, allow yourself to look around. Don't be, like sometimes we tend to be on our phone or we're doing things. Take time to look around, to check out nature. As you're outside, you will see the signs. I guarantee you that. All right, now I've got to wrap up, but please let me know. I'm on Facebook, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. Let me know, because I guarantee you, within the next week and a half, you'll have a sign.
Okay.
All right?
I hope so.
I'll put money on that. I'll put money on that.
Sorry, I'm looking for you, Tanya.
Please do that. I love to get feedback, and I think it's
where am I looking for you?
On Facebook, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, or Instagram, either of those. Yeah, when you look back at this, you'll see at the bottom my business name. So yeah, you can look it up if you forget. So yeah, keep me posted. I'd love to hear. All right, I'm going to wrap up here from country Victoria in an American classic car. Thank you guys for listening, and I hope the sound's not been too bad. All right, thank you very much. See you same time, same place next week. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hey, cats and kittens. This is Perry Lyons, PERILYONS, New York City celebrity psychic. I'm really glad to see you here. And before we do the fabulous tarot weather, I want to talk a little about something I've been seeing in my practice and then recently in my personal life, it's this thing about a narcissistic partner. And, I'm smart. I've done a lot of stuff, but some stuff I'm good about. And I thought I knew at this age all the signs and all the markers. And I've been talking to a lot of my friends, male and female, who've been going through something similar. Let me start from the top. Here's the thing. This culture right now promotes a huge amount of sort of narcissism. And narcissism is not what people think is like, oh, they really love themselves. No, it's the exact opposite. And the story of Narcissus, it's a Greek myth about a young man who is so beautiful, and that he'd never seen himself because they didn't have many mirrors in ancient Greece. The one day he was passing by a little still lake, and he looked into it, and he saw his own reflection. And it was so beautiful that he was transfixed, and he could never move from that spot, or didn't want to, because he just kept looking at the reflection and saying to the reflection, oh, you lovely creature, who are you? Who are you? And there's this nymph. There's always a nymph, right? There was this nymph who followed him because she was in love with him, and back then they didn't call it stalking. Nymphing, I don't know what they called it. Her name was Echo. And there was a spell put on them by a passing goddess, because passing goddesses do that sort of thing. So for the rest of time, Narcissus was gazing into this little mirror lake, right? And at his own reflection, couldn't look away. And all he could say is, who are you? And Echo would say, who are you? He'd say, you're so beautiful. And Echo would say, you're so beautiful. Imagine after the first 100 years or so, this got tedious, but Greek myths they're not big in sequels. So the tragedy of this, symbolism of this, is that Narcissus doesn't know who he is. So he keeps gazing at his own reflection, at what the world tells him, because he doesn't have a true sense of self. So narcissists need what's called narcissistic supply, which is not like Purina narcissism kibble. It's not like something you just go out and get them. It usually comes from, they need a partner. They don't like to be alone. And this is what they often do. They want what's called love bomb this partner. Being courted by a narcissist is so fabulous, although they usually don't pay. Narcissists will tell you that you understand them like nobody else has. They understand you. You have a special kind of beauty that he understands, which they tend to tell to women over 40, naming no names. And so that's a narcissist will love bomb, and you'll get a supply, and everything you do will be perfect, and you will walk on air. Here's the problem with walking on air. Watch an old cartoon with Wile E. Coyote on it, where he goes off the cliff, and he's walking on air for a while, and then suddenly he looks down. Boom! So there comes a moment, and hi, Amanda in Bardier. Be within 5 minutes, okay? So there comes a moment. Sure, nice to see you. There comes a moment with narcissists where they get used to you being like that poor nymph Echo. where you're trying to always make them happy by complimenting them or by encouraging them, and then they get bored. And what happens is they've sort of squeezed up that supply. It's kind of, and the other thing is you usually have to walk and egg how great they are if you say, hey, you know what? You're not always listening to me. Like, you don't ask me. They tend to get very angry. You're so insensitive. How could you do that?